Thanks, sir. Tabling of documents. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Immigration, des Réfugiés et de la Citoyenneté.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection 94(1) of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 2022 Annual Report to Parliament on Immigration. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, the report is deemed referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2021 Annual Report on the RCMP's use of the law enforcement justification provisions. This report addresses the RCMP's use of specific provisions within the law enforcement justification regime, which is set out in sections 25.1 to 25.4 of the Criminal Code. The report also documents the nature of the investigations in which these provisions were used. And, Mr. Speaker, I am also pleased to table in both official languages the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Office of the Correctional Investigator as required under Section 192 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act.
Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Green, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to briefly explain the why, the what, and the how of this bill. We have all seen the allegations of political interference with regards to the RCMP, and I think a big reason for that is with the way the RCMP Act is currently written. Currently, Section 5.1 of the RCMP Act provides for the appointment of a commissioner who, under the direction of the minister, has control and management of the force. This archaic provision has been and continues to be a recipe for lack of clarity and controversy. The bill I'm introducing today will amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act to clarify the scope of the directions that the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness can issue to the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the Minister shall not issue direction in respect of the following: any operational decisions, any matters respecting law enforcement decisions in a specific case, such as those relating to investigations, arrests, and prosecutions, and any matter that would interfere with the Commissioner's powers or authority. Mr. Speaker, it will also require that all directions be issued in writing, tabled in Parliament, and published in the Canada Gazette. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Hamilton Centre, for seconding this bill, and I urge all parliamentarians to support this legislative initiative so that we have clarity of direction for the RCMP. Thank you.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Green, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Présentation de pétitions, presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to present a petition forward to me from the residents of Trinity. I'm going to start over. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition forwarded to me from the residents of Toronto St. Paul's, the neighbouring riding of Don Valley West. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to begin immediate negotiations with the Government of PEI for the development and implementation of a guaranteed livable income project for Prince Edward Island. I've heard from many residents as well of Don Valley West about affordability, and this petition highlights the importance of continued support for Canadians during our post-COVID economic recovery. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Outs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to present a petition, like so many others that have come before this House, asking the government to establish a resolution to stop the Chinese Communist regime from systematically murdering the Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, to amend the Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and to publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of today.
Government orders, business of supply. Consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Poliev. ArriveCan application performance audit.
Mr. Poliev, seconded by Mr. Hallen, moves that given that 1. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. 2. The Parliamentary Budget Officer states that 40% of new spending is not related to COVID-19. 3. Les Canadiens payent par conséquent.
3. That Canadians are now paying higher prices and higher interest rates as a result.
Plus important que jamais que le gouvernement.
4. It is more important than ever for the government to respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate wasteful spending.
Call on the Auditor General of Canada to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCan app, and to prioritize this investigation. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Tout d'abord, j'aimerais partager mon...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn. I rise today in the House of Commons at a time when the highest number of Canadians in recorded history are saying that they are in a worse financial situation than last year. We're talking about 1.5 million Canadians who've had to go to a food bank in the past month. And 20% of Canadians said in response to a survey that they had to skip some meals given the high cost of groceries. And speaking of food banks, one food bank had to move due to an increase in rent prices. So more Canadians are using food banks because of food inflation, while at the same time, food banks are having to move due to rent increases. What is causing that? Well, the cost of government makes the cost of living go up. $500 billion in inflation is spending. Inflationary taxes, which raise costs for our farmers and producers, as well as our consumers. It's just inflation. And the government says that there was nothing to be done to reduce the spending, that it was all about COVID. But the PBO has told us that 40% of the expenses since 2020 had nothing to do with COVID. These were discretionary choices made by the government to spend more. And even within COVID spending, there was a lot of waste. At a time when there were 1 million empty job postings, the government incentivized people not to work. Checks were sent to public servants who already had jobs but still got these benefits. Checks were sent to prisoners, to inmates. And then there was also the ArriveCan wasteful spending, which is what we're talking about today. And we know that's a huge waste of our money. $54 million. for an application that could have been created for $200K over a single weekend. And we know that at first the application wasn't necessary. Canadians could cross the border without it. They've been doing so for dozens and hundreds of years. Why was it suddenly necessary? Even if we agree that people needed to disclose their vaccination status, something that I disagreed with, but even if you were to believe that it was necessary, we didn't need an application to do that. Other methods could have been used to show that information. It wasn't necessary, it didn't work, and it could have been paid for with only $250,000 instead of $54 million. Where did all this money go? We asked here in the House of Commons. The government tabled documents giving a list of companies that got contracts, such as Thincon that got $1.2 million. But then, a few days later, the company said that it never received that money. Ernst & Young was said to have received $120,000, but once again, the company said that it had not been involved in the application, the ArriveCAN application. And then a few weeks later, the government said, oops, it was a mistake. We thought we had paid those businesses, but actually, no, it wasn't them, it was other companies. Clearly, something is being hidden here. The government doesn't want Canadians to know the truth. That is why the Conservative Party is bringing forward a motion for the Auditor General to investigate in order to ensure that Canadians can know the truth. We need to get the truth. This government needs to be accountable to Canadians, because when Canadians can't pay their bills, it's an outrage to make them pay $54 million for a waste of money like this.
Mr. Speaker, as I stand here in the House today, we have 20% of Canadians skipping meals because they can't afford the cost of food. 1.5 million going to food banks in a single month. Speaking of food banks, one food bank at Jane and Finch was forced to move because rent doubled. So food price inflation is driving people to the food bank, and rent price inflation is driving food banks out of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Canadians tell pollsters that they are in the worst financial situation ever. Now, how do we get here? Well, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. $500 billion of inflationary deficits have bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest that we pay. Inflationary taxes have increased the cost for businesses to produce those goods and services. The more they spend, the more things cost. It's just inflation. Now, the government says they had no choice but to add this $500 billion to it. They had no choice but to double the debt or add more debt than all other governments in Canadian history combined. But we know that's not true, because the parliamentary budget officer says that 40% of the new spending announced in the last 2 years alone had nothing to do with COVID. It was discretionary spending. And on top of that, the money that was linked to COVID was often wasted. The government paid CERB benefits out to people even when there was 500,000 vacant jobs and the economies had been totally reopened by provincial governments. They paid CERB checks to prisoners. Even federal public servants who were employed managed to get their hands on CERB checks at the same time. We also know that the government tried to give $500 million to the We Charity, only to be caught by Conservatives who held them to account. And now we learn that they spent $54 million on an app that we didn't need, that didn't work, and that could have been designed for $250,000. Madam Speaker, we looked into this. We wanted to know where the money went, who got rich. So the government tabled documents in the House that told us that among the contracted companies, one was Thincon, which was paid $1.2 million for QR code experimentation. Only problem is that the company Thincon said, "Dream on." We didn't get the money. They said, quote, "We have received no money from the CBSA." Now, the government has since put out a correction saying, whoops, we thought that we gave them $1.2 million. It turns out we didn't. It's a strange mistake to make. I mean, it's kind of hard to envision it happening, right? So, the government, did they put a check in the mail? They sent it to the wrong address? Did they get an invoice where the company asking for reimbursement for costs accidentally wrote the wrong name on the invoice? These are curiosities that will. No, they're not. They may well be, but we can tell one thing for sure. In fairness, Napoleon said, "Never ascribe to malice that which can be explained by incompetence." Right? Okay. So that is a plausible theory, right, for this government. But at the same time, we need to know the truth. When $54 million goes out the door and government officials can't get their story straight about where it went, the least we can do is have an audit. Put the Auditor General in charge. Look into these costs. Find out who got the money, who got rich, and why we spent $54 million on an app that could have been designed for $250,000. Why did we waste this money when Canadians are paying so much? How could this government be so out of touch? We need answers. We need the truth. Support this motion, and let's get to that truth.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition raised some very... Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I apologize to you, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition raised a very acute and indeed real reality that many Canadians are facing right now. They're facing, extreme hardships as a result of global inflation and as a result of what's going on throughout the world right now. But I do put to him the question that had been asked of him several times in this House by the Prime Minister, which is why the Conservatives chose not to vote in favor of Bill C-31. That is the bill to give important relief to Canadians, in particular Canadians that needed it the most, the Canadians that he referenced in his speech. Would the member be willing to share with the House now why Conservatives voted against that very important measure?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we've since learned that measure would largely be gobbled up by administrative costs. As with so many Liberal initiatives throughout this pandemic, they have costed too much to deliver too little. Insiders, bureaucracies, special interest groups have gotten fabulously wealthy over the last 7 years, and in particular the last 2 years. We know the We Charity being one example. We know Frank Baylis, a former Liberal MP, got a special contract. We know that the SNC-Lavalin Company, a favorite of this Prime Minister's, got contracts to produce field hospitals that were never used. Countless examples of insiders getting rich while Canadians get poor. We'll never vote for that.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. It's a little bit like Groundhog Day, Madam Speaker. These Conservative opposition days all seem to be about the same as each other. We've had the same thing for several weeks. Inflation, inflation, inflation. The Conservative Party's narrative is pretty simple. Less taxes, more oil. But that doesn't work at all. We learned this morning in a Radio-Canada article that Canada has the second biggest level of public investment in the oil sector in the G20. Now these Liberals bought a pipeline. They're supporting Baie du Nord. The Liberals are actually better than Conservatives when it comes to supporting oil. Stop complaining. Well, I didn't hear a question there. I just heard a complaint. A complaint that the Conservative Party is talking too much about inflation. Does the Honourable Member for the Bloc Québécois ever talk to real people in Quebec? Because real people in Quebec are talking about inflation. They're not talking about sovereignty, about the king or queen. They're talking about whether they can put bread on the table. And that's our party's priority, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, despite the 2006 legislation brought forward by the now Conservative leader that claimed would protect whistleblowers, Canada's whistleblower regime has been cited as being amongst the worst in the world. Can the member explain why wasn't the Conservative government able to adequately protect whistleblowers who raise questions about initiatives like ArriveCan?
Hear, hear.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
Well, we did introduce the Accountability Act, which cracked down on corruption after 10 years of sponsorship scandals, billion-dollar boondoggles, and other Liberal corruption. The money, l'argent sale, illégal, et
dirty Liberal money, Madam Speaker.
And the NDP was actually forced to support our Accountability Act measures. We will always work to make the law stricter. That's why we caught them with SNC-Lavalin, the We Charity scandal, and the Aga Khan Island, to which the Prime Minister illegally vacationed. All of those scandals were exposed as a result of the Accountability Act, which I was proud to shepherd through this House. The real question is, why does the NDP continue to support Liberal scandal and Liberal waste today? Why doesn't that member start working for the people of Hamilton instead of working for the Prime Minister? We on this side work for our constituents. We work for the common people.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From scandal to failed programs, spending Canadians' money is a favourite pastime for this costly coalition. In the lead up to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Liberals had already added an additional $110 billion to Canada's debt. That alone should have raised the alarm for any of the reasonable members across the aisle, but obviously it didn't. Instead, the money printers kept rolling to the tune of $500 billion of new debt during the last 2 years, over half of which wasn't even COVID-related spending. In the last 5 years, overall government spending has increased by 44%, while the size of an already inflated bureaucracy has just kept growing. And Liberals dragged out its measures longer than any of our other allies when it came to COVID restrictions, using political science instead of real science. Countries with lower vaccination rates reopened faster, they removed barriers to business and tourism, and those countries didn't persecute their citizens for making personal choices. Meanwhile, in Canada, we remained restricted to much of the world as the Liberals continued to spend on random testing, forcing Canadians into quarantine and keeping loved ones apart. ArriveCan is Exhibit A of this government's failed, drawn-out COVID policies. At $54 million, you would expect an app that could not only do what it was promised to do, but that would actually prevent disruptions to people's lives by making it easier to travel. What taxpayers got instead was an app that failed at nearly every turn. ArriveCan turned out to be ArriveScam. Because of one glitch, over 10,000 healthy, fully vaccinated people were forced into government-mandated quarantine. Those who didn't received threatening emails, phone calls, and even visits from law enforcement. Travelers entering Canada were even fined because of the app. Seniors were threatened with $5,000 fines if they didn't have the app, even when they didn't even own a phone. After over 70 updates, the app still failed and never lived up to the tens of millions of taxpayer dollars the Liberals forked over. Money that, it turns out, can't even be accounted for. CBSA originally had said the company ThinkOn had received a $1.2 million contract related to ArriveCan. That was news to the company, who said they don't provide the mobile QR code scanning and verification services that CBSA said they paid ThinkOn for. And the company never received payment from the Liberals. Well, now CBSA is saying that Microsoft received the $1.2 million. While the government figures out where they were spending all this money they spent, Canadian developers were proving how big of a waste of money ArriveScam really was. It took the CEO of a Toronto technology company and his friends a weekend to clone the app and show how fast and cheap it would be to build. In all, it should have taken 2 days and cost $250,000 to build the junk that this government paid $54 million to create. Madam Speaker, this is a symptom of a more significant problem. It again shows that Liberal misspending is costing Canadians. Since taking office, this Prime Minister has misspent, and after ethics violations and after more scandals, all of these at taxpayers' expense. From vacations on private islands to politically interfering in the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, resulting in the Prime Minister firing 2 strong women cabinet ministers, he has proven himself not to be trustworthy. It again showed when he gave the federal contract to the We Charity to administer the almost $1 billion Canada Student Summer Grant Program. Liberal misspending also extends beyond Arrive scam. My colleague from Calgary Nose Hill recently received a response to her order paper question, where we learned that the estimated cost to run the random testing at airports was at least $411 million. That's $500 million spent on random testing in the year that they were shutting it down. This is spending on top of the $150 million that the Liberals gave to their old friends at SNC-Lavalin for field hospitals that weren't even used. This government gave another $237 million to a former Liberal MP for ventilators that, again, weren't even used. Even before the pandemic, these Liberals spent $12 million on new fridges for Loblaws, while small businesses got higher carbon and payroll taxes. There's also the $35 billion that this government has spent on the infrastructure bank, a bank that has done nothing to actually help build infrastructure in Canada. Instead, this bank spent $5.7 million in short-term bonuses to 79 employees in the past 5 years. There are so many other things that $35 billion could have been used for, like addressing the housing supply shortage, to prevent homes prices from soaring, building energy projects to keep gas and home heating bills down this winter, and finally connecting rural Canadians to the internet and stable cell service. Instead of showing fiscal restraint, this Prime Minister has spent and spent and spent, and Canadians are the ones who have to pay the price. The tourism industry before the pandemic was valued above $100 billion and now is down to $80 billion. $54 million later, and you have clogged up airports and delivered a massive hit to one of Canada's largest industries, costing jobs and business. It's not just tourism either. The inflationary spending from this government has meant higher prices, while failed policies like the carbon tax and cancelling energy projects mean more dollars chasing fewer goods. That's just inflation. Our agriculture sector is hurting as farmers, ranchers, and other food producers can't afford to run their equipment, heat their barns, or buy feed for their livestock. The energy sector continues to get squeezed by leave-it-in-the-ground policies and the tripling of the carbon tax. What this means for Canadians is less money in their pockets and impossible choices between heating their homes or putting food on the table. 1 in 5 Canadians are cutting back on meals or skipping them altogether. And in just 1 month alone, 1.5 million people visited a food bank in this country. 1/3 of them were children. Home and rent prices are out of reach for too many Canadians and their families. Instead of addressing inflation, this government has forced the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates, making mortgages even more expensive. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister spent $24,000 in 4 nights on a hotel in London, the same amount that an average 1-year rent costs here in Canada. The situation is desperate for Canadians, who are doing what they can to save money where they can and however they can. Instead, they look at this government and see wasteful spending and scandals. It truly is more critical than ever for this government to respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate unnecessary spending like the Arrive scam app. I rise today to support this motion to have the Auditor General conduct a performance audit on ArriveCan. It is time that Canadians get to see where the payments really went, who really got the contracts and subcontracts, and if, in the end, whether this Prime Minister was telling the truth or not. The Arrive scam is a symptom of the larger problem. Canadians can't afford any more of this costly coalition. They're out of money, out of patience, and done with this. Liberals need to stop the pain, stop the carbon tax, stop spending, and stop raising taxes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, if you combine the two speeches, the finance critic and the leader of the Conservative Party, you get a message that they have been consistent on for a long time. First, the issue of character assassination, wherever it is that the Conservatives can creep under a rock, get in a gutter to attack, whether it's the Prime Minister or any other minister. That's one of their objectives. The second one now is dealing with the issue of inflation. They close their eyes, dunk their heads in the sand, and pretend that inflation is something unique to Canada. Reality check. Inflation is happening around the world. That's right. Yes, we're concerned about inflation, and that is the reason why we bring forward bills like C-31, even though the Conservative Party votes against it. That's right. Supports for Canadians in a very real and tangible way. My question to the critic of finance of the Conservative Party: why is it that the Conservative Party refuses to reflect on reality? Yes, we have serious inflation in Canada, but it is better than countries like the U.S., Europe, England, and so many other countries. Why won't they support initiatives to support Canadians, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, Madam Speaker, of course we're consistent. The Liberals give us enough ammo with all their corruption, all their scandals, and all their wasteful spending. Of course we're going to stay on the same topic all the time. All those things are costing Canadians more money, driving more seniors, more children, more families into food banks, and we don't see an end to any of this spending. They need to stop the spending, stop the pain, and stop sending more people to food banks.
Come on down.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlevoix. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked a question to my honourable colleague. Well, I do agree that there is a big issue with regards to inflation in Canada and in Quebec. People find it hard to buy food, to find housing, but this morning, $8.5 billion that Canada is investing every year in oil. We are the second G20 country that invests the most of public funds in oil. $8.5 billion. Would that not be better spent on building social housing, sending checks to our seniors who need it, healthcare transfers to help our system that really needs help in Quebec, for example?
Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, my question is, Madam Speaker, did the member walk here, or did he get here on a plane? The reality is that Canada has the most responsible energy sector in the entire world. The world needs more Canadian energy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Party will take no lessons from this Conservative Party that sent Jason Kenney to Alberta, who became Premier, and guess what? He lost $4 billion of taxpayer dollars. Does the member have any answers for that?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, Madam Speaker, they ought to take lessons from us because they keep teaming up and propping up the Liberals over and over again, a costly coalition that Canadians can no longer afford, that keeps sending more people to food banks. The NDP needs to answer Canadians. Why do they keep supporting and propping up this corrupt, unethical, and incompetent Liberal government?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member went through a litany of Liberal failures and excessive spending and corruption. I'd like him to comment, in the last 3 years, as the Canadian government has grown in size and people have lost their jobs. We've seen examples like the Department of Fisheries and Oceans has grown by 4,300 net new jobs in the last 3 years, 1,000 of which are in finance and HR. So I guess they got a lot of HR problems in fisheries, but the only place in this economy that seems to be growing is government jobs. I wonder if the member could comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Member for the tough but the reasonable question. It's more and more example of the government creating more Ottawa jobs and not helping our small business create jobs who are the real job creators in this country. We know that over the pandemic, the Liberals brag about more jobs being created. The reality is more than 85% of those jobs were created in the public sector, not the private sector. This government has done the best job they can to drive down small business, to make investment run away, and by not supporting our energy sector, they've driven away good jobs and great energy.
Very good. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is a privilege to rise to speak to this opposition motion which has been brought by the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes. I'm going to come to the substance of my remarks very shortly, but before I do that, Madam Speaker, I do want to say that in listening to the Conservatives this morning, it seems that throughout the pandemic they've suffered from some amnesia, because the very federal spending and investments which this government put into place during the course of the pandemic are many initiatives which the Conservatives themselves voted in favor of. And as one of my colleagues was reminding me this morning, when it came to CERB, indeed, it was the Conservatives who were advocating at the time that that is a federal program that ought to have been increased and enhanced. So there is, I believe, regrettably, some cognitive dissonance in the lack of ability of our Conservative colleagues across the aisle to remember that the very investments that this government made during the pandemic to have Canadians' backs, to help workers, to help families, to help seniors, to help young people, are indeed federal investment initiatives that the Conservatives supported. And I think that that is an appropriate background to bear in mind as we debate the merits of this motion. As Minister of Public Safety, I'm always proud to talk about what our country is doing on all fronts to protect the health and safety of Canadians. And in much of the work before us as parliamentarians, I'm also pleased to help scrutinize how we're spending to do just that. However, the wording of this particular motion is perplexing, to say the least, as the ArriveCan app is been tenuously lumped in with a broader discussion about the cost of living. The measures we've introduced to protect Canadians during the COVID-19 pandemic should not be confused with the cost of living topic, Madam Speaker. That said, if it's the will of this House to discuss our pandemic measures, including ArriveCan, I'm very pleased to do so today. Madam Speaker, throughout the pandemic, the government put in place the measures that were necessary to protect the health and safety of Canadians. We introduced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. We made sure that we introduced wage and rent subsidies to keep businesses alive and to protect workers. And indeed, Madam Speaker, we put into place the public health-related measures necessary to keep Canadians safe, to facilitate travel, to keep our economy moving, including the tool we know as ArriveCan. But let me preface my remarks further by saying that we've removed all testing, quarantining, and isolation requirements for anyone entering Canada as of October 1st, 2022. À compter de 1er octobre 2020.
As of 1st of October 2022, public health measures at the border will be lifted and the submission of health information through ArriveCan will no longer be mandatory.
Madam Speaker, the government has taken a prudent, incremental and risk-based approach to adjusting our public health measures at the border. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to explain that approach. The goal has been simple: to reduce the risk of importation and transmission of COVID-19 and new variants of concern. Our measures have both helped to reduce and monitor the risk of the importation and transmission of COVID-19 and new variants in Canada associated with international travel. As the situation evolved, we worked closely together with our partners in real time, especially those at Health Canada, and we adjusted and eased measures based on the best available data, associated risk, and the latest available scientific evaluations. Au fur et à mesure que la situation évolue.
As the situation evolved, we work in close collaboration in real time with our partners, and we adjusted and made measures more flexible based on available data, associated risks, and the available scientific assessments.
Pandemic, we took careful steps based on the epidemiological situation in Canada as well as internationally. We saw that restrictions were lifted in domestic jurisdictions as they were internationally. And we saw that the latest science told us that Canada has now largely passed the peak of the Omicron BA4 and the BA5 fueled wave. The most large urban areas are showing decreased levels of the virus, and that, with some regional variation remaining across Canada, we are now in a much better position. In no small part, Madam Speaker, that's also thanks to the actions of Canadians themselves. We've seen a high uptake in vaccination rates and strong adherence overall to common sense, evidence-based public health measures. We have more tools now, such as rapid tests, to help prevent the spread of the virus, as well as better treatments. Indeed, just recently, the World Health Organization indicated that, quote, "We have never been in a better position to end the pandemic. We're not there yet, but the end is in sight." Today, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to say that based on all of these considerations, we've now removed all COVID-19 border requirements for all travelers entering into Canada. That includes the removal of all federal testing, quarantining, and isolation requirements. And relevant to this motion today, it includes the removal of the mandatory submission of health information in ArriveCan. Comme j'ai dit, à compter de
And as I said, as of October 1st, 2022, travelers will no longer be required to submit their health information through ArriveCan.
Madam Speaker, all travelers arriving in Canada are no longer required to be vaccinated against COVID-19 or subject to COVID-19 testing, quarantining, or isolation requirements. Travelers no longer have to submit their public health information through ArriveCan. Travelers may, however, on a voluntary basis, use the optional CBSA Advanced Declaration feature in ArriveCan to submit their customs and immigration declaration in advance of arrival, if they so choose to. It has saved travelers time, Madam Speaker, and it continues to be available at Toronto Pearson, Vancouver, and Montreal Trudeau International Airports. Border officers have the authority to screen passengers for illnesses and not just COVID-19. Madam Speaker, with respect to the motion's language on the efficiency of ArriveCan, I can offer some further insight from a public safety perspective. It was imperative that we had ArriveCan as a tool, Madam Speaker. ArriveCan helped us to collect necessary health information while facilitating travel and border processing. And at the pinnacle of that information, we were able to screen whether or not travelers at the time had met the threshold for being appropriately vaccinated. It also allowed travelers to be processed efficiently and saved about 5 minutes of time at the border for each traveler in what would have otherwise been a series of questions put to them by CBSA frontline officers. The information collected by the ArriveCan was mandatory at the time. It had high ratings in the mobile app stores, and as of September 2022, ArriveCan had been downloaded more than 18 million times, Madam Speaker. ArriveCan a toujours une forte audience.
ArriveCan has always had high ratings at mobile app stores. As of September 2022, ArriveCan had been downloaded more than 18 million times.
If not for the app, Madam Speaker, every traveler would have had to input their information manually, spending more time with a border services officer while lines were growing longer. The situation has now evolved, Madam Speaker. With the removal of public health border measures surrounding vaccination, testing, and quarantine isolation requirements, travelers are no longer required to provide mandatory travel and public health information through ArriveCan. As noted, travelers can continue to use the optional CBSA Advanced Declaration feature in ArriveCan to submit their customs information should they choose to do so. Madam Speaker, data shows us that using Advanced Declaration cuts down the amount of time a traveler spends at a kiosk by roughly 1/3, which is significant. In the coming months, the optional CBSA Advanced Declaration feature will also become available to travelers arriving at Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Billy Bishop, Toronto City, Ottawa, Quebec City, and Halifax international airports. The CBSA is exploring other optional ArriveCan features to provide a smoother, more efficient experience for travelers. This will be expanded to travelers by land and to other modes of entry, marine and rail, so that all can make use of available technology to expedite and facilitate travel. Madam Speaker, ArriveCan has clearly been an important tool in our tool chest during the pandemic to keep Canadians healthy and safe and to facilitate the movement of people across the border. I want to remind this House that we are aware of the costs related to ArriveCan. They covered many things, Madam Speaker. They were not just for the development of the app. There are many safeguards built into the procurement system. The proper processes were followed. An analysis of the costs associated with ArriveCan is indeed posted on the CBSA website.
Analysis of the costs associated with ArriveCan is posted on the CBSA website.
You can see that several professional service contracts were used for its development and maintenance. Contractors were selected based on their expertise and were compensated within the terms and the rigors of the policies which are put in place to ensure accountability and transparency. All payments related to ArriveCan were made in line with Government of Canada policies, directives on financial management, as managed through the PSPC, and the maintenance of the internal controls framework. Further, Madam Speaker, a review of the lists of contracts is ongoing to ensure that Canadians and Parliament are provided with all accurate information. Madam Speaker, ArriveCan served as an important tool to keep Canadians safe and to manage public health information at the border. Moving forward, though, we cannot be complacent, Madam Speaker, and that is why the Government of Canada will continue to work with international partners to closely monitor the global epidemiology of COVID-19. And that is a very, very important part of our overall strategy. The epidemiology of COVID-19 is different in other countries, and some are experiencing higher cases counts than in Canada. And just as we have done throughout the pandemic, we'll remind travelers to make smart, informed, common-sense decisions when considering travel outside of Canada to ensure their health and safety. Le gouvernement du Canada.
The Government of Canada also reminds travellers to make informed decisions when considering travel outside of Canada to protect their health and safety.
The Government of Canada will maintain a capacity to obviously reinstate in-state testing where necessary for monitoring purposes at the border if and only if required. Madam Speaker, that's so that we are prepared, so that we can protect the health and safety of all Canadians. Colleagues, allow me to be quite clear. It's still important for individuals to remain up to date with their vaccinations. It's also important to get boosters when they become eligible. And it's still important to keep up with personal protective habits like hand washing, wearing masks in poorly ventilated places, and staying home if symptoms manifest.
Canadians can still help protect themselves and others and reduce the spread of COVID-19 by getting vaccinated, by getting their booster doses, by wearing a good quality, well-fitting mask if available, by isolating themselves if they have symptoms, and by self-testing if they can.
There's no doubt that the last few years have been challenging, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all of our officials, our agencies, the frontline workers who have been rigorously there to help support Canadians through this unprecedented time. I want to thank all colleagues in the chamber for this important debate. And Madam Speaker, finally and most importantly, I want to thank Canadians because indeed it is they who have made the sacrifices. It is they who have been following the advice of public health care experts. It is they who've gotten vaccinated. It is Canadians who have gotten boosted. It is Canadians who continue to show good, smart, common sense practices when it comes to not only protecting themselves, but each other. And that is at the very spirit of what makes this country strong and healthy and prosperous. And I welcome the opportunity to answer some questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening my colleague's speech, and I was really surprised to see what he said, because it's kind of as if he said ArriveCan went really well, everything was unicorns and rainbows, and it was a success story. And if I listen to him, well, that seems to be the case. But it was absolute chaos. There were many complaints in my writing. People were panicking. They received fines. We learned that it cost a fortune. We had to make constant adjustments to use the app when it didn't work. And on the Liberal side, they think everything went well. So I'm trying to understand, is it everyone but the Liberals who didn't understand ArriveCan? Did they need to explain it? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, first I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. At the very heart of our strategy at the federal government was the safety and security of Canadians. And that's exactly why we introduced measures at the border to prevent the threat of COVID transmission. And that's exactly why we set up essential tools such as ArriveCan. And the goal of this app was to collect information and statistics to understand if there are risks for travelers who come to Canada. Yes, sometimes there were challenges with respect to the technology, and I accept that, but the government was always there to work together with our partners to increase the efficacy of ArriveCan, and that was necessary in the beginning, but now it's not obligatory.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the minister for his speech, and I would have to agree with the previous questioner on this, how, ArriveCan was basically doomed from the start because the government was requiring all Canadians re-entering Canada to use it. They didn't have a choice, so it assumed that you had a cell phone, it assumed you had the tech savvy to use that app, and many people did not. I have a riding with 6 border crossings in it, and I have numerous complaints about how it failed them, how it sent people into quarantine that shouldn't have been sent into quarantine. And now we hear that it's cost a ridiculous amount of money. And I'm just, my question is this. Given that the government has spent more money in the last year on hiring IT consultants than it has spent on its own in-government IT workforce, will it really make sure that it builds a good IT workforce that we can depend on, that we have control over, that we have transparency on, so that we can get things done with a good, moderate amount of money and have control over that?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister.
Take my colleague's point, and I want to say 2 things in response. First, with regards to the investments in ArriveCan, at every critical stage, we followed with great rigor the policies that were put in place when it came to procurement to make sure that we could get value for taxpayer money when it came not only to the creation of this app, and I think that this is a distinction that is regrettably lost on the opposition, but to the ongoing maintenance of the app to ensure that we could address some of the challenges that my colleague had mentioned when it came to either accessibility or other compliance issues. And that is precisely why it is important, as we debate this motion, to look beyond just, again, the development of this app, but rather to its ongoing maintenance as an essential tool at the time. But the second thing I want to say, Madam Speaker, is that there can be no doubt that ArriveCan was an essential tool during the pandemic, precisely because it helped us to screen travelers as being vaccinated upon their entry into Canada. And, Madam Speaker, there ought not to be any debate in this chamber about what was the most and continues to be the most effective strategy to overcome COVID-19, and that is to get vaccinated. That's what ArriveCan helped us do, was to make sure travelers were vaccinated.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Speaker, it would seem that the debate today is all about ArriveCan, and I think it should be, because the questions are very good. The app was, first of all, mandatory, so I find it interesting that the minister brags about how many people downloaded the app. I mean, they had to download the app. They didn't have an option. The real question is the $54 million that it cost. We already know that there were payments made to companies who didn't even know they got paid. There were all this money that was lost. So my question for the minister is this. Will the government actually audit the money that was spent and figure out why, number one, it cost so much more than it should have cost for what it did? And number 2, where did all this money go that nobody knows about? Who got rich on this, Madam Speaker?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, first, as I said through my speech, there is a link to a CBSA website that lists exactly how it was that the app was created in terms of the spending, and we encourage this debate as a vehicle for transparency and scrutiny. I think we should all embrace ensuring that we're using taxpayer dollars in a way that is responsible fiscally and transparently. But the more important point that I want to make to my colleague across the aisle is that if he agrees, and I hope that he does, that vaccinations are the most effective way to overcome COVID-19 in a once-in-a-century pandemic, then surely a logical extension of that strategy is that it was a useful mechanism to have ArriveCan at the border to make sure that travelers were vaccinated upon entry, not only for their individual safety, but for the safety and security of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank the Honourable Minister for his speech. But given that the entire day today will be occupied by a discussion of the ArriveCan app, I want to put to the Minister that there are deep divisions in this country that will persist for some time related to other issues in terms of how the COVID pandemic was handled. Questions such as we now see the Premier of Alberta deciding to block public health officers from allowing children to be masked in school, even if that's the safest way to protect our children. But this reflects deep divisions. The current Emergencies Act inquiry, which is mandated by the Emergencies Act, of course, helps Canadians see all sides of complex questions. I wonder if the minister would be open, or his government would be open, to a full review engaging knowledgeable members of Parliament, including obviously the Member of Parliament from the Yukon, who was the public health officer for his territory at the time, and really examine what is the medical information here, what is the scientific information here. Let's hear all sides so that we can have a shared, what I always aspire to as a lawyer. Can we have an agreed set of facts so that Canadians don't go into the next decade without the unity that comes from understanding a shared set of facts?
The Honourable Public Safety Minister.
Well, I applaud and endorse my colleague's question, and I think that without any doubt in my mind, we should all be concerned about the extent to which disinformation has proliferated all of our online social media channels in a way that has made it very difficult to have thoughtful, responsible, fact-based debates in every aspect of life, including when it came to the public health measures that we took at the border, including on the necessity and the essential qualities of a tool like ArriveCan. And I would be very open to working with my colleague and all members of this chamber to continue to examine the extent to which there is polarization in our country that is being driven very deliberately and consciously by the spread of disinformation. We need to come back to facts. And at every critical stage in the decisions that we took at the border, Madam Speaker, we looked at the facts, we looked at the evidence, and that is what informed our decisions around ArriveCan and all border measures. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. One of the things I find most fascinating about this motion today is that it's a Conservative motion about ArriveCan. They have the minister responsible for it here, and they completely let their first question go by. They were entitled to the first question, and they let it go right to the block. They didn't even bother asking him a question. And meanwhile, the member from Abbotsford is chirping away in the back row over there, heckling him the entire time. Madam Speaker, I'll go back to the opening comments from the minister today. He asked specifically, or he mentioned specifically about Conservatives' willingness to support the programs to support Canadians during the pandemic. But, you know, they didn't only do that. Conservatives actually fought to spend more. Look at the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. Originally what was introduced by the government versus what actually ended up being passed by the House was considerably more because the Conservatives wanted to spend more money. Would the member not agree that it's slightly hypocritical for the Conservatives to suddenly be trying to be so critical of the spending that they voted in favor of?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I do think it attracts a certain curiosity that for the first half, two-thirds of the pandemic, it was the Conservatives who were urging the government, and I would say justifiably, to spare no expense and to spare no effort whatsoever when it came to procuring vaccinations, because it was a lifeline. And that lifeline helped to save literally tens of thousands of lives, Madam Speaker. And so if you believe in that, if you believe that it was important for the government to get people vaccinated, then surely you ought to support an essential application at the border that allowed us to make sure that that strategy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to wash the member for Kingston's mouth with soap, but I'd like to first pay tribute to the constituents of Trois-Rivières, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Terrebonne if he gets here in the next 10 minutes. As you know, the worst obligation for... Sorry, I have to remind the honourable member that we don't mention the absence or the presence of a member here in the House. Thank you. I will resume by saying that the worst obligation for a prince to always have to dissimulate. But I'm happy this morning to talk about the Conservative motion, unlike them, who were not happy to talk about ours last week. But I like to talk about it, and there was a lot of focus on inflation, but I would like to look at this from another angle, which is the ethical angle, because, as you know, ethics want to do things well, and right now I'm concerned. I'm concerned because media articles leave us with a lot of questions. They give us they they want us to wonder, but they don't really give us any information about ArriveCan. I'm worried, but why? The government for several years now has been providing services, many services, either in private or public sectors. They use firms, one after the other, that benefit from the fact that the government did not keep its in-house expertise. And by giving these services, the government is depleting the departments of their expertise because they're external. And as you know, recently in a book entitled on Mackenzie, I can't remember the title, but these firms target governments, and, well, I'm concerned. We're renouncing certain expertise and procedure. A company is an intermediary, and we couldn't do this app without this intermediary? Well, it also concerns me. What did this firm have that all the departments in question didn't have?
So I'm concerned about that. And I'm referring to the book When Mackenzie Comes to Town. Influencing policy, making decisions on behalf of government, that concerns me. The government has displayed on various occasions that there is a culture of secrecy. A culture of dissimulation. And the word dissimulation has the word simulation in it, which means trying to make people believe something other than the reality, a simulation, and preventing them from seeing the truth. So examples like this, like with ArriveCan, shows us that this government doesn't want us to understand the truth. I am concerned about this culture of dissimulation. There is a proverb that says that those who want to seem deep tend to indulge in obscurity, and that's what we're seeing here. When I look at the ArriveCan situation from an ethical standpoint, is that there is an impact on trust, and trust is so important. And the problem is that when you trust, you don't need proofs, and when you don't trust, well, you ask for transparency, which is essentially an ersatz version of trust. But trust is more important than transparency, because transparency shows us what's behind the scenes, but trust is what allows us to live together. Montaigne talked about this. Trust means being able to work together without necessarily having to prove anything or show evidence. So what I don't like about this ArriveCan situation, I don't like that we constantly have to be dragging the government before committee and saying, oh, you have to explain this and that. We wouldn't have to do that if things were clear. When there's a lack of trust, and instead we're simply content with transparency, when there's dissimulation and concealment, well, we are almost at the concept of a lie. I'm not saying that it is a lie, but ultimately we are causing people to do what they wouldn't have done had they known the truth. That's the definition of a lie, having someone do what they wouldn't have done had they known the truth. I traveled to Rwanda this summer. I had a hard time filling out ArriveCan, and then when I got back to Canada, they didn't even ask me if I'd filled it out. It wasn't particularly useful then. And when I come back to the issue of lying, although that's not what we have here, but we're almost there, troubles the communication between two souls. And that's when you need an ethics. When you're in a situation of uncertainty. When the situation is gray and unclear. Well, at times like that, we need to show a certain flexibility in understanding what is happening. What is ethics really? It's to do the right thing even when no one is looking. And I have an anecdote about that. A myth from classical philosophy. There was an emir at the time who'd wear a ring with a stone on it, and when you would twist the ring to the sign, it would make you invisible. But then the emir lost his ring, and one of the emir's slaves found the ring, turned it, twisted it, and disappeared, became invisible, and got into the harem. And you can imagine what happened. But unfortunately, then the ring twisted back and the slave became visible again. And you can imagine what happened. He had a very bad rest of his day. And so this story is about the fact that we need to do the right thing even when no one is watching. And what we're seeing here is that when we look at what's happening, we just see a lack of transparency. We just see a fog. And so ultimately, I would like to know why so many stratagems were used here, why an external company was hired. I'm not an expert on the financial aspects. I know that there may be a lot of things included in the costs here, but I still feel that there's a huge difference between $250,000 and $51 million. I think a huge organization like the Government of Canada should be able to work on its own without an intermediary like this. So that made me curious. Can we shed light on this? I would like that, but I haven't seen that so far. I'll just conclude soon, Madam Speaker, but in closing, I think it's remarkable to think that these kinds of expenses can be made. And we recall the author, Paul Valéry, who said, "It is not evil people who do the most harm in the world. It is the ignorance of the credulous." It is time for good people to rise up and say, enough is enough. We need to cast light on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a great speech. Merci. My question is with respect to, he was talking a lot about trust, and I'm wondering, and he talked specifically about the Arrive scam, but there's also been a number of other indiscretions, including the We Charity and the Aga Khan trip and a number of others. He talked about the impact of that having. There's been many authors who have written about trust that it slows down the operation of the business. Do the people of Quebec starting to feel as though they don't trust the Liberal government?
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Je remercie le collègue pour sa...
I'd like to thank my colleague for this important question. People in Quebec are indeed feeling less and less trust in the Liberal government. And I find that this culture of secrecy seems to be in the DNA of the Liberal Party. It's a problem. Going right back to the sponsorship scandal or earlier, we know that this is all part of the DNA of the Liberal Party, and yet we need to be able to trust them, but we can't.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I love when we talk about the sponsorship scandal, Madam Speaker. I was in high school at the time, and forgive me if I don't remember the details of that through you to the member. But, on the topic of the last question that had been asked, Madam Speaker, about trusting the Liberals, I'm wondering if the member from the Bloc can tell us how the Quebecers feel about trusting Conservatives. They must trust Conservatives more than they trust Liberals. Is that correct?
Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Je remercie le député.
I'd like to thank the member. In Quebec, people trust the Bloc Québécois.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member from Trois-Rivières, who had a very eloquent speech and always provides a really high level of nuance to these very important discussions. Through you, the Honourable Member referenced the need for transparency and trust, and having worked alongside him in the Ethics Committee, I know that he'll likely have a comprehensive answer to this. At the heart of this is we have staffers, we have people within the public sector who sometimes are witnessing malfeasance or witnessing things that might be in conflict to the law. So my question through you to the honourable member, what suggestions does the honourable member have on enhancing our whistleblowing that would allow public sector workers who see government malfeasance be able to step forward with the adequate protections and supports to ensure that Canadians have access to the information on what's happening in the back rooms of government?
Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Je remercie le député d'Hamilton avec qui je travaille sur le.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Hamilton. I work with him on the committee, and he always brings an excellent perspective. Well, Canada has the worst whistleblowers protection program. In our system, we don't know if 40 people raised the same issue or if one person raised 40 different issues. And the more the information is specific, the better we can respond, and yet the current system is no good.
Honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie mon collègue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his interesting speech. Our colleague mentioned that a lack of transparency is in the DNA of the Liberal Party. There have been many scandals. Sure, the sponsorship scandal, but even if we go to more recently, the public's trust in the Liberal Party, as we saw with We Charity, $900 million in contracts to people very close to the family of the Prime Minister. We saw a contract of nearly $240 million for ventilators to a former Liberal MP without a bid for tender. And today, we see that this ArriveCAN application, again, there was no procurement process. Once again here, as opposition parties, we see that the public is wondering about the lack of transparency. And my colleague raised the issue of this culture of concealment and avoidance. I'd like my colleague for Trois-Rivières to explain how a government could act more proactively to increase the public's confidence in our institutions. And it is to be hoped their confidence in the Liberal Party. The honourable member, a brief answer. I'd like to thank my colleague for his hard work. Yes, there have been many scandals over the years. And despite what my Liberal colleague said, I may not have been born during the Second World War, but I remember what happened. The only way to trust the government is to enable people to understand and really deeply comprehend what's going on. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by reading the motion moved by the Conservative Party today. Given that the cost of government is driving up the cost of living, that the Parliamentary Budget Officer states that 40% of new spending is not related to COVID-19, that Canadians are now paying higher prices and higher interest rates as a result, that it is more important than ever for the government to respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate wasteful spending, that the House call on the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCAN app, and to prioritize this investigation. Madam Speaker, even in English, there is a word, déjà vu, and that's what we're seeing today. It is déjà vu because once again, we have opposition members rising to ask the Liberal government about contracts given to friends of the party. There is a scent of collusion in the air that even an amateur detective could easily pick out. Now, in a situation like the beginning of the pandemic, when decisions had to be made quickly, it's not surprising that the Liberal government's instincts once again arose. It may be illegal, but are friends of friends, right? We know that this Liberal government, when it has a problem, just throws money at it and hopes that it goes away. We know that this government managed the airports very badly at the beginning of the pandemic. We all know that the city of Montreal had to send its own staff to tell people that were arriving that they should be careful and to not bring in COVID-19, but the federal government didn't do that. They threw away money in order to create a new application. The Liberal government approached two friends of the Liberal government, because after all, a friend's a friend. GC Strategy patriotically answered the call. They said, of course we will help you protect Canadians during this difficult time. We will find subcontractors who can help to code your application for the small fee of 15 to 30% of $9 million. If I had proposed something like that when I worked in the private sector, well, my bosses would have laughed at me. But a friend's a friend, right? During my life, I have worked in the private sector to train institutions in developing countries about proper contract granting processes in Mexico, in Central America, and Brazil. In countries like this, we work together to improve processes in order to improve how contracts are granted. Because in any self-respecting country, contracts are only granted with a rigorous process, but apparently that's not the case in Canada. For the sake of justice and fairness, it is important to ensure that no one took advantage of the COVID-19 crisis to enrich themselves. Citizens in Terrebonne are facing a rising cost of living, and it is important to ensure that the process of awarding government contracts is transparent and fair. But there are several things that indicate that the contracting process for ArriveCan is problematic. GC Strategies received a contract without a competitive bidding process, and the firm was approached by the government itself. The company has only 2 employees. They didn't develop the application. They rather acted as a middleman, and they received a profit of 1.3 to 2.7 million, which is a lot to pay for just a middleman. This can remind us of many other questionable government contracting decisions under the same government, like We Charity. From 2017 to 2020, under the Trudeau government, I would like to remind the honourable member that she cannot use the name of a colleague in the House. Yes, I'd like to thank the Speaker for reminding me that. Under the Liberal government, We Charity received $120,000 in at least 5 federal government contracts and $5.2 million in grants and contributions. The untendered contract was of $19.5 million to We Charity to manage and distribute $9 billion in grants. We learned that that the Prime Minister's mother and brother received $250,000 and $32,000 respectively for speaking at We events between 2016 and 2020. And the former finance minister's daughters worked for the charity, one in a paid position and the other as a volunteer. And while some may say that they were in high school when this happened, well, I was too, but still, the sponsorship scandal is recent in our history. Everything is relative, of course, but history always informs the present. And so we should remind the Liberal government of one of its turning points, the sponsorship scandal. After being frightened by the results of the 1995 sovereignty referendum, the Canadian government responded with a massive visibility program designed to make Quebecers believe that they could not live without the support of the federal government. So fortunes were being spent to do this, and because after all, a friend is a friend, the contracts were given to friends of the Liberal Party, big donors. And they quickly returned a good portion of the money to the Liberal Party's election fund. Because a friend is a friend. And so we can see that here, once again, this federal government is very bad at managing crises. We know what happened at the border and at airports at the height of the crisis. The Quebec government has asked that the federal government control airports to limit the spread of COVID-19, but the federal government didn't do anything. Instead of dealing with the borders effectively, the government developed an application that didn't work well, too late, rather than actually monitoring travelers' quarantine. The Quebec government also developed a vaccination check application, which cost much less than the federal one. It used a QR code. Very impressive, right? A mere $9 million, which is the same sum that the middlemen received at the federal level. For that same sum, the Quebec government implemented a simple and effective application that was used in every business in Quebec. So, Madam Speaker, let's take stock. First of all, a pandemic hits the world, and as usual, the federal government doesn't know how to respond. Despite the AG's previous report about the government's disastrous lack of preparedness for pandemics. She did that right after H1N1. So there was a real disastrous lack of preparedness. It had been raised, but nothing was.
Wishing to avoid an even worse public relations situation, the Liberal government called on GC Strategy to find them people who can make an application that can manage the comings and goings in airports. Third of all, this application not only costs a fortune, but also comes with intermediary fees that suggest that the good old Liberal modus operandi has never been forgotten. In Quebec, our vaccine passport application that affected literally every business and everyone in Quebec cost $9 million. Let us remind ourselves of that. Madam Speaker, a friend is a friend. The Bloc Québécois supports the motion presented today in this House for two reasons. First of all, the money the public entrusts to its governments must be spent wisely. And it seems very possible that this was not the case with ArriveCAN. But more importantly, and I hope my Conservative colleagues are listening to me right now, the pandemic was and is a great preparation for the crises of the future. First and foremost, the climate crisis. And whilst Conservatives are doing everything they can to make sure it gets here sooner and the Liberals are doing absolutely nothing, this climate crisis is getting closer every single day, and when it hits, the federal government will not be able to justify its usual ineffectiveness by saying with a sorry voice and a tear in its eye that a friend is a friend. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. My question, Madam Speaker, will be a short one. I'm wondering if the member would agree with the following statement. A friend is a friend indeed, however, only when it serves Liberal greed.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Can we generalise a federalist? Because in this case, we have Conservatives who participated in the sponsorship scandal as well, but it seems that it's more of a Liberal habit in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
General Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, on many points I would disagree with the member opposite. Number one, I would suggest to you that Canada did exceptionally well in terms of going through the pandemic. We had a Team Canada approach, and it made a difference in a very real way. And if you allowed me another hour, I'd be more than happy to amplify every one of those points, Madam Speaker. But in regards to this whole issue of awarding contracts, hundreds of millions of dollars went out. There's no doubt about that. To try to give the impression, a false impression, that Liberal businesses are the only ones that were the benefactor. When you have literally thousands of contracts going out, I can assure the member that not only did Liberal entrepreneurs and Conservative entrepreneurs, some New Democrats entrepreneurs, but I would suggest to you even some Bloc entrepreneurs might have received some of these grants, Madam Speaker. To paint a brush, I think, puts a negative image on all politics, no matter what political party one belongs to.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to answering this question. For real, it's impressive to say without proof that perhaps people from the Bloc Québécois benefited from the crisis. Just let us stick to facts for now. $50 or so million, $9 million. Such a big difference is a bit of an aberration, even in this lovely, big, and I'm sure unified country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires,
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much appreciated the speech from my colleague for Terrebonne. We spoke about ethics, especially with regards to this subject and the sponsorship scandal. There's also the We Charity scandal, contracts that were granted to friends of the Prime Minister to the tune of $1 billion. Fans that were given at the time without tendering, being granted to Liberal donors. So we're not quite sure what happened with ArriveCAN as well. The government has just had another program adopted in C31 that seeks to give $600 checks to people who use dental care services. But now the government, once again, seems to need private companies. So once again, they're going to subcontract the processing of these checks. What does my colleague have to say about this government that keeps on subcontracting to the private sector, which, coincidentally, is always to the advantage of Liberal friends? I would like to thank my colleague for having highlighted this issue. It's rather bizarre that how, when it comes to public services, nothing works. Immigration, well, nothing works. They don't even answer the phone when MPs call. With regards to passports, should we even talk about it? Everyone is still under shock. On the other hand, when there's something important to do, they subcontract to the private sector. Is there not an issue when it comes to leadership from the Liberal Party? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, the call to help out on the pandemic was heard strongly. And I'm just wondering if the member would comment on maybe some of the businesses in her province that did not get even a sniff at Canadian procurement during the pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I think that the list would be far too long, Madam Speaker. I would not have enough time. The list of people who didn't get contracts. But it is important to remind ourselves that we are here to talk about the granting of contracts, a rather suspicious granting of contracts. We approve of, well, perhaps the formulation of this motion was maybe a bit too populist, but it is important to talk about the credibility of politicians. We have to make sure that the government has managed a crisis well, without necessarily benefiting only to their friends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Skeena, Buckley Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this morning and speak to this opposition motion before us. I think everyone in this House would agree that one of the most important responsibilities of our government, someone would say a sacred responsibility, is stewarding public funds and ensuring that every single dollar is spent in the best interests of Canadians, that the government gets maximum value, and that public contracts do not go to excessively line the pockets of private companies. Now, that's why this motion calling for the Auditor General to conduct an audit of all aspects of the ArriveCAN app is so important. And Canadians should rightly be concerned. There are a lot of different aspects that we could talk about. We could talk about the fact that this app erroneously sent over 10,000 Canadians into quarantine and put them in jeopardy of $750,000 fines, or we could talk about the delays that ArriveCAN caused at the border, something that was of great concern both to travelers and border officials, and made people struggle, especially people who didn't have access to the technology. But the focus of today's motion, and appropriately so, is on the decisions the government made around procurement, the decisions to spend millions of dollars on private IT companies to develop and maintain this app. The biggest concern is the lack of transparency around the cost of development and maintenance. And there are a number of things that we know. First of all, we know that the original estimate for developing the app was $80,000. We know that somehow development and maintenance ballooned to $54 million. And we know that the government paid an IT staffing firm here in Ottawa $9 million of those dollars. This is a firm that has no office, has only a handful of staff, and didn't actually do the work, but rather assembled a team of contractors and took a 15 to 30% commission. They're making millions of dollars off this. And finally, we know that when CBSA was asked to produce a list of all the contractors involved in development and maintenance of the ArriveCan app, there were a bunch of errors in that list. The original list included companies that had nothing to do with the ArriveCan app. And when they saw their name on the list, they had some pretty serious questions for the government. This one company called ThinkOn Incorporated, Ernst & Young was among those companies that had nothing to do with it and were quite confused by the fact that they were being implicated. And I appreciate that CBSA has promised to provide a full list and get to the bottom of these irregularities. But there are enough questions here, Madam Speaker, that this motion to have the Auditor General conduct a full audit, I believe, is very much warranted. But I want to talk a little bit about the broader questions that this issue has brought up. There's a real question here about whether the government's overall approach to outsourcing is delivering good value for Canadians, or whether it's simply lining the pockets of companies who figured out how to maximize their returns from this system of government procurement. We've heard concerns expressed by some of the public sector unions, and they have shared with us how they believe IT companies are intentionally underbidding on government contracts. And when they underbid on government contracts, what it does is it makes it very difficult for the government to assess whether, in fact, it's better value to outsource the contract to the private sector, or whether indeed the better value is had by keeping that work in-house with the government's own team of IT professionals. Now, what happens after these companies underbid on the contracts is the contracts start, and then they're able to have the contracts reopened. And Madam Speaker, while I'm pausing, I'm going to note that I'll be sharing my time with the wonderful member for Courtenay Alberni, something I've been reminded of by my colleagues several times now, and yet somehow I've forgotten to. But where was I? The reopening of these contracts then allows the government to, on a discretionary basis, jack up the value of those contracts again and again, so that the total value at the end, when everything is said and done and all the dollars are added up, is much, much more, many times more than the original estimate for the work. And this is something that we need to get to the bottom of, and I think that's an opportunity that this motion presents. Now, here's the trend when it comes to government outsourcing. The Globe and Mail reported in January that government outsourced $11.8 billion of work in the 2020-2021 fiscal year, and that's up 42% from 2015-2016. That's a pretty alarming increase. In 2020-2021, the federal government spent $2.3 billion on IT contracts, compared to only $1.9 billion on its own government IT workforce. And the one public sector union has filed 2,500 grievances related to outsourcing. There's something wrong with this picture, Madam Speaker. We need to ensure that this decision, what some people call the make or buy decision, we need to ensure that that decision is informed by the best information, and that it's always done with the public's best interest in mind. That getting good value for taxpayer dollars for these public resources that our government is charged with stewarding, that is the primary and only concern of that process. Now, I wanted to also mention, I wanted to mention that thankfully the Government Operations Committee is working on this larger topic right now, and I want to point out the good work of my colleague, the member for Courtenay Alberni. They're looking at this broader question of whether the Treasury Board's guidelines that are supposed to inform that make or buy decision, whether those guidelines are doing a good enough job, whether they're doing what they're tasked with doing and ensuring that the public interest is protected. But finally, I want to turn to one of the things I heard in this House yesterday, and I think it's one of the unfortunate aspects of this debate over the ArriveCan app. there's a common trope around IT work that I believe is neither accurate nor particularly helpful. Yesterday, we heard a Conservative member rise in the House and claim that ArriveCan, quote, could have been built by a bunch of pimply-faced teenage hackers over a weekend on a Commodore 64. Now, I hear my colleagues laughing, and I agree that quote is, it's humorous. Where the Conservative Party are. But this is an unhelpful stereotype, and I'll tell you why. I used to work in IT. I was a website developer, and I came across this stereotype that, you shouldn't pay good money for IT work, for tech products, because after all, these are things that your brother's cousin's nephew can do at home for fun, and these are sophisticated technology products that are being developed. And IT workers in our country are among the most creative, the most sophisticated, the most sought after, and the most valuable assets that we have. And when we allow these tropes, these stereotypes about IT work to persist, I think we really do an injustice and potentially risk the future of the new economy that's so important in our country. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve to know that their tax dollars are being managed responsibly. The irregularities around the ArriveCan app raise serious questions, and we need to get to the bottom of it. And there's a larger question of whether this government's approach to outsourcing delivers value or whether it simply enriches its private sector friends. And I hope through this debate and through the investigations and audits that follow, we can get the answers to those questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's no doubt over the last couple of years there's been a lot of new money, government expenses as a direct result of the pandemic. And I think a vast majority of Canadians would look at the pandemic and the need for the government to step up was absolutely critical. In fact, the federal government is somewhere around 80% of all the new money going towards fighting the pandemic, Madam Speaker, when you compare it to provincial expenditures. No doubt there does need to be a sense of accountability, and over the next coming days, weeks, months, we will see more accountability in terms of just how some of that money is being spent. My question to the member is, I understand that OGO, one of our standing committees, is already looking into the matter at hand, and if I can just get his thoughts in regards to the importance of standing committees and the roles they can play in ensuring more accountability also.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Sure. Well, to the member's earlier point, I don't think any scenario really justifies shoveling money off the back of the government truck willy-nilly without the accountability that Canadians expect. And we've seen in the past that there are very worrisome and concerning instances where that has occurred. The We Charity scandal, the Phoenix Pay system, where we're hiring consultants who are hiring other consultants, and the whole thing becomes a total debacle. So to that point, I would just say that. To the role of committees, absolutely, the committees can help get to the bottom of this. I think the work that OGO is doing is very much complementary to what this Opposition Day motion calls for, and I look forward to the outcome from both.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to hear what my colleague has to think about the government's intention to continue with ArriveCan, given all the access issues that users have had up to now, and given all the bugs and the accessibility and access difficulties. People are no doubt going to abandon this application. So what does he think about the government's intention to even continue with ArriveCan?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the good question. This is a question we've been dealing with at the Transport Committee. I think it's an important one. Not many people can argue that technology in the travel sector hasn't made our travel sector more efficient and more productive. And I think we're going to see that role of technology increase in the future. I believe that's inevitable. Now, there are two things that I would say. So first of all, we need to ensure that we're keeping accessibility in mind, that people who don't have access to technology have accommodations that work for them. And the second thing is that we need to be consulting closely with the people who are currently performing the roles that technology is meant to complement or replace. to ensure that we understand the role that they're playing in our travel sector and that we're supporting them in their work. And if those two things are done, I think that technology applications can have a place in our travel sector. And we've certainly heard that from different parties, whether it be airports or others.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank my colleague for his speech. And I was just wondering, since the government has the ability to develop their own apps, we've seen that already with other apps during COVID, but why does the member think that with this app, the government decided to go outside of the government and elaborately do so with a bill of $52 million?
Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Well, I wish I knew the answer to that. I'm hoping that that's one of the things the Auditor General will help us get to the bottom of, and I'm very interested in what those findings might be.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise today knowing that the Honourable Member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley has a long history in civic leadership, including procurement, and I'm wondering through you to the Honourable Member what reflections he might offer on the importance of restoring public accountability and trust with the government through having a procurement process that brings to light all the different steps along the way, including when a project such as this goes from $80,000 to $54 million. And at what point, should there be off-ramps, and at what point in his reflections should the red flags have been raised for this government as this project went out of control?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Hamilton Centre for the important question. This really gets to the heart of it, because public trust is the essential ingredient in the governance of our country. If the government doesn't have the public's trust, it can't perform its important role. And when there are questions around transparency, when the public starts to feel that the government is wasting public money, it erodes public trust at a time when we can't afford that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to discuss the motion regarding the ballooning costs of the ArriveCAN app. And in a time right now when too many Canadians are struggling just to make ends meet, it's critical that the government ensure that we have sound stewardship of tax dollars. And I share the concerns of Canadians and frontline CBSA officers that the ArriveCAN app has cost way too much and delivered too little. Now, Madam Speaker, last week at the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, we heard from the National President of the Customs and Immigration Union that frontline service workers were never consulted, not once, Madam Speaker, on the development of the app or any of the more than 70 updates that were required. Now, while the government continued to pour money into ArriveCAN, frontline workers were forced to deal with the fallout of a glitchy app on top of a severe staffing shortage, Madam Speaker. And this has had a huge demoralizing impact on the mental health and the morale of CBSA workers and officers. And now at the committee, I supported a study to provide more transparency to Canadians, which they deserve, about the costs associated with the ArriveCAN app. But I also pushed the committee to go farther. I believe the ArriveCAN debacle is just part of a larger systemic issue of the government increasingly hiring expensive consultants who hire expensive consultants with no regard for delivering the best value for Canadians. That's why I tabled a motion that was supported unanimously at OGO to request that the Auditor General conduct a performance audit on outsourcing policies and practices more broadly. Now, earlier this year, the Globe and Mail reported that since the 2015-2016 fiscal year, government spending on outsourced contracts, Madam Speaker, has increased by 41.8% under the federal Liberals, reaching $11.8 billion in the 2020-2021 fiscal year alone. Now, this trend was started under the previous Conservative government and continues to cost Canadians today. All too often, outsourced contracts seem to balloon and cost more if public service workers were tasked with the same work. And that's more than if they were public service workers were tasked with the work. The Treasury Board has provided guidance on preparing estimates to help departments with make or buy decisions, as well as policies on the planning and management of investments that require departments decisions that demonstrate best value and sound stewardship. However, Madam Speaker, it's not clear
how these policies are applied in practice or what oversight is actually involved. So I believe a broader performance audit by the Auditor General, as I proposed and was supported at the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, could provide important insights to parliamentarians on questions like how often are departments' cost estimates exceeded by outsourced work? What happens when a department gets an estimate wrong? How are lessons learned and shared across departments? And I want to highlight today the concerning transparency and accountability issues that arise in relation to outsourced contracts. Now, the Public Service Alliance of Canada recently told the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates that, quote, the procurement process for contracting out work promotes corporate secrecy at the expense of Canadians' right to know how funds are spent and how services are managed, end quote. Our access to information regime, Madam Speaker, is broken, and it is extremely difficult for Canadians to get a full picture of how funds directed to the private sector are being spent. This is a perfect example of that, Madam Speaker, what we're talking about today. Now, it is also extremely difficult for public service workers who become aware of mismanagement related to outsourced contracts to raise the alarm without fear of reprisal. Canada's whistleblower protection regime has been called amongst one of the worst in the world, Madam Speaker. And cases like the Phoenix Pay disaster and the ArriveCan app show how there are real costs to the Canadian public when public service workers can't speak up. The blame for Canada's ineffective whistleblower protection regime lies with both the Conservatives and Liberal parties. And David Hutton, a whistleblower protection expert and senior fellow at the Centre for Free Expression at Toronto Metropolitan University, recently wrote in the Hill Times that when the member for Carleton, then minister, Madam Speaker, under the Harper government, introduced federal accountability legislation, that in 2006 he claimed repeatedly that it would offer ironclad protection, and indeed it does, but for the wrongdoers, not for the whistleblowers or the public, end quote. So since the Liberals came into power, they failed to remedy this situation, instead have sat on a unanimous report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates for over 5 years, Madam Speaker. Now, that report recommended sweeping legislative reforms to Canada's whistleblower protection law. And as the Liberal government bounces from scandal to scandal, they seem to have no interest in improving protections for whistleblowers who could shine a light on government wrongdoing or mismanagement of public funds. This is critical, Madam Speaker, to the transparency that we're calling for, and for so that Canadians can trust their government. Now, in addition to transparency and accountability issues that I'm talking about, the government's increasing reliance on outsourcing raises concerning equity issues that warrant discussion. In 2018, the UN Special Rapporteur on Poverty and Human Rights discussed privatization as a cause of poverty, while still costing governments more. In 2019, the Standing Committee on Human Resources tabled a report on precarious work, recommending the government, quote, review human resources policies and budgeting practices to ensure that they are incentivizing hiring employees on indeterminate contracts, end quote. Like, Madam Speaker, this is critical that the government stop the precarious work and incentivize hiring people full-time, Madam Speaker. Now further, the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada has written about the interplay between outsourcing and gender equity, stating, quote, in IT, lucrative contracts are doled out to a male-dominant industry that has notoriously struggled with gender equity, while at the same time, lower paid and precarious temporary service contracts are disproportionately filled by women. The majority of temporary workers become trapped in a cycle of persistent temporary work, defined by low pay, few if any fringe benefits, and high risk of unemployment and labor force exit, end quote. So while the government will say it's forced to rely on the private sector to deliver IT services because of skill shortages within the public service, it is ignoring in-house talent and failing to invest in further institutional capacity in a way that promotes gender equity. And I will also say failing to work with public institutions, Madam Speaker, to tap into that expertise and knowledge that lies in our public institutions, including higher learning institutions. Now, the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada has filed more than 2,500 grievances where work was outsourced rather than assigned to existing expertise in the public service. And in the last fiscal year, the government spent $2.3 billion on information technology service contracts compared to $1.85 billion on its own IT workforce. So if this government is truly committed to building a strong and inclusive public service, it is essential that it maintain and build in-house IT capacity. Now, the government's increasing reliance on outsourcing is not only undermining efforts to promote equity, but is also costing Canadians more. And I know, although it's difficult to get information on outsourced contracts, the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada share with me the following alarming examples. Quote, one IT technical architect at National Defence cost taxpayers over $359,000 per year on a contract that was renewed for 8 years, Madam Speaker. The equivalent public servant, including their pension, would have cost $147,876 a year. That's saving over $1.5 million, end quote. And another quote, Madam Speaker, is another example. Shared Services Canada spent over $14 million over the past 5 years on 3 resources and posted a contract tender extension for another 4 years. 3 public servants, including their pension over the same 5 years, would have cost $1.855 million, saving over $12 million. So it's not just in IT that we're seeing these increased costs because of reliance on outsourcing, but also in other areas like cleaning, grounds maintenance, healthcare, and access to information. See, I'm running out of time, Madam Speaker, but I will state, while I agree that Canadians deserve transparency on the ArriveCan app, they deserve much more. They deserve transparency on the true costs and risks of outsourcing public services. I hope all members will agree that a broader examination of outsourcing by the Auditor General is warranted, and it's in the best interests of Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Thurberlin, Peterborough South.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the members' discussion. I'm glad to see that they are calling for greater accountability with the Arrive scam debacle. However, I'm still troubled by the fact that they continue to prop up this Liberal government. Does the member know if the words transparency, accountability, or ethics is in the confidence and supply agreement?
The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Madam Speaker, we're here every day calling on the government to do the right thing, to provide support to Canadians. What we have is gatekeepers from Conservatives and Liberals protecting big corporations that are having record profits. Every day we're here standing up for Canadians. We're here today calling for transparency when it comes to outsourcing. Both Conservatives and Liberals, they're the champions of outsourcing. It's their friends. Highly paid consultants hiring highly paid consultants. This is just their history, Madam Speaker. It needs to stop now. We're here to fight for people.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I understand that the NDP will be voting in favour of this motion. The first resolve clause in the preamble, or the first whereas clause in the preamble, says that the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. I'm wondering if the member can comment on what costs of government he thinks are driving up the cost of living.
Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll just start with the government financing oil and gas. I mean, they make these huge investments in industries that are, that have had $147 billion in profit last year, and here they are subsidizing, building the Trans Mountain Pipeline that's skyrocketing out of control. Outsourcing is built into this whole thing, Madam Speaker, this whole regime of waste of taxpayers' dollars that could all be going to helping Canadians, to helping improve the lives of Canadians so they can get access to medicine, Madam Speaker, housing, the things that they actually need to live.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very technical speech. He did his research, and I always appreciate when colleagues provide data that can help us in this debate. Obviously, in the motion before us, it seems somewhat naive. The Conservatives always say, if we eliminate the $54 billion in ArriveCan, it could help Canadian inflation. Well, anyway, there's something in the news today that was interesting. It said, we knew this, but Canada is the second biggest investor in fossil fuels of the G20. We're talking about millions a year. And now we're learning that we're missing money for food banks. Thousands of Canadians are reducing the size of their meals, and they're eating less healthy foods because they want to save money. So can we invest that $8.5 billion to help people here in Canada?
For Courtney Alberni.
This is the whole story of the whole regime between the Conservatives and the Liberals, Madam Speaker. It's about them bailing out their friends, whether it be big oil, big grocery, the big banks. This is what they do. They don't want to go after them and make them pay their fair share. Instead, they leave Canadians hung out to dry. And this outsourcing thing that we're talking about today, Madam Speaker, is again part of their history and their story. It's about their friends, these expensive consultants that hire expensive consultants. Phoenix Pay System, the Conservatives started, Madam Speaker, is supposed to save over $80 million a year. It's cost $2.4 billion, Madam Speaker. They're not innocent over here, Madam Speaker, but they carried it on. They kept going with it, the Liberals, Madam Speaker, and it needs to end, and we're going to be here to stop and fight for the Auditor General to come in and look at this, Madam Speaker. It needs to change. We're going to stand up for Canadians and make sure that Canadians get the support that they actually deserve.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Member from Courtney Alberni, who's doing a fantastic job on government operations, looking for accountability, holding this government accountable. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the Honourable Member, what reflections would he have on the importance of having a whistleblower regime so that when public sector employees find waste or find any kind of malfeasance, they have the ability to step forward and be protected so that they don't have reprisals in their workplace?
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni, 25 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this needs a deep dive, and it needs support from all parties. We need to work collectively on this. Right now, there's been 18 complaints that have actually come through out of 500 that actually made it to the Commissioner, Madam Speaker, to look at it, and not one has made it to the tribunal. This is not okay, Madam Speaker. That's actually impossible to imagine, that not one whistleblower complaint would have gone through to the tribunal and been supported that work.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
I'll be sharing my time with the member for New Brunswick Southwest, Madam Speaker. It's important that we're able to all speak on this important issue today, have as many voices as possible, because Canadians are facing a cost of living crisis. And the cause is made right here in Canada. And the $54 million Arrive scam is one of a litany of examples of how the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. And the more this Prime Minister spends, the more Canadians are finding that things cost. We're seeing higher prices, and Canadians are very concerned as they get that first fill up of home heating fuel, their propane or their oil. Canadians who get their first natural gas bill, they're looking at that. They're seeing the taxes on the taxes, see their carbon tax on there, and they're concerned. What are these bills going to look like when they get a fuel delivery in January? What is the government doing to help control the costs that Canadians, the expenses that Canadians have? Are they committing to cutting taxes? Nope. They're raising taxes. Are they committing to getting their spending under control? No, they're not. Well, are they being accountable for the spending that they've undertaken? Well, that's what we're doing today. We want accountability. We want an audit. And I think that that's, of course, something the government should be able to vote in favor of, is an audit. Because when we look at what was spent, you take a look at the public accounts, 40% of the spending, the deficit spending that this government undertook, was not related to the pandemic, because they'll say, well, Conservatives voted in favor of helping people who needed help during the pandemic. But we're not talking about that spending. We're talking about the waste and the excess and the insider deals. And there was an awful lot of that. And that's why every single minute, now, if you can believe it, you read the public accounts that were published last week, every single minute of last year, the government incurred $170,000, more than $170,000 of new debt. That's staggering. You know, a family, two income earners in a family, if they were each making $40,000 to provide a living for their family, they couldn't even put a dent in it, a dent in 1 minute of the debt that this government racked up that year. It's unbelievable. Canadians are going to, because of that, Canadians are going to pay higher prices for everything. We know they're paying higher prices for their homes. We know that now they're going to pay higher prices for their mortgages, for the interest that they pay, credit cards, their line of credit. We know that their rent is going up, $2,600 a month for one-bedroom apartment in Vancouver, $2,300 a month for the same in Toronto. So it's more important than ever that Canadians extract accountability from their government. And $54 million on this failed app is an egregious number. But I fear that the number is actually much higher. And we're hoping to find that out. $54 million. But they don't even know where all of that money went. We saw that when members of this House asked the government for information, they came back and listed some of the contractors. Tens of millions of dollars in subcontracts. They're not willing to say who did the work or what work was done. But of the ones we do know, and the list was short, $1.2 million they claimed that they paid to a company. Well, that company says, we didn't do any of that work, and we didn't get a penny for it. The government says, oh, that was a mistake. It was actually someone else. It's bizarre that they're so, they were so quickly able to say, we made a mistake, but didn't know where the money actually went. I don't know about you, but when we're dealing in millions of Canadians' dollars, it's really important to know where we're sending the checks. Because when it came to support measures that some Canadians needed, they were less careful. Sending checks to prisoners, as an example, people convicted of crimes, and people who didn't need the help, who were gainfully employed, making great salaries with great benefits and great pensions. So you have to wonder, why were they so cavalier with these particular millions? Did they go to, I don't know, someone with an inside connection? We've seen before that folks who appear on the Liberal list end up, getting cushy order and council appointments and fat government contracts. I'll remind you, of course, that we saw $500 million try to get shoveled out the door to the Prime Minister's buddy at the WE organization. But Conservatives caught them. We saw when the Prime Minister was found to have broken ethics laws, that he was happy to take a vacation to Billionaire Island, but we caught him. And it's really about accountability. We know they're buddies at SNC-Lavalin, where we found that through the work of members here, a referral to the Ethics Commissioner, that the Prime Minister had inappropriately interfered in the criminal prosecution of his buddies at SNC-Lavalin, that there's another company that also does quite well under these Liberals. And recently, while we're having this cost of living crisis that Canadians are facing, and while there's scrutiny about this $54 million boondoggle, and I've talked to face-to-face dozens of CBSA officers who have signed up to protect our country, protect our borders, interdict weapons smuggling, drugs, human trafficking, and they're getting asked to be IT support for an app that doesn't work. They did not find it enhanced their ability to keep Canadians safe. It slowed the lines down. It slowed the movement of people. They can look at a certificate. If the government demanded proof of vaccination, if that was their decision, misguided as it may have been, they could have done that, and those customs officers could have verified those documents the same as they verify a passport, without a $54 million boondoggle with all kinds of pork to Liberal insiders. So while that's going on, we had the Prime Minister jet sets on one of his many travels, and does it in style, of course, private taxpayer-funded jet, and stays at the finest hotels, charges to the taxpayer. And you think, well, of course, he had to go to London. It was important that he was there. Well, what do you think that a hotel room, one room, should cost for a night? For a prime minister? What do you think? So we have the parliamentary secretary to the government house leader asking how much I think it should be. Well, I know it shouldn't be $6,000 a night, and the fact that these apologists are not demanding accountability, it speaks volumes, and that's why they're going to vote against this motion. So I look forward when the parliamentary secretary stands up in about 30 seconds, Madam Speaker, that he says that he will call for accountability because he believes in transparency. But that's not what he's going to say, Madam Speaker. We know that because that's the pattern. They spend Canadians into the poorhouse. Canadians are lined up at food banks in record numbers. And what do these Liberals say? Let them eat cake. We want accountability. That's exactly what we're going to get.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I find it somewhat humorous at times when the member decides to take that track about the character assassination, and he's talking about the costs, and he says facts. It's a fact. Let me give the member a fact, a real fact. Stephen Harper's Prime Minister travels to India. You wouldn't believe he spent $1 million. Not for him or for other people, $1 million to fly a car from Canada to India so he can have a place to drive.
Tell us more,
don't they realize that there are vehicles in India? Like really, $1 million Canadian tax dollars by the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on that stupid expenditure.
Hold on, I haven't recognized him. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, well, stupid is as stupid does, they say, Madam Speaker, and covering for a Prime Minister that claims that he's seized with a climate emergency, but burns more jet fuel in a single vacation on his taxpayer-funded jet than a Canadian family spends in an entire year in their carbon footprint. We know this is a very unserious government that's out of ideas, but while they're out of ideas, Canadians are out of money, and they need accountability from this government. That's why we're here. That's what we're going to get.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I'd like to ask him what he thinks about all the concealment surrounding the ArriveCAN file. The fact that we keep trying to hunt for information, and all this seems to have been done in secret.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, it's a great question from my honourable colleague. We have asked for basic transparency from the government, and they want to drag out for months document production. The information that they do provide is erroneous, and while I'd like to think that there's malice at play, it may very well just be incompetence, which is especially concerning when we're dealing with tens of millions of dollars. So we're going to continue to ask for this level of transparency, and hopefully with an independent audit, we'll get the answers that the government is concealing from Canadians, likely to protect the insiders who got rich.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. accountability is fundamental for all parliamentarians. But I remember, and I don't want to challenge him, remember he said a $500 million that was shoveled out the door to the Kielburger organization was upwards of $912 million without checks and balances. So we simply asked what was their capability of handling this program? How did it come about? That brought down the finance minister because we learned of this outrageous backroom connection between the Kielburger Group and the minister. But I want to ask my colleague, because he was on the committee, we never ended up finding out who owned all their companies, how many companies they had, how the money moved through their complex organization. And this was supposed to be a children's charity. And yet the Parliament of Canada couldn't get to the bottom of this. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he feels there's still unanswered questions about that deal that went down, attempted to go down between the Liberals and the Kielburger brothers.
The honourable for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes has just a little over a minute to respond.
Well, it's a big question for not a lot of time, and I thank the member for the question. And we, as opposition parties, we worked very hard to try and get answers for Canadians. And there's still a need. If folks at CRA are watching, I think an audit or two is well overdue for those folks at We Charity, because my goodness, shell companies and a spider web of an attempt to hide from transparency. And we know that they hid witnesses, they wouldn't reveal documents, and while it cost a finance minister his job, and we saw even more corruption, we still don't know all of the details when this government tried to give $912 million, nearly $1 billion, to buddies of the Prime Minister. It's incredibly concerning. We don't have all of the information. We want to know what happened with those property sales, this company that said that they were folding up. So it's another great example of accountability that Canadians deserve when this Liberal government is being cavalier with their tax dollars.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, as the MP for New Brunswick Southwest, I know firsthand how harmful ArriveCAN was on the lives and livelihoods of Canadians. That's because my riding in southwest New Brunswick borders the state of Maine, the United States of America. I have 5 international crossings, and many of these border points don't really feel like we're dealing with a foreign government, a distant government. That is because these cross-border communities were actually in place long before Confederation even. So these communities, with Maine residents on one side and New Brunswick residents on the other, have long lived together, shared services, emergency services, shared community activity. And so when the border was closed, that had a devastating impact. And the solution of ArriveCAN was a poor one. There is a very good reason why the Auditor General should conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCAN app, and to prioritize that investigation. The ArriveCAN scam disrupted lives and family relations, it damaged the Canadian economy, and infringed on mobility rights. We have discovered it was a costly government boondoggle rolled out by this Liberal government, which seems incapable of governing any federal institution in this country, whether it's passport offices, whether it's the CRA, whether it's social programs. This is a government that just can't shoot straight. They can't govern well, and as a result, costs are going up everywhere. And this program, like many others, was a costly and unnecessary bureaucratic exercise. It was also heavy-handed and trampled over the guaranteed constitutional rights of Canadians. First, the cost. Millions spent on a computer-based program and a mandate forcing all travelers, citizens and visitors alike, to register before entering Canada, or for citizens for coming home. Failing to do so could result in fines and/or forced lockup. Independent software developers tell us that this app could have been built for less than $250,000, $250,000.
Wow.
And could have been completed in a weekend, but not in Ottawa, not under this government. Instead, the Liberals spent an eye-popping $54 million.
Unbelievable.
And paid out millions to Liberal consultants.
Yep.
And of course, the government now won't tell us who received those payments.
Who got rich?
Who got rich? My colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lake spoke about the gross negligence that went towards the creation of the ArriveCAN scam. Regrettably, everything he said is true.
It's true.
$1.2 million paid to one company, the government said, and then the company stood up and said, we didn't receive a dime. Well, where'd that money go? The Auditor General needs to investigate this because the government is not coming clean with this Parliament and is not coming clean with Canadians. This entire program is in desperate need of an audit since Liberals won't tell the truth to Canadians. Canadians want to know what happened. Why was $54 million spent to control Canadians and strip away charter rights for a program that not only did not work, was not necessary? The Liberals, of course, they can't get their story straight. We need an investigation. We need an audit. Since the introduction of ArriveCAN and its subsequent mandatory use, I've always been amazed at the lack of concern the Liberal government has on a basic right that Canadians have. And that is anyone who is legally allowed to enter Canada either as a Canadian or permanent resident under the Liberals could now suddenly be denied re-entry of this country for the threat of a fine of up to $5,000 and or a 14-day quarantine because they did not register to come back into their own country. This is not something we see in democratic and free countries. Government requiring citizens to register as a condition to come home. Yet, the government thought nothing of this infringement. It was an infringement on charter rights, and there is no way around or to explain this away that a citizen coming home could be fined for doing just that if they didn't follow this government's rules. It was not just the invocation of the Emergencies Act that suspended civil liberties. The ArriveCAN did the same to Canadians for a much longer time. Liberals believe it's the party of the Charter, but this is difficult to square when we consider the actions they took while ArriveCAN was in place. Now, it is difficult to measure the economic impact on the Canadian economy, especially on the tourism sector, but we know there was a cost. And in fact, one part of my riding I think is quite revealing. Many of you have long heard me talk about Campobello Island, that unique island which is part of New Brunswick, and the only way on or off that island year-round is over a bridge to the state of Maine, to Lubec, Maine. This island is especially popular, and it has a population of only about 1,000 people, but it is especially popular with visitors from the United States because Campobello is home to the Roosevelt Campobello International Park. This is the summer home of FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the former American president, and his wife, Eleanor. It attracts tens of thousands of visitors from the United States every year in the summer. At least it did before the Canada-US border was closed, either because visitors were not allowed or a de facto closure with the ArriveCAN. According to my discussions with CBSA officials, American motorists that crossed into Campobello from the state of Maine, for every 3 cars that arrived, 2 were returned to the state of Maine because these U.S. visitors either were not aware of the ArriveCAN or hadn't completed it. And it's estimated that between 25 and 50% of those visitors who were sent back, didn't bother to complete the ArriveCAN, didn't come into Canada, and just returned to Maine and went elsewhere.
Oh, terrible.
Now, I don't know if that was because of a lack of quality internet in Lubec, if it was because senior citizens aren't familiar with apps and uploading medical documents, or if it's because these Americans just didn't feel comfortable about uploading documents into the database of a foreign country. But you know what could have happened? If the government had been more reasonable from the start, they could have allowed CBSA officials to screen individuals at land crossings that enter our country and to do their job. But they didn't. Instead, it was a bureaucratic mess. It caused hardship to Campobello. It caused hardship to tourist operators across New Brunswick, as well as across Canada. And like everything else, this government failed at its task to run the country in a way that doesn't penalize Canadians and working Canadians. Last week I was home in New Brunswick, in St. Andrews, where I know the Liberals came back from a summer caucus meeting, and I asked some of the operators how the season went. And the answer was great once the Americans were allowed in at the end of the summer. It has an impact when we close the border and don't allow our American friends in. The ArriveCAN was a costly and flawed program, and there are many, many questions for the auditor to look at. If ArriveCAN requires you to take a PCR test and schedules pickup by the government testing supplier, why were so many rural homes in my riding completely ignored for pickup? Why did the government not contract this pickup service to Canada Post and the rural post office carriers so rural homes could be serviced? How many PCR tests were left outside homes on doorsteps for pickup and never collected? Why were children who were ineligible for COVID vaccines forced into quarantine because of random selections?
Great question.
There are numerous questions that the auditor should look at. If this motion passes, I intend to forward these questions to the Auditor General of Canada, and I hope the House votes to pass this so we can get down and see what happened with the ArriveCAN scam. Thank you.
Here, here. Questions and comments? The Honourable for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It would be nice if the Conservatives could square a few things and pick a lane, because early in the pandemic, all we heard from the Conservatives was close the border, shut it down. And then, once the vaccines became more readily available, they sided with the people who would be just quite happy to have unvaccinated people spreading the virus back and forth across the American border. So where are you? Where are they? Pardon me. On this one. Is it they don't like ArriveCAN just simply because it does what it does?
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, I think Liberal members, I've heard this line of questioning before, as typical, I've forgotten a few important facts. When they were busy locking down Canadians, they kept the airports in this country open. Flights were coming in from around the world. They had it backwards. We should have been securing the borders, but they didn't do that. We had airports across the country where provincial officials were rushing to try to test people, to try to determine what has happened. This government closed its eyes to the problems abroad, focused on Canadians locking them down, and that is why the problem became as serious as it did, as fast as it did, because of this government's neglect, not because of what Canadians were doing in their homes and their communities across this country.
Order. I haven't called for questions and comments again, and so I would just ask members to wait till I do that before they speak. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Jean.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière, Madam Speaker. Our Conservative friends are talking to us about government expenditures that are increasing the cost of living. They're saying that we have to better use taxpayer money and eliminate waste. And they've identified $54 million in ArriveCAN. Yes, I agree that this is ridiculous. Last week we showed them something even more ridiculous, the monarchy. $67 million a year for the monarchy that could be cut very easily. But now let's go into the stratosphere of ridiculousness, which is the oil and gas sector that receives $8.5 billion. Not million, but billion dollars. And today we see that ExxonMobil has profits that went from $4.7 billion a year to $17.9 billion a year. And our Conservative friends are saying we have to support the oil and gas sector. And now they're only criticising $54 million. Isn't that not just indecent?
New Brunswick Southwest.
No, me quit.
Listen up. With this Liberal government here, many places show us egregious waste of public funds. I don't completely agree with my colleague. In my opinion, we have to support our energy sector in order to have prices that consumers can actually afford. The carbon tax and regulation has caused energy prices to skyrocket. So if there are solutions that will increase prices, then prices will increase. We have a king. I don't think it's a priority for Canadians to change that for now, and not a priority for Quebecers either. So that's a debate for another day. I say long live the king.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his interventions today, and I want to really think about what work the public service does to date. And we know that the public service is a very valuable service, especially throughout the pandemic. We've seen Canadians rely on the services of the public service. What we know as well is that this Liberal government supports outsourcing. We hear that from public service workers across Canada, that outsourcing is hurting our workers. Would the member agree that we need to protect the public service workers, ensure that there's quality for the taxpayer, and make sure these programs actually work?
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest, a brief answer, please.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate that coming from my colleague on the Public Accounts Committee. I tend to agree with that. I think the amount of outsourcing from this government is stratospheric. It is costing taxpayers way too much money. But I also think there's a quid pro quo. If we're going to rely on public servants need to show up and do their job. In my riding and across this country, Service Canada closed for too long during the pandemic. If Service Canada wasn't there when Canadian needs it most, I think a lot of Canadians will ask, why do we need Service Canada? So I agree with the member. Let's rely on our public servants, but at the same time, let's ensure they do the job they've been hired to do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with my colleague and friend, the member from Hochelaga. Where to start? You know, I think maybe a good starting point on this debate is to take a look in terms of what it is that we've actually had to overcome over the last couple of years and what brings us to where we are today. And it wasn't that long ago, Madam Speaker, when the pandemic hit the world. And I say the world, you know, there are some Conservatives that genuinely believe that maybe Canada was in a position in which we could have been completely, avoided the pandemic. And it took a little while, I'd suggest to you, Madam Speaker, but I think that Canadians from coast to coast understood that the pandemic was going to have an impact here in Canada. It is a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that when it hit Canada, it dictated that governments at all levels needed to take action. When it came to Canada, the national government here in Ottawa, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, and the insistence in terms of working with all Canadians, no matter what political stripe, and the many different stakeholders, the different levels of government, Indigenous people, and so many others, in order to minimize the negative impact of the pandemic, we had a Team Canada approach, Madam Speaker. And it's truly amazing in terms of what it is that we were able to pull together in a relatively short time span. Need I remind others across the way that there were programs that were developed virtually from nothing in order to support Canadians in all regions of the country. Many of those programs which included the expenditure of billions and billions and billions, etc., of dollars, were actually voted on by every member of this chamber, and they voted unanimously to support that expenditure, Madam Speaker. If you listen to some of the blocs or some of the Conservatives, you would think that there was a lot of politicization of the tendering process, the procurement process. Reality check here. There are entrepreneurs throughout this country of all political stripes. And not only did some of those liberal entrepreneurs receive contracts, but the same happened to conservative entrepreneurs, New Democratic entrepreneurs, even bloc entrepreneurs, Madam Speaker, and to the New Democrat that said, we have some of those. Yes, there are some NDP entrepreneurs that are out there. All were given, because there's a process that's in place, Madam Speaker. You know, they talk about, they name an organization and then they put the word scandal behind it, assuming that it's an official scandal if all they have to do is put the word scandal behind it. Well, see, there you go. You know, the most natural scandal is the word conservative followed by the word scandal. But having said that, Madam Speaker, you know, they cite we as, wow, this is it. This is the gold mine of all scandals. You know, we actually has contracts with the Manitoba government, conservative government.
No.
Hard to believe, but yes.
Unbelievable.
They also had contracts with the Saskatchewan government, another conservative government, Madam Speaker.
You would never have known.
You know, the bottom line is that when we needed to be able to work with industries, work with entrepreneurs, work with Canadians in general, there was a need and there was a process. And to try to say that, you know, you identify a liberal entrepreneur and say, oh, that's corrupt because a liberal entrepreneur won a contract, it does a disservice to all of us. That's right. And that's really the sad aspect of this, Madam Speaker. Because at the end of the day, Canadians expected government to work at delivering. And this is what we did, Madam Speaker. We worked with other levels of government and the many different stakeholders that I made mention of. And it helped. You know, 9 million, I believe around 9 million Canadians that received CERB, even though now we're being criticized for providing that program for many people that actually received some of those benefits. But at the time, we were being criticized, but we weren't moving fast enough, and we should be more generous. What about the tens of thousands of jobs, Madam Speaker, that were saved because of the wage subsidy program? We can go into the ArriveCan, which is being suggested, well, let's get the Auditor General to look into it. That's what seems to be the support coming from the Democrats, the Bloc, and the Conservatives today, Madam Speaker. It's being looked at in standing committee in terms of what's taken place. CBSA is doing a full review of the issue also, Madam Speaker. The government's not running or hiding from anything here, but the Conservatives want to attach the word scandal to it and attach numbers and not giving any sorts of details, Madam Speaker. And that's what it is that they want to debate, to try to give a false impression that there's scandal after scandal after scandal. You know, I was here when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister. What was it like? You know, I can tell you that whether it was Muskoka, the riding of Muskoka, and the minister or Mr. Clements, and you want to talk about scandals, you know, take a look at the Senate issue. But it's not about scandals, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you It's about providing the supports that were absolutely necessary at the time to protect Canadians. And that's what the ministers were charged to do. And ArriveCan was a part of that. And I suspect over the coming days and weeks and months ahead that we will continue to look at manners in which public dollars were being spent. There needs to be a sense of accountability. We don't need to be reminded of that. After all, I remember when the Prime Minister first became the leader of the Liberal Party. And one of the first actions we did was we had called for proactive disclosure from MPs on how they were spending money, Madam Speaker, and where we requested unanimous leave in order to enact it, and the Conservatives said no to that.
Of course they did.
You know, we're not trying to hide anything, Madam Speaker. We, as all members, would like to be able to ensure that the tax dollar is very important to all of us, that it is being appropriately spent, Madam Speaker. And we have systems in place to ensure that there's a high level of accountability. The leader of the Conservative Party, in his speech, emphasized the issue of inflation. And, you know, it's truly amazing how the Conservatives seem to be completely out of touch with what's happening around the world and seem to think that Canada needs to do more. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I'm concerned about the price of groceries, the price of widgets at our local communities' stores. That concerns me, as it concerns all Liberal members of Parliament. That's why we're bringing forward things like Bill C-31, the dental plan, the rental plan, to support Canadians. By the way, the Conservatives voted against that. They talk about inflation and doing things, but when it comes up to standing up for Canadians, they stand up to say no. Madam Speaker, there's sure things that we can do, and we shouldn't settle, even though Canada's inflation rate is better than what's happening in the US or England or most of the European countries. We can still do more on the issue, and we will continue to look at ways in which we can make things easier for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Here's how standards have fallen with this Liberal government. Back when the Conservatives were in office, this chamber was seized with a glass of orange juice purchased in London that cost $16. Today, it's a hotel bill that costs $6,000, and the government won't even come clean about who stayed there. We know it was the Prime Minister, but that's how this government has lost its way. It won't even be honest with Canadians. My question for the member is straightforward. If the contractors identified by the government were never paid, this $1.2 million is one example, but I'm sure there are others. Who then, what companies have access to this data that they've received for these contracts? If you don't want to make it about money, let's talk about privacy. Which companies have access to the private information of Canadians through these contracts that the government's not willing to reveal to Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I guess I have more faith in the procurement process and our public servants.
That's right.
And this is something in which the Conservatives do not have. And it's one of the things that we should all be somewhat concerned of. And we saw that in terms of the independent offices. In regards to the shots that the Conservatives continue to want to use, and they cite the issue of London, and earlier today, I asked a very simple question to one of its Conservative colleagues. You know, why did Stephen Harper spend $1 million to fly a car from Canada to India so he has something to drive in? Why $1 million to fly a car to India? And the member opposite would have been here and been very much aware of the issue that I'm referring to.
That was different, though.
Questions?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his impassionate speech. If the Bloc believes that the granting process isn't clear, it's because it's a Liberal habit. we shouldn't mix accusations and the truth. So my question is as follows. How can he defend the undefendable in this case?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can easily explain that what we have is in place a procedure through Procurement Canada. There's manners in which are put in place to protect the public interest when it comes to spending public dollars. I have faith in that. It doesn't mean that it's an absolute total blind faith. I do believe that there is a need for accountability, and that's one of the reasons why I'm a strong advocate for our standing committees. I think standing committees have a very important role. And in fact, on this very issue, the issue that we're debating today is before the OGO Standing Committee.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I almost said another one, so.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his speech. You know, I used to sit on the Forest Appeals Commission in British Columbia, and there we would hear at appeal hearings forest companies who would blame their contractors for some misdemeanor, and the contractors would blame their subcontractors, and the subcontractors would blame their subcontractors. I'm just wondering if the member could comment here on the practice of hiring teams to assemble teams that not only balloons the cost of a project like the ArriveCAN app, but shields it from any sort of transparency.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. For me, it's all about how do we best get the job done that needs to be done. And we have to look, when you think of the ArriveCAN application, you have to put it in the context of the pandemic, the concerns that Canadians had coast to coast to coast, and what was available at the time in terms of going through the process of developing, because it's very sensitive data that's being collected. I would imagine that if any of that data would have been released, you would have gotten a howling that would have been taking place. You have to take the necessary precautionary measures and have faith in the system, and it doesn't mean that it's perfect. We will get to find out. CBSA, as I say, is doing a review. OGA, as a standing committee, is looking into it. We will get to the bottom in terms of what has taken place. I'm confident of that.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my turn to speak today and perhaps reiterate several things that we've already heard in this House, but they're still important to repeat them. Our government understands that many Canadians are struggling with the rising cost of living and continue to face higher prices when they go to the grocery store or when they pay their rent. For many families, it's increasingly difficult to make ends meet. Inflation is a global phenomenon and is a persistent consequence of the COVID pandemic. It has been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, supply chain disruptions, and it affects people and businesses around the world. While Canada's inflation rate is lower at 6.9% than many of our peers, such as the US 8.2%, the UK 10.1%, and Germany 10%, we know that many Canadians are struggling, and we're not out of the woods yet. It will continue to be a difficult time for many Canadians, and it will be difficult for them to pay their bills, for our friends, our families, and neighbors. We see how grocery costs are rising constantly. Our economy will slow down, like economies around the world will do, as central banks act to fight inflation. There will be people whose mortgage payments will rise, businesses and entrepreneurs for whom businesses will be less buoyant than it has been since the beginning of the pandemic. And it is likely that our unemployment rate will no longer be at its lowest. Canadians are concerned, and that's why we're moving forward with measures to support those who need it most when they need it most. Our plan is about making life more affordable, with measures totaling $12.1 billion to help Canadians make ends meet and provide for their families. Our plan includes an enhanced Canada Workers benefit that will put up to $2,400 more into the pockets of low-income families, reducing childcare costs by an average of 50% by the end of this year, a 10% increase in OAS for those over age 75 and already in place for 4 months, dental care for Canadians with family incomes under $90,000 per year, starting with children under 12. A one-time $500 extra payment coming this year to help renters struggling to meet housing costs, a doubling of the tax GST credit for 6 months, which will provide additional targeted assistance to around 11 million families, and of course not forgetting our key support programs such as the CCB and the GST credit, which will increase because they've already been indexed to inflation. The measures that we are introducing as part of our affordability plan do not add fuel to the fire of inflation. They simply provide targeted and fiscally responsible assistance to those who need it most. Unfortunately, it's clear we cannot support every Canadian like we did during COVID. We had implemented exceptional emergency measures that kept people safe and solvent at the height of the pandemic. But we cannot fully compensate every Canadian for the inflation they're facing today. This inflation is once again being fueled by the global pandemic and Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Canadians understand that doing so will only make inflation worse and longer, which is clearly not what we want. Moreover, it would force the Bank of Canada to hike interest rates even higher. As we emerge from the COVID pandemic and support those hit hardest by inflation, we continue to pursue a tight fiscal policy. Indeed, this year, the IMF expects Canada to have the lowest deficit as a percentage of GDP amongst the G7 countries. On the one hand, the lowest total government deficit and the lowest net debt burden. And this trend is expected to be kept up for the next 3 years in our country. And while many Canadian families are having to tighten their belts and make tough choices because of inflation, our government is doing the same thing to make sure we don't make things worse, and we're doing the responsible thing. Madam Speaker, our government believes that everyone should have a safe, affordable, and dignified place to live. But this goal, which is taken for granted for many previous generations, is increasingly out of reach for far too many Canadians. Rents continue to rise across the country, pushing people further and further away from where they work and live, and it's even more visible and invisible in terms of homelessness. And this is why Bill C-31 proposes a one-time supplement to the Canada Housing Benefit Program, which will provide a tax-free payment of $500 as direct support to low-income tenants. This payment would provide direct assistance to those who are most vulnerable to inflation and experiencing housing difficulties. An estimated 1.8 million low-income renters, including students, who are struggling to pay for housing would be eligible for this new assistance. This one-time payment is part of a broader package of initiatives introduced in Budget 2022 that will invest more than $9 billion to make housing more affordable, in particular by alleviating the supply shortages that are a major cause of high housing prices. Madam Speaker, at a time when many families are facing the rising cost of living, our government understands that it can be hard to afford the dental care they need. Unfortunately, 1/3 of Canadians currently do not have dental coverage, and the 2018 Canadian Community Health Survey suggests that Canadians without insurance were about 3 times more likely than those with it to avoid seeing a dental professional due to cost. And that's why, with Bill C-31, continuing to move forward, we are proposing help for uninsured families with children under the age of 12 to get the dental care they need. The Canada Dental Benefit will provide parents of children under 12 who do not have access to dental insurance, with direct payments of up to $655 a year for a total of $1,300 per child over the next 2 years for dental care services starting this year. It is expected that 500,000 Canadian children will benefit from this targeted investment of $938 million. Madam Speaker, our government knows that these are challenging times for the world and for all Quebecers and Canadians, and that is why we're moving forward with our plan to make life more affordable for those who are most vulnerable. And on Thursday, our Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister will present the fall economic statement, which will outline how our government will continue to build an economy that benefits everyone. Canadians can count on us to continue to manage our finances responsibly while supporting those who need it most when they need it most. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She talked about C31. She talked about the housing support. But unfortunately, there is a housing crisis. And I spoke with an economist last week, and we need 6,000 units built in Quebec. And they haven't built even one unit yet. We have to start on this next year. And also, it costs thousands of people for people who live in low-income housing in Quebec. So they can't just send money one time. We should have built affordable housing. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He knows, like I do, in the last budget, we did invest $14 billion more in housing. We reinvested in a third rapid housing initiative. And if there's one place where they have rapid housing that was boosted, it was in Quebec. And right now, the benefit that we're putting in place for people in need, well, in Quebec, fortunately, many people who are already in low-income rent, they will receive federal support, and my colleague knows this full well.
And comments. The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Chair, thank you to my colleague for her speech. She talked about housing affordability. Certainly my riding, which is part of Metro Vancouver, we have a real housing affordability crisis. I was talking to a young family whose mortgage payments are just going, they've just been told are going up $700 a month, which makes the government's $500 rental assistance plan really pale in significance. I wonder if the member could comment on the government understanding the fundamentals of an economy that drive inflation and interest rates. That's the real solution.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd like to remind him that his party voted against measures in our budget, particularly those measures who would help families in need, particularly in terms of housing. I'd also like to remind him that we made a commitment to look at foreign investment and to give a percentage of companies abroad to invest in the market. And we also have to work on programs that will give first-time home buyers access to the market across the country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canadians are worried about privatization, whether that's in the public healthcare system that's being privatized now, or when it comes to public services like the ones we're talking about today, the ArriveCan app. The Globe and Mail reported that in January, the federal government spent $11.8 billion in the 2021 fiscal year on outsourcing contracts, a 41.8% increase from the 2015-2016 fiscal year. Additionally, the Professional Institute of Public Services of Canada filed over 2,500 grievances where work was outsourced rather than assigned to the existing expertise in the public service. Madam Speaker, the question the Canadians have, why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd like to remind him that throughout the pandemic, if you're talking about support for healthcare across the country, for every $10 invested across the country, 8 came from the federal government. We have to make sure we support the pandemic situation as best possible across the country with respect to procurement and the way that the public service works. I'd like to repeat the words of my colleague earlier. We trust our system and public services and departments and people who work, unlike other members of this House. We also believe in the independence of the public service system. I hope my colleague does as well. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to participate in today's debate on one of the fundamental reasons I got involved in politics. And 14 years ago, provincially and then federally, namely, proper management of public finances. Every dollar, Madam Speaker, that the government has within its hands, it's not because they fell from the sky. It's because someone worked hard, produced something, someone saved, and the government seized this money through taxes to be able to then properly manage it. And what concerns us today is that the government did not manage things properly. It was the famous story of ArriveCan, that app. This project initially could have had some normal aspects when we had people coming to Canada and they had to go through a test to make sure there were no issues. It was clear, but under this Liberal government that is spending without counting and has never in 7 years shown control in spending and says it has these wonderful principles with respect to debt and deficits, but our children will have to pay these. And then we have this financial catastrophe that's called ArriveCan. Madam Speaker, let's go over the facts. It was at a time, well, roughly a year ago, when the government initiated this process to allow people to come to Canada and fill out a questionnaire. My brother, who is an engineer and a Canadian citizen who now lives in Portugal, well, he came to Canada last spring. My brother is an engineer. He was one of the first people to program computers at Laval University, and he's clearly an expert. And one of the first things we discussed, aside from our personal affairs, he said to me, "What's this ArriveCan thing?" And he said, "Well, what's this all about? We have to fill it out. It's complicated. It's not working. I have to do this and that." And Madam Speaker, if my brother, who is an engineer, who has done many studies, had difficulties with this app, imagine what it's like for a simple Canadian who's not used to such endeavors. So first, this was poorly designed. And then when we look at the way it was managed, it's even worse, Madam Speaker. The Canadian government spent $54 million, taxpayers' money from Canadians who saved, who worked hard, and money from companies. They took these taxes and they did not manage it properly because this was a fiasco. A fiasco over an app that almost never works, an app that was almost anything but user-friendly for people who had to fill it out, and also a fiasco because more than 10,000 people had to live in quarantine because of it. And above all, Madam Speaker, we had poor financial management, $54 million. And it was shown that an expert in programming, well, he said that he could have done this over a weekend in his basement for roughly $250,000. But the Canadian government, the Liberals, spent $54 million on this. So, Madam Speaker, this is why we are asking in this motion today for the Auditor General. Well, it is more important than ever for the government to respect taxpayers' monies and eliminate wasteful spending. No one can be against that. The House call on the Auditor General, who is neutral, to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCan app, and to prioritize this investigation. End of quote. Madam Speaker, how can we be opposed to transparency? Can we not just reflect about how we can look at this? Can we vote against this? We should allow the Auditor General to do her job. There are hundreds of thousands of Canadian families who were not able to travel because of this app. 10,000 people found themselves in quarantine because of it, and more than $54 million at first glance that seems to have been poorly invested because someone else could have done it for less. So, Madam Speaker, it's our job here at this House of Commons to look at this. Regardless of what your political stripes are, we were all elected to make sure that public funds are properly managed. And here is a clear case of mismanagement. And here is a golden opportunity to do a deep dive and see why things didn't happen, why they should have, and to avoid future errors. And that is why I don't see how anyone here in this House could be opposed to doing our work and to asking the AG to do hers. And probably, Madam Speaker, the departments will be somewhat ashamed to show how they manage public funds, and rightly so. Let's remember that 7 years ago, the day after the election campaign, and this party, headed by the member of Papineau, was boasting, saying that we're just going to run small deficits, and then we're going to stimulate the economy. And what was the result, Madam Speaker? Anything but that. They ran up bigger and bigger deficits year after year, 3 times what they were under the former finance minister, and then they ended their first term with a debt of more than $100 billion. So deficit after deficit.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to say that I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Calgary-Middenpoor. So let's come to the situation that we're facing today with a deficit. Because when the Liberal government was elected, it said that it would have small deficits, but instead it lined up 4 large deficits in a row, and that was before the pandemic. That was before the pandemic and all of its concerns. Then when the pandemic started, we all knew that given that it was an emergency, there could be deficits. In 2008, 2009, and 2010, when we were at the head of the government, our country went through the worst recession since 1929. So our government had to run deficits. But as of 2015, our government had managed to balance the budget. And we were the first country to manage to get our head above water after the recession. That's responsible government. But this government ran deficits during a period of growth. We knew that the pandemic would cause a deficit, but not this kind of deficit. The PBO recently concluded that $205 billion of deficit have nothing to do with COVID. That's out of 500 billion. So 40% of our current debt under this government has nothing to do with COVID. So when we're told that it's all about an emergency, well, the government should have been vigilant. I remember a few months after the beginning of the pandemic, during the summer, when the pandemic calmed down a little bit, who was meeting with businesses, anyone rather who met with businesses and how they were having trouble finding employees, anyone would have been told that this was creating problems, that CERB was creating problems, and that it was paying people to stay home and not work. It was useful during the pandemic, but then later, people were being paid to stay home. That's the unfortunate reality. And we raised that issue, but the government kept attacking us and calling us names, but that was a reality. And that's why today, Madam Speaker, that the inflation that is affecting people so badly has to do with this government's bad management. Now, I know that our friends across the way are going to say that everyone in the world is in a recession. Let's remember what the future leader of the Liberal Party, Mark Carney, has said, which is that it's mainly a domestic issue. Even the Minister of Finance finally opened his eyes and realized that we should finally do something to reduce expenses. So I ardently hope that this government will vote in favor of our motion so that Canadians can understand what happened.
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member would agree that one has to put things into a proper perspective. So when you talk about ArriveCan, for example, it is in fact something that was absolutely necessary in order to protect the interests of Canadians and their health. And when you take a look at the application, there's also more to it. You can talk about the data bank. You can talk about the security issue. Imagine, if you will, the sensitive information that's being put into there, and today's cybersecurity and so forth. I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to, it's not as simple as saying, well, it would have only cost a Conservative government $250,000 to do what it is that's being done, has been done through the ArriveCan, and if he could provide his thoughts on that.
The Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North. I don't know why, but I know he's writing pretty well. Maybe it's because sometimes he rises up and asking questions. Never good question, but asking questions. So, Madam Speaker, seriously, well, the best way to answer to his question is not me. It will be the Vérificateur Général, who will do her job. She's there for that. She's there to analyze each and every penny that this government is spending. We have seen ArriveCan, which is normal to have a system to evaluate the possibility of someone who is coming at home. We do understand that. But why was it so difficult to everybody? My brother, who is an engineer, had difficulty to address it, like millions of people, hundreds of thousands of people who had to address it. So, Madam Speaker, the best person to answer to that question is the Vérificateur Général, and I'm quite sure the member will support this motion.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our colleague was talking about good financial management, financial fiascos, and he said that ArriveCan cost $54 million, and he's right about that. But there's another much bigger fiasco, and it has to do with what I'd call the sacred cows of the Liberal Party. The monarchy costs $65 million a year. And going beyond that, Liberal support to the oil and gas sector, which costs $8.5 billion a year. ExxonMobil alone has managed to raise its profits to nearly $19 billion. And yet our Conservative colleagues are telling us to get rid of the carbon tax and further support the oil and gas sector. So what's the real fiasco here? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. I'm always very pleased to listen to my colleague, but I'd like to remind him of our realities. In his writing, as elsewhere in Canada, people still need so-called fossil fuels. More than 45% of the oil we use, and I assume he uses oil, and I'm sure if he doesn't, a lot of people in his writing do. 45% of that comes from where? Texas. But my colleague doesn't seem to want us to support the Canadian energy sector because they say that that's not energy we want. But it's all very well to indulge in magical thinking. But 45% of the energy used in Quebec comes from Texas. If these people want to support Texas, that's all very well, but I prefer to support Canada. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
We need to put this in perspective. During COVID, there was a crisis. We had to get projects approved. We had to get them out of the door. But that still required oversight. And for example, the government suddenly announced upwards of $912 million to the WE charity, the Kielburger Brothers. It was the duty of the staff to say, wait, there's a whole series of holes in this plan. But what we saw was that Finance Minister Bill Morneau and we can see this in the Ethics Commissioner's report, had a very unhealthy relationship with the WE Group. He had them in his office. He was basically working for them. So the oversight that should have been in place wasn't there. I want to ask my honourable colleague about the importance that we sometimes have to get projects off the ground, but the importance of having oversight and accountability to make sure we don't end up with these kind of dumb boondoggles.
Une brève réponse, l'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Well, to be brief, Madam Speaker, I totally agree with my colleagues, and this is why we have a job to do. And the vérificateur général, sorry for that, I just have this word in French, but the vérificateur général has a job to do, and I'm sure that everybody will say to the vérificateur général, do your job.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, this motion is about an application that was supposed to cost $80,000. But instead, Madam Speaker, it ended up costing $54 million. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, a group said of experts that they could have created this app for $200,000 in a weekend. But what this app represents, Madam Speaker, is so much more than the app itself. It represents the level of government bloat that we have come to see under this costly coalition. It represents the lack of transparency that we've come to expect from this coalition. And most of all, Madam Speaker, it reflects the serious situation that Canada finds itself in now of inflation and the cause, inflationary spending. Madam Speaker, as you know, the bank rate started this year at 0.25%. It recently, as you know, has jumped to 3.75%. And it's true, Madam Speaker, that there have been some external factors which have contributed to this rate hike. Of course, there is the oil price spike, which began with the recovery of demand after COVID and was made worse by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That was one of those external factors. Also was China's hyper-restrictive COVID lockdowns disrupting international supply chains. But there's been a consensus, Madam Speaker, that the main reason for this inflation is inflationary spending by this costly coalition. Now, Madam Speaker, there was also another article recently published by one of my favorite economists, Jack Mintz. And in this, he points to a study of the U.S. Federal Reserve last July. And it concluded that countries with the largest spending binges tended to have much higher inflation rates. So this is not something that is unique to Canada, Madam Speaker. It's something that has been seen as a trend, but certainly something that this costly coalition is guilty of. We know, Madam Speaker, that Canada's headline inflation rate eased to 6.9% from a peak of 8.1%, but food costs are still accelerating and underlying price pressures remain sticky. At the same time, as I mentioned, the Bank of Canada hiked interest rates by 350 basis points in just 7 months. Just 7 months, Madam Speaker, one of its sharpest tightening campaigns ever to try to force inflation back to what was supposed to be a 2% target. And unfortunately, the bank last week signaled its tightening campaign was nearing its peak, but made clear that it was not done yet as it hiked rates by a 50 basis point to a fresh 14-year, Madam Speaker, 14-year high. Madam Speaker, the average family will spend $3,000 more next year as a result of these inflationary effects. Food inflation, Madam Speaker, is at a 40-year high. Grocery prices have been raised by 11.4%, and interest rates are going up. Energy costs are up 100 to 150%, some even 300%. And winter is coming, of course, Madam Speaker. Mortgage payments, groceries, fuel, consumer goods, it's all gone up. Now, Madam Speaker, again, we talk about what other nations are doing, and there are other nations which have managed to fare much better than Canada. Japan, Switzerland, Taiwan, and Hong Kong have all managed to keep their rates below 3%, Madam Speaker. And you know what? Other nations, Madam Speaker, are providing tax relief to their citizens. 51 other national governments have provided some form of tax relief. That includes more than half of G7, G20 countries, 2/3 of these countries in the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. They found at least 25 countries are choosing to provide tax reliefs at the pump. Australia cut its gas tax in half. The United Kingdom announced billions of dollars of fuel tax relief. The Netherlands cut gas tax by 17 cents per liter, Madam Speaker. South Korea cut its taxes at the pump by 30%. India cut gas taxes to keep inflation low, thus helping, Madam Speaker, the poor and middle classes. But instead, the Prime Minister is also choosing to take more money from Canadians' pay. If you make $65,000 this year, Madam Speaker, the federal government is taking nearly $4,500 directly from your pay through Canada Pension Plan and employment insurance taxes. Your employer is also coughing up an extra $4,800. This year, the annual payroll tax bill, including employer and employee payments, by $818 for each middle-class worker increased. And over the past decade, 7 of which this government has been in power, Madam Speaker, it increased by $2,435. Madam Speaker, our peers are choosing to reduce income taxes. We believe high taxes reduce incentives to work, said UK Chancellor of the Exchequer, Kwasi Kwarteng, as he announced payroll tax relief. Down under, the Australian government said that by putting more in their pockets, families will keep more of what they can earn, allowing them to spend more on what they need, as is provided by permanent tax cuts of up to $2,500 and for individuals in 2022-2023. 18 countries, including Belgium, Germany, and Norway, chose to save their citizens money by reducing consumption taxes, Madam Speaker. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, many nations, which I have named, have made the choice to provide tax relief to Canadians. This costly coalition, this Liberal NDP coalition, Madam Speaker, has not chosen that. And guess what, Madam Speaker? The numbers are in. Canada ran a $90.2 billion deficit last year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that deficit is equivalent to almost $2,400 per Canadian. And at the rate of, wait for it, $172,000 of new debt for every single minute of the fiscal year, Madam Speaker, not a small amount. It also means Canada's total debt now stands well north of $1 trillion. And as of March 31st, the Government of Canada also had an accumulated deficit of $1.13 trillion, Madam Speaker. And we wonder, where's this coming from? Well, the Auditor General says there are $500 million in overpayments to civil servants that need to be collected, Madam Speaker. And a new report from Canada's Auditor General said that 28% of civil servants in its sampling had errors in their pay. 28%, Madam Speaker. If a government can't even handle the payroll, why should they handle our nation's finances or even our country for that, Madam Speaker? Another example, Madam Speaker, of this wasteful spending. $12 million to Loblaws for new fridges. Madam Speaker, where are Canadians at with this, Madam Speaker? Well, I will tell you. 47% of respondents in a survey of Canadians felt their finances had worsened over the last year. 53%, Madam Speaker, believe that we will be in a recession next year, and even worse, 30% believe that we are in a recession right now, Madam Speaker. So Canadians have long forgotten the sunny ways of the NDP Liberal coalition. But, Madam Speaker, the good news is that relief is on the way. Relief is on the way with a Conservative government, where we pledge no new taxes. We pledge the pay-as-you-go system. For every new dollar of spending, we must find a new dollar of savings, Madam Speaker. So you see, this motion today, Madam Speaker, isn't just about a $54 million application that was supposed to cost $80,000 that experts say that they could have made for $200,000. It's about much more than that, Madam Speaker. It is about how this NDP Liberal coalition lost their way and how they need to stop the taxes and stop the inflationary spending. Now, stop. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just looking for a little clarification, and perhaps the member can help. The very first result, whereas clause in the motion says, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. The NDP, when I asked them about this, said that that was referring to oil subsidies. But what I heard the Leader of the Opposition and the finance critics say this morning was that there were more and more government employees that were being hired, and that's what they were being critical of. I just want to make sure the NDP know what they're voting for here. Can this member confirm in that first whereas clause, are we talking about are we talking about oil subsidies there, or are we talking about more and more federal employees that have been hired?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague from Kingston and the Islands for that question. Well, it's true, Madam Speaker. Numbers have come back, and there actually has been a significant number of increase of full-time equivalents, without a doubt, and in fact, even more than was planned as originally. And the unfortunate thing, Madam Speaker, is this has been without the improvement of services to Canadians. Canadians are still waiting for their passports. There's still incredible backlog in our immigration system. So this government is clearly not up to the task. This Liberal NDP government is clearly not up to the task of not only reducing spending, but spending and getting results for Canadians, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a part of the speech that I agree with. First of all, saying that on a part of the motion, the idea of casting a light on the astronomical amounts of money spent on ArriveCan, an application that received more complaints than positive reviews. We denounced the fiasco of this application, which cost a fortune, and we have to cast a light on that, of course. But I am concerned in these times where people are in need. We are probably in an imminent recession. There will be an economic statement on Thursday. Helping the most vulnerable, helping our 65-year-olds and up. Workers are being abandoned. Why not talk about that? There is an ensemble of questions, social questions, that should be raised, services that should be strengthened. Is this the kind of measures that the Conservatives are ready to support or not?
For Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. For me, it is eminently clear that we agree with regards to transparency, of course. I also believe that we agree with the notion that this app cost far too much. But I believe that the most important aspect is that we need to have value for money. And that is what we cannot see right now. Value for money is not something we can see. So we agree on transparency, yes, and I imagine that we agree with the fact that we need value for money. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to be brief, but there was so much there that I wanted to get into. One is the idea that if you cut gas taxes at the pumps, that will help people. The member's own provincial government in Alberta tried this, and for a week, that price went down relative to what it is in British Columbia. A week later, the gas companies had pushed it back up to where it used to be. So it was cutting government income and saving nobody any money at all. And secondly, when it comes to the debate we had last week, the NDP has asked the Conservative to support their idea of cutting the GST on home energy, and they refuse, instead fixating on a carbon tax that will go up by 2 cents a litre in April, saving nobody.
Sorry, there's not enough time. The honourable member used the whole minute, so I'll allow the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore to answer.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. Everyone's fuel prices went up as a result of commodity prices. And the reality is that as long as this Liberal NDP coalition, of which the member is a part of, continues to spend, inflationary prices will continue to increase across all goods and services, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time today with the member from Kingston and the Islands. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to start today by offering some context for the opposition motion debate that's before the House. I'd like to go back to the spring of 2022 when we were facing one of the most serious public health crises in our country that largely we've ever seen. I'm proud to say that our government, this Liberal government, made every effort to buy essential supplies and services to protect Canadians. As a central purchasing agent for the federal government, Public Services and Procurement Canada, or PSPC, was at the forefront of that effort. Madam Speaker, it was a monumental task for procurement experts to carry out. Our government worked non-stop to support our frontline healthcare professionals and all those keeping Canadians safe. When it came to procurement, we were operating in a hyper-competitive market. From the beginning, we followed a deliberate, strategic, and comprehensive plan that helped us get results. And we can all take pride in the fact that our focused procurement approach over more than 2 years has ensured that Canada has a secure supply of vaccines and personal protective equipment. In fact, Canada is a world leader on this front. Because of the groundwork we laid at the beginning of the pandemic, and thanks to the hard work of so many Canadians across the country, we remain in one of the more enviable positions in the world when it comes to access to vaccines, personal protective equipment, and other supplies. Madam Speaker, we took action when Canadians needed it most, when their health and safety was on the line. Our approach was no different when it came to the ArriveCAN application. Early in the pandemic, ArriveCAN was put in place urgently to track and trace travelers as they crossed the border. The app was created in the spring of 2020 as a joint initiative between the Public Health Agency of Canada and the Canadian Border Services Agency to meet sudden new pressures brought on by the pandemic. Their goal was an important one: to limit the spread of COVID-19 within Canada to ensure the health and safety of Canadians. When urgent needs were identified by Canada's Border Agency, they turned to Public Services and Procurement Canada to put necessary contracts in place urgently. Madam Speaker, this was a request to develop, integrate, and maintain a completely new and secure application needed immediately to support Canada's response to the pandemic. That was in April 2020, only 1 month after the pandemic began. And as a common service provider, the department moved quickly to help shore up the resources needed to produce ArriveCAN. It acted with the greatest of urgency, leveraging existing tools to respond. As GC Strategies is a pre-qualified supplier on an existing method of supply, namely a standing offer and supply arrangement for informatics professional services, the Government of Canada tapped into its expertise. This was done on an emergency basis using existing tools, and the app was developed and launched as quickly as possible during an unprecedented time in our history. As the pandemic dragged on, our government sought to ease difficulties at the border and at the same time to improve the app. By late 2020, the Government of Canada made the necessary decision to make an ArriveCAN submission mandatory for all travelers in 2021. Again, the goal was to further mitigate the spread of COVID-19 associated with international travel and ultimately to keep Canadians safe. With the app soon to be mandatory, in December 2020, the government obtained expertise to ensure ArriveCAN would meet requirements under the Accessible Canada Act and the Government of Canada's policy on service and digital. In late 2021, the Canada Border Services Agency identified a new requirement to maintain and support various ongoing informatics professional needs, and that included maintenance for the ArriveCAN app. This requirement for services, which was competitively solicited, included ongoing complex work to support the Canada Border Services Agency. This included work in their application development, biometrics, digital credentials, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence and machine learning, among others, as needed. The procurement was publicly posted on buyandsell.gc.ca. One bid was received, and following a rigorous evaluation, the government awarded a 3-year contract to GC Strategies in May 2022. I would reiterate, Madam Speaker, that this contract is not only for resources to support ArriveCan, but is supporting a variety of IT requirements for the Canada Border Services Agency. In addition, the Canada Border Services Agency has noted that GC Strategies was not only the only contractor involved in developing and producing ArriveCan. Several companies have worked on this highly complex and continuously evolving app, not just private sector contractors, but also Government of Canada experts. For example, throughout the design, development, and deployment process of the app, Shared Services Canada worked to enable the application to securely exchange information between the cloud and Government of Canada data centers. Again, this is a highly complex application, one that requires high levels of security, protection, and interoperability with federal databases. I cannot underscore that point enough. As the pandemic situation evolved and the Government of Canada made regular adjustments to border measures, regular updates to ArriveCan were also needed. These updates had to be developed and tested prior to launch to ensure the app worked as expected while safeguarding the personal information of Canadians and international travelers. Madam Speaker, it required more than 70 app and website releases over 2.5 years. The contracts we put in place allowed that to happen quickly and in a time of crises. And I will note that the Canada Border Services Agency has released a breakdown of costs associated with ArriveCan. Madam Speaker, the ArriveCan app was completely necessary. Despite what the opposition may say, ArriveCan was a critical tool that we successfully stood up in the middle of a global emergency, an app that has helped keep Canadians healthy and safe. And that's what our government is focused on and has always been focused on. Madam Speaker, allow me to emphasize that we're committed to an open, fair, and transparent procurement process while obtaining the best possible value for Canadian taxpayers. The ArriveCan app was put in place to protect Canadians. The ability it gave us to manage public health measures at the border in a time of crises to keep Canadians safe was absolutely necessary. ArriveCan evolved with the pandemic, and yes, this required expertise from and contracts with private sector experts, as well as work performed by civil servants. Without this vital tool, Canada's ability to administer border measures needed to protect public health would have been significantly reduced. I hope my colleagues in this House can agree that responsible governments take action in times of need to protect their citizens, and that is precisely what we did, Madam Speaker. Throughout the pandemic, our government has been there for Canadians. We've had their backs, and we will continue to be there for all Canadians as our country recovers from this crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Maple Ridge.
No, Yorkton Melville.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just thought I would ask the member if he was aware of what the metrics were that were used to determine the number of COVID-infected individuals entering Canada that validated the millions and millions spent on the ArriveCan app. Does he have a number?
The honourable member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in my comments, our government's first and foremost priority was the health and safety of Canadians, the protection of Canadians during a worldwide pandemic, knowing that international travelers or Canadians abroad could be bringing COVID-19 and its variants into Canada was a concern. And this is why, as I mentioned in my statement, the government made sure that the resources were spent to protect Canadians safe, and that was done in part through the resources expended on the development and refinement of the ArriveCan app.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rather surprised by the discourse of our member on the other side, who seems to say that the actions of his governments were irreproachable, everything was fine. Whereas, as early as this summer, the Transport Minister had to explain all the issues around the ArriveCan app and the chaos in airports. It wasn't a very convincing appearance, but now we have an opposition motion day that has to do with the ArriveCan app. but we all remember what happened in spring, summer, and the autumn. Media reports about the issues caused by ArriveCan, but it seems that ArriveCan caused a fortune. So, my question. Perhaps the Honourable Member could apologise on behalf of the government.
Langley City.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would say that the government has nothing to apologise for as far as putting the health and safety of Canadians first and making sure that we were there in an urgent worldwide crisis, a pandemic, to make sure that we were taking every measure to keep Canadians safe. I would hope that the Bloc isn't saying that the money spent was inappropriate in protecting the health and safety of Canadians, because I would think that here on this side of the House, and I would hope the members of the opposition would also stand in protecting the health and safety of Canadians, not only in a pandemic, but at all days, because we never know where the next threat's coming from, and this is the effort that our government puts into protecting Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his intervention. But I want to preface my next question with the fact related to the treatment of the public service in Canada. It's no secret that over 2,500 grievances have been made against the government for outsourcing IT contracts and other contracts to the private sector. Can the member explain why his government continues to outsource valuable work that our public sector here in Canada can do to the private sector?
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I'd like to say that in the IT world, it's a fast-moving world, and in the case, as I mentioned in my statement, we had a worldwide pandemic that was facing the world, the country. We wanted to act to make sure that Canadians were safe, and this would have extended beyond the capabilities of the public service to do something as quick and complex as was needed through not only the ArriveCan app, but all of the other myriad of aspects of this project that I spoke about, including maintaining the safety and integrity of data. And so the government procures expertise both from internal resources but also from external. In this case, it was determined that IT resources and expertise from outside contractors was also warranted, and that's the steps that the government took.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to this opposition day motion that's been introduced by the Conservatives. I'll say from the outset, Madam Speaker, that I don't have an issue with the fact that the Conservatives are looking to seek accountability and to ask the Auditor General to conduct some work. I guess the premise of my concern is with respect to the preamble and the rhetoric that kind of preludes the call on the Auditor General. And I guess, that's what I'll be focusing my time on. For starters, Madam Speaker, I'm concerned with the tone that's being suggested about such an important piece of infrastructure, this particular program for the security of Canada. We have members from the member from Louis-Hébert that said moments ago that, somebody could have made this for $200,000 in their basement, I believe were his words, is what he used. I mean, do we really want somebody working individually from their basement to create an app that holds such sensitive data as passport numbers and health information of not just Canadians but from individuals around the world? Is that the standard by which we establish and set for the quality of service that we that people visiting Canada and Canadians indeed have come to rely on? I highly doubt it. Also, Madam Speaker, there's the fact that this contract for ArriveCan was not just about the creation over a weekend of an app. It was about multiple variations of it, changing the app and updating the app and maintaining the data. Think of the incredible amount of maintenance that was involved in this particular app on its own. So I think it's quite disingenuous when individuals get up in this House, namely Conservatives, like the member from Louis-Hébert did moments ago, and just very haphazardly say, well, somebody could have created this app in their basement over the weekend. I mean, it's extremely disingenuous. And they're heckling now, Madam Speaker, suggesting, yeah, they said they can do it. Sure, I'm sure a lot of people could say that they could do it, but are these individuals that are qualified to handle such sensitive data? Are these individuals that can properly put the required measures in place to make sure that that data is secured and kept secured? That's the question, Madam Speaker. Are these individuals that had the ability to maintain that piece of program for months and years to come so that it could properly be updated and protected against various different threats? Of course not. And it's extremely disingenuous to suggest that. And I think that the members opposite at the end of the day know it. But, you know, Madam Speaker, what I find most interesting about this is that now we have the Conservatives saying, we didn't need this ArriveCan. It was completely unnecessary. You know, it wasn't that long ago. Let me read to you, Madam Speaker, November 26th, 2001. Yeah, they don't want to hear this. They're already humming and hawing over it. This is from the leader of the Conservative Party at the time. They've since given him the boot and got somebody else. But you know what he said? He said, and I quote, "Vaccines are the most effective tool at slowing the spread of known COVID-19 variants." I wonder if their members would still support that today. I'd love to hear their input on that, but that's a slight digression. And it goes on to say, preventing serious illness and ensuring that our economies from coast to coast to coast can stay open. As soon as COVID-19 began to spread, Canada's Conservatives called on the government to take action to secure the border and prevent the spread of the virus in Canada. This is a Conservatives, Madam Speaker. This is their leader at the time making that statement. How about this from CTV News on April 22nd of 2001, Madam Speaker, again quoting the federal Conservatives and the then leader at the time, with the words, quote, "secure the border," plastered behind him. The Conservative leader urged Canada to temporarily suspend flights from COVID-19 hotspots. And this is a quote, "Canadians are being told not to go to work, not to send their children to school, but hundreds of international flights continue to land in Canada each week," he said on Thursday. "It's long past time for the Prime Minister to take action." This, again, is exactly what the Conservative leader at the time was saying, Madam Speaker. And now they're suddenly saying, well, when we said take action, we didn't mean develop a way to actually prevent these people and to monitor these people coming and going from the country. Because don't forget, it wasn't that much later, Madam Speaker, that they suddenly started saying, why aren't the borders open? Why don't we have the borders open? The member from New Brunswick Southwest, I might have that slightly incorrect. He said, I wanted my borders open. Why weren't my borders open? So what was their plan? To have just opened the borders without any kind of safety measure? You know, they called on the government. They literally called on the government to bring in these safety measures. The government suspended those flights, brought in the safety measures, and then gradually let people back in to the country. And that even wasn't even good enough for them. Here's another one from CTV on November 26, 2001. Again, the member from Durham, the leader at the time, called on the Canadian government to issue travel advisories banning non-essential travel to and from countries like South Africa, Zimbabwe. He goes on to say the party also wants to see mandatory screening at all international airports from affected countries, regardless of vaccination status, and mandatory quarantining for all travelers from those countries. The member from Durham, the leader at the time, was literally calling on the government. His words, mandatory screening. How did you want to screen them if we were, what's wrong with the piece of technology that was developed in order to screen them, Madam Speaker? So this is the hypocrisy that we're seeing from the other side. Earlier on, they were saying, close the borders, set up tough measures to control people coming in. We bring in this app, and now they suddenly changed their tune and said, why aren't the borders open? And why do we have this silly app that we don't need? You know, that's the rhetoric that comes from the other side of the House. But you know, Madam Speaker, who I feel actually the most sorry for in this Opposition Day motion are the NDP. They've been completely duped by the Conservatives. If you read the first whereas clause in this motion, Madam Speaker, it says, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. Why this is important? I'll read that again. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. Why this is important, Madam Speaker, is because we heard in his opening comments the Leader of the Opposition and the critic for finance say that they were relating that specific clause to
increase in employees that work for the government of Canada. That's what they said. I asked the member from Courtenay Alberni, why would you support something like that? And he said, oh, no, that means about oil subsidies. That's what they're talking about. Well, I then asked the member from Calgary Mindapore, can she confirm what that was exactly? And she said it had to do with the rise in the number of employees that are working for the government of Canada. So, by supporting this motion, the NDP are effectively agreeing with the Conservatives that the cost of government is driving up the cost of living, and by their own words, they're referring to the number of employees that have been hired by the Government of Canada. And that, Madam Speaker, is not something that I would see the NDP in this House supporting. The member from Edmonton-Griesbach, he even keeps standing up and talking about protecting public service jobs. He keeps getting up and asking that question. The very first whereas clause in this motion goes directly against that. They are critiquing and challenging those jobs. But the NDP, they have no problem voting in favor of this, even though it has that whereas clause in it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope that you would pardon us if we are kind of in disbelief to the member's comments. He talks about the scrutiny of the app. Well, they can't even scrutinize the contracts they have been given. $1.2 million of this $54 million, and they don't know where it came from. Madam Speaker, we all had blood tests. In a blood test, you take a small sample of what's going on in the entire body. This ArriveCAN is like a blood test, and inside of it, we see wastefulness. We see incompetency, perhaps corruption. We see dysfunctionality. We see all sorts of problems. Will the member from Kingston and the Islands agree with this? Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to remind the member, he talked about corruption, and I would just caution him about some of the words that he used, because you can't really say indirectly what you can't say directly. So I just want to be careful on that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, don't worry about being in disbelief. Welcome to my world for the last 7 years, Madam Speaker. The member, asks about the app and the way that the app was being applied. Listen, the Conservatives were calling on this government to do something about this. I read direct quotes from the member from Durham when he was the leader of the opposition, demanding that and there are quotes from the member from Carleton out there too, demanding that the federal government close the borders until we could set up a secure way to let people in. And that's exactly what we do. We set up a secure way, and yes, to do secure operations in a G7 country costs money, but they'll dumb it down by saying, oh, don't worry about it. I could have done it in my basement for 200 grand. Now, it's up to you, Madam Speaker, who you want to take seriously on that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member, for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was somewhat disappointed, Madam Speaker, because I heard one of the most painful speeches of the day to date. Of course, the Conservatives aren't perfect, far from it, but they did raise an important question. What happened with the famous $54 million? How was this money managed? That's a reasonable and legitimate question. And to see the member across the aisle being so partisan and aggressive, I find that very surprising. On the contrary, the government should show some openness and transparency. And now he's attacking the NDP because he's mad to see the NDPs just not following the government like a lapdog. So now I have a question for the member. Are the Liberals able to show some introspection? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Disappointed the Bloc by not bringing up healthcare transfers, because that's the only thing they ever really want to talk about in here, Madam Speaker. But what I will say is that my concern for the NDP was laid out very clearly. I'm concerned why the NDP would vote in favor of a motion that has a whereas clause that basically says we have too many public servants working for the government. That's my concern. I didn't say they had to haphazardly follow the government like a lapdog, like that member suggesting. I laid out exactly what my concern was. Again, this member is just trying to suggest that, I'm trying to do something other than that. That's just simply not the case.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to be very clear with the Liberal members. The New Democratic Party is against giving the Liberal-backed insiders all of the money that the government produces for barely a service that Canadians can barely use. When we're talking about the contracts and we're talking about privatization, we're talking about real public servants that this government is trying to toss out the door right now. Those are the jobs that New Democrats are trying to protect. So, Madam Speaker, my question to the member is, when we're talking about actually protecting the public service, why does that member continue to outsource and protect his big friends in private sector?
Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
I'm being lectured on not protecting public service jobs. This member is about to vote in favor of a motion that criticizes the government of having too many public sector employees. Maybe he should go back and read the motion again.
Yes.
Order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to join my colleagues today in speaking in favour of our Opposition Day motion. This motion seeks to, among other things, underscore how the government's inflationary policies and overspending are driving up the cost of living. For over 2 years, Conservatives have warned the Prime Minister about the consequences of his actions and how much they are hurting Canadians from coast to coast. Seniors are watching their life savings evaporate and having to delay their retirements. Families are downgrading their diets to cover the jump in food prices. And 30-year-olds who did everything we asked them to do are trapped in 400-square-foot apartments or their parents' basements. The government has done little to solve these problems. In fact, their out-of-control spending has only made things worse, with Canadians now paying higher prices and higher interest rates as a result. As the motion states, it is more important than ever for the government to respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate wasteful spending. That is why we put forward this motion that the House call on the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCan app, and to prioritize this investigation. The outrageous spending habits of this government have put the futures of Canadians at risk. Many times in this place, I have seen ministers of the Crown stand up and proudly tout the massive amounts of money they are spending, almost as if they were competing to see whose department could spend the most. Recently, we saw that the Prime Minister stayed in a $6,000 per night hotel room in London. I recall a time when the Liberals were outraged by such extravagant spending, with the member from Winnipeg North calling a $16 glass of orange juice an outrage. Now he stands silent while his fellow caucus members spend $6,000 a night on hotel rooms. Will there be calls for these members to pay back the extra money to taxpayers that they used on such luxuries? Not likely. Will ministers be removed from their offices? Only if they stand on principle and do right by Canadians. They wastefully spend taxpayers' money, and when they get no results, or even worsen the situation, they deflect. This government continues to increase their spending, calling it necessary and urgent. As a result, at home, I see the prices rising in grocery stores and at the gas tanks, and hear from constituents who are hit hard by rising interest rates. This government refuses to admit that they are fueling the problem that they claim their spending is solving. I suppose it should not be surprising, coming from a government led by someone who thinks that budgets balance themselves, and as such has no plan except to raise taxes. This is why the plan on tripling the carbon tax during the winter months is so devastating to constituents in my riding and will have devastating consequences for Canadians across the country, and in particular, rural Canadians. Rural Canadians already pay some of the highest heating costs for their homes in this country. These costs were already significantly higher than Canadians who live in cities, but now the divide is becoming larger. This is true for those who live in my riding and are struggling as these costs will only continue to rise. Madam Speaker, Canadians need relief from this government's inflationary policies, so focused on spending, then raising taxes to cover their financial mismanagement. And Madam Speaker, I should mention that I will be splitting my time with the MP from Cypress Hills Grasslands. Canadians need relief, as I was saying, from this government's inflationary policies so focused on spending, then raising taxes to cover their financial mismanagement. The government continues to brush off claims that their spending is out of control by saying that they needed to spend in order to support Canadians during the pandemic, and that if you question their spending, you must not care about Canadians. But as I mentioned in our motion, the Parliamentary Budget Officer stated that 40% of new spending is not related to COVID-19. Let me repeat that because it bears repeating. 40% of new spending since 2020, which is causing the steep rise in inflation and pushing hard-working Canadians towards the poverty line, had nothing to do with the pandemic. If this 40% of new spending, which has no link to COVID-19, wasn't bad enough, what is even more galling is the overspending the Liberals committed to while using the pandemic as a cover. The ArriveCan app is one of these such cases of overspending. $54 million, Madam Speaker, for an app which at the end of the day was not only unnecessary, but also exasperated the situation at the border. In committee, we heard from the President of the Union for Border Workers that frontline border services workers were not consulted on the development or implementation of the ArriveCan app. Instead, the idea was pulled together by the elites of this government and with the contract awarded to GC Strategies, a small Ottawa-based IT staffing firm. Individuals who had no idea what it is like to work at a border crossing, the challenges that you deal with every day, and how their situation would be made exponentially worse through the introduction of this app. CBS agents were forced to troubleshoot the app with travelers when they had not or were not able to complete the app. This caused significant lineups at the border as the agents at each border crossing were forced to deal with the consequences of the Liberals' unnecessary intervention. For all the money that was spent on the ArriveCan app, which was $54 million, by the way, an app that I've mentioned could have been built for $250,000, it would even have been replaced. It could even have been replaced by a simple piece of paper with a QR code, like those already being used by provinces to show proof of vaccination. On the ArriveCan app, on the ArriveCan website, it is still described as saving time for travelers. The only way it has saved time is by being removed from mandatory use. The overspending that plagues this government is very apparent, Madam Speaker, with ArriveCan. It is a complete lack of respect for taxpayers and their money. In fact, the government is so careless, they don't even keep proper records about who they give money to. In response to an order paper question, this government stated that they paid ThinkOn Inc. $1,183,432 for experimentation of mobile QR code scanning and verification. ThinkOn has since come out and said they were not paid this money, nor do they do this type of work. Ernst & Young, with no other information about their contract aside from the amount, was said to have received $121,755. However, a spokesperson said that they had done no work on the app. The misleading of Canadians and what has been done with their tax dollars needs to end. When $54 million is spent on a failed app without oversight or transparency, and taxpayer money is missing from the ArriveCan scam, Canadians deserve to know what the Liberal government is hiding. The government needs to come clean with Canadians. We will not back down from demanding answers and accountability for Canadians. We will get to the truth for Canadians, and that is why we are calling for the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit where the government cannot hide anything. This government will continue to try and shift blame off themselves onto the bureaucrats, but it is their signatures that are on the answers to the order paper questions, and it is their responsibility to ensure that the information they are releasing is correct. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We're going to do questions and comments after question period. At this point, it's time for statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada represents Canada's space innovators and allied industries to convey the value of space technology, research, investment, and results to domestic and international audiences, and to position Canada at the forefront of the highly strategic global new space economy. From vibrant startups to large global companies, Space Canada members are designing, building, and implementing innovative new solutions on and around our planet, from launch to space-based communications, space exploration, environmental monitoring, and Earth observation, among many other applications. They employ thousands of highly qualified people across Canada and contribute $2.5 billion to Canada's GDP. I support Space Canada, which is calling the federal government to create a National Space Council to be chaired by the Prime Minister to guide space policies and investments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to stand in the House today to celebrate the recent achievements of Blind Man Brewery, located in my hometown of Lacombe. Blind Man was named the Best Brewery of the Year in Alberta and recognized Best in Show for its 24-2 Brett Stock Ale at the Alberta Craft Brewing Convention. It's satisfying to see that the hard work of risk-taking and ambitious small business entrepreneurs is being rewarded, because small business is the backbone of our local economies. Blind Man is known for creating innovative, community-focused craft beer. They are the first Canadian brewery to document and tell the story of its beer's production. Every can is customized and tells the journey of each beer right back to the field where the grain was grown. I personally enjoy the Five of Diamonds Pilsner, based on the signature Five of Diamonds Len Thompson spoon. A portion of the proceeds is used to enhance local fishing opportunities. Fishing and beer, it doesn't get much more Canadian than that, Madam Speaker. I encourage everyone to stop by and experience the Blind Man Tap Room the next time they travel to central Alberta. Once again, I congratulate Blind Man Brewing for their award-winning craft beer and wish them every future success. Cheers.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Madam Speaker, our Toronto Danforth community is shining a little bit brighter this week as we mourn the loss of Lillian Adamakis. She was also known as Diamond Lil. People described her as a force of nature. She exuded brilliance. She was magnetizing. She was someone who was an amazing force. She made our community a better place, and we all will miss her deeply. She was a real estate agent who introduced so many people to our beautiful neck of the woods in the East End. She was a glue to us. She supported many community organizations like the Hunger Project, Riverdale Share. Why can't I say Riverdale Share, and our silent auctions for our schools. She was a lovely person. Rest in peace, Lillian. We miss you dearly.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, the curtain has fallen on the Quebec Cinema Gala. Very recently, we saw its last appearance on Radio-Canada. And this is a very sad decision and very ill-advised. Of course, it's not up to this Parliament to decide on public television programming, and I'm not here to tell decision-makers at the CBC what they should have on the air or not. But I am concerned, as a film lover, proud of our nation's cinema, I'm worried that this is a window closing. And I'm worried that our talented creators will no longer be recognized. I'm worried that we are detaching from our culture. This gala was an extraordinary showcase that the Société Radio-Canada is turning its back on without regard for our artists, our cinema, our cultural milieu. When something's not working, well, we have to fix it and improve it, not destroy it. This is an unfortunate decision, but it is not too late to change our mind. Quebec cinema deserves better.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke.
L'honorable député de Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the remarkable career of outgoing Mayor Ken Christian on his last day as Mayor of Kamloops. Mayor Christian's public life began 29 years ago. Back then, Kamloops was preparing to host the Canada Summer Games. The population was much lower, and this face hadn't yet seen a razor. Ken began his career on the Kamloops Thompson School Board. After serving 18 years, he was elected to City Council in 2011, followed by his election to mayor in 2017. On a personal level, I will miss our tradition of taking a selfie at local events. Ken was extremely welcoming to me in my new role as MP, and I am grateful for all he taught me. Mayor Christian, you have left big shoes for Mayor-elect Hamer Jackson. Thank you for your service. I wish you, Brenda, Nick, John, Taryn, and your grandson all the best in your well-earned retirement. Thank you.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, we learned very early on in the COVID pandemic that masks save lives. As demand for life-saving masks spiked, we also learned valuable lessons about Canada's supply chain for personal protective equipment. When COVID hit, we were not manufacturing medical-grade respirators in Canada, which were badly needed to protect our medical staff and essential workers. As Canadians do when faced with a challenge, we all got to work. Today, I want to thank 3M Canada and their employees for their incredible commitment to Canadians' health and well-being. During the heart of the pandemic, 3M Canada, with support from our government and the province of Ontario, were able to increase the domestic manufacturing of critical N95 respirators manufactured right here in Brockville, Ontario. They continue to supply those masks today. By manufacturing N95s here, 3M Canada has demonstrated true dedication to our country, to our frontline healthcare workers and essential workers, to our economy, supporting good jobs across the country, and today I want to thank 3M and their employees for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, every Saturday in neighbourhoods in Canada and around the world, runners, walkers, and joggers alike participate in Park Run, a free 5-kilometre community event for people of all ages, abilities, and fitness levels. Park runs are volunteer-led, free to join, and open to all. Since 2004, park runs have been held around the world, and park runners often participate in local park runs while on vacation, meeting locals and creating a truly worldwide park run community. This year, I am proud to congratulate Park Run Canada on its 5th anniversary. Over the last 5 years, community volunteers like Linda Newton have been instrumental in organizing over 150 park runs every Saturday morning around the Beaver Pond. I want to take this opportunity to thank Linda and all of the weekly heroes who help make Park Run a popular activity in my riding of Canada Carleton. Thank you for promoting a healthy, active lifestyle in our Canada community every weekend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Chatham, Kent Leamington.
Last night was Halloween, Mr. Speaker. But for too many Canadian families, what's scary is a trip to the grocery store. When Canadians talk about bread and butter issues, they talk about bread being up 17% and butter being up 14% in the past year alone. Even the treat bags apple this year is up 17% with record-smashing uptake at Canada's food banks across the country. Why? Because farmers' costs are going through the roof. Yet while Canadians are already struggling to feed themselves, the Liberal NDP coalition will triple the carbon tax while adding fertilizer mandates. A Conservative government will repeal these and get out of our farmers' way so that we can produce our own affordable food. This government's high energy taxes and proposed fertilizer restrictions will only drive food production abroad and undermine Canada's food security. Didn't we learn how irresponsible it was to rely on others from our COVID experience? Canadians can't afford this costly coalition between the NDP and Liberal government. Trick or treat, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This fall, Sherbrooke-Inopol was once again ranked in the top 20 economic development agencies in Canada by Site Selection magazine. I would like to highlight the leadership of Sylvain Durocher and his entire team. It is thanks to organizations like Sherbrooke-Inopol that our community is enjoying strong growth in private sector investment. In the last year, many companies supported by our government have significantly invested to increase their production and productivity, like Café William, Faro, La Montagne Chocolates, Royer, Motrec, and so on. Our government is pursuing its commitment to investing in our businesses so that they can increase their competitiveness and growth in an uncertain world. Let's continue to support our businesses and communities across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, next week, November 6 to 12, is Medical Radiation Technology Week in Canada. If you don't know MRTs by name, you certainly know them by their actions and their impact in the healthcare system. MRTs are the essential frontline healthcare professionals who, together, perform more than 30 million diagnostic imaging exams like CT scans, MRIs, mammograms, and X-rays, and deliver tens of thousands of courses of life-saving radiation therapy each year in Canada. MRTs provide the essential link between compassionate care and the sophisticated medical imaging and therapeutic technologies that underpin modern healthcare. In diagnostic imaging departments, cancer centers, emergency and operating rooms, and clinics across the country, there are currently more than 22,000 MRTs. Today, I invite the House to join me in recognizing the expertise and dedication of MRTs who provide essential care to Canadians every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brandon Souris.
As energy prices skyrocket, inflation is going through the roof, and families continue to struggle to afford groceries, this Liberal government is fixated on raising taxes. The Liberals are the only government in the G7 to raise taxes on energy, and they are tripling down on their carbon tax. Canadians cannot afford higher taxes. A poll released yesterday said 44% of households are concerned about not having enough money to make ends meet. While seniors and families are struggling, it's no wonder why people are furious to find out the Prime Minister spent $6,000 a night on a lavish hotel room. This out-of-touch government needs to make sure Canadians and Canadian families are their number one priority. The Liberals have no plan to get inflation under control. They have no plan to get spending under control and no plan to provide meaningful tax relief. On this side of the House, we will continue to put Canadians first and protect their paychecks and savings, so they don't have to choose between paying their heating bill or their grocery bill this winter.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cost of this NDP Liberal coalition is coming to a head, and it's Canadians who are left with the bill. This Prime Minister, he has added more to the national debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. And the road to this record is littered with wasteful spending. Whether it's the inflated costs of the Arrive scam app, luxury suites for the Prime Minister and his delegation to London, CERB checks to prisoners, government contracts for Liberal insiders like Frank Baylis, or the $500 million WE scandal. Wasteful spending is fanning inflation, which is already, Mr. Speaker, at a 40-year high. The Bank of Canada hiked interest rates again last week, with more to come. Higher taxes and more inflationary spending is not the answer. Mr. Speaker, you'll forgive me, but I think most Canadians would agree that it's time that we had a Prime Minister who actually thought about monetary policy.
Here, here. L'honorable député d'Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
The The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise today to recognize the winners of the 26th Excellor Gala that the Gatineau Chamber of Commerce held last Saturday night. The evening was a success and allowed us to highlight the efforts of all of the entrepreneurs and employees in the region who have distinguished themselves over the past year. But moreover, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't have asked for anything better than to see my own brother, Marc Lauzon, named Personality of the Year for 2022. His company is in the riding of Gatineau, not Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation, but my pride goes far beyond its borders. I am proud of his company, proud of the economic development he brings to our region, proud of the dozens of employees who work for the company's success, but above all, Mr. Speaker, proud of my big brother. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Yesterday was Halloween, and in Edmonton Strathcona, we welcomed children yelling trick or treat, rewarding them with sweet treats. It's a good thing they'll have dental care. But trick-or-treating season didn't end last night. For 2 million seniors, the tricks just keep coming. In 2012, Stephen Harper announced his plan to change the age eligibility for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement from 65 to 67, and Canadians were outraged. So seeing an opportunity, no doubt, the government restored the age of eligibility for old age security and GST back to 65. But with this government, there's always a trick. This year, their 10% increase for OAS, an overdue and necessary increase, became a trick when, surprise, the government decided to leave some seniors out. This increase only goes to seniors aged 75 and older. Seniors aged 65 to 74 are being left holding an empty bag. All seniors are facing the same costs. It's time to stop playing tricks on seniors. All seniors need an increase. All seniors deserve an increase.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, René Lévesque left us 35 years ago. The nationalization of electricity, the Charter of the French language, agricultural zoning, automobile insurance, the immigration agreement, the Ministry of the Environment, and so much more. What Quebec owes to René Lévesque and the Parti québécois is enormous, but more than all these achievements, his greatest contribution is that he made us Quebecers. Before René Lévesque, we were French Canadians. Thanks to him, thanks to women and men like him, we have become Québécois. That is his greatest and most beautiful legacy. That is why Félix Leclerc said he was a liberator. He left this world 35 years ago, and whether we are federalists or whether we support independence, we are all his inheritors, and we all owe him a great deal. He was a great man.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, winter is coming, and Canadians are about to pay the true price of this tired, worn-down NDP Liberal coalition. Thanks to their carbon tax, everything has gotten more expensive, from groceries to gasoline to home heating. But the leader of the NDP talks out of both sides of his mouth. On October 24th, Conservatives moved a motion to remove the carbon tax from home heating and make life more affordable. What did the leader of the NDP and his colleagues do? They voted to keep the carbon tax, making it more expensive for Canadians. But then this past weekend, the NDP leader spoke from the other side of his mouth, demanding that the government remove GST from the price of home heating. He can't have it both ways. Canadians see through this hypocritical charade. They know that it's actions that matter, not words. By voting to make home heating more expensive and to support tripling the carbon tax, the NDP has made it clear they're a cold, costly coalition partner of this Liberal government that Canadians cannot afford.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, in Nova Scotia and here in Ontario, November is officially recognized as Lebanese Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the generations of cultural, economic, civic contributions of Lebanese Canadians. November holds great significance for Lebanese all over the world as Independence Day, Eid al-Istiqlal, is celebrated on the 22nd. In my own province, the Lebanese presence dates back to the 1800s. And in 2018, I was part of the provincial government that proclaimed November as Lebanese Heritage Month. Again, this year, celebrations will be held from Yarmouth to Halifax to Sydney. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have introduced Bill C-268 to recognize Lebanese Heritage Month nationally and honor, share, and celebrate our culture. I'm equally proud to work with Senator Jane Cordy on Bill S-246 to do the same. I encourage all members to mark Lebanese Heritage Month in their communities, join our parliamentary friendship group, and support these important bills. Thank you.
Before I go on and I have your full attention, I just want to point out two little things, little housekeeping things. One is the rules state that you're not supposed to walk between the Speaker and whoever is enunciating or speaking in the House. Just a little bit of a courtesy thing there. And the other one is the SO31s are 60 seconds long. I just wanted to point that out. I wouldn't want to cut anybody's message off. Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
First of all, the Prime Minister inflated inflation with $500 million in inflationist policies. Then, inflationist taxes that make the production of our goods and services even more expensive. And now, the deficit is increasing. Interest rates, so every single decision makes things worse. Canadians keep saying, stop increasing taxes, stop inflationist deficits, stop spending. When will the Prime Minister finally listen and stop? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what I hear from Canadians is that they are concerned with the cost of living, with the cost of sending their children to the dentist, and the cost of rent if they have low income. And that is the reason for which we have gone forward with tangible measures in order to help Canadians. The Conservatives, however, have chosen to be against dental care for children. They choose to be against direct help for low-income renters. If they really want to be here for Canadians, then they would support our plans to support Canadians.
Le chef de l'opposition.
But everything he does makes the problem worse. Right. It started with $500 billion of inflationary deficits. More money chasing fewer goods equals higher prices. Then he brought in more inflationary taxes with the help of his costly coalition partners. They want to triple that tax. And now his deficits are driving up interest rates faster than at any time in 30 years. There's really one thing for him to do. Stop. Stop the inflationary taxes. Stop the inflationary deficits. Stop driving up the cost of living. Will he do the honourable thing, the compassionate thing, and stop taxing Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the investments we made during the pandemic to support seniors, to support young people, to support workers, to support small businesses, not only helped people significantly through the difficult years of the pandemic, but also ensured that our economy came roaring back faster than many other economies around the world. That's why we've continued to be there to support Canadians, not just because it's the nice thing to do, but also because it's the way to ensure that our economy grows in the best possible ways for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He claimed he had to add that $500 billion of debt because of COVID, but according to his own parliamentary budget officer, 40% of the new debt he added in the last 2 years alone had nothing whatsoever to do with COVID. This Prime Minister has added more debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined, saying that low interest rates would make it a costless proposition. Well, now we learn from Desjardins Banking that Canadians will spend more on debt interest on the federal debt next year, $50 billion, than we typically spend on health care transfers to the provinces. Wow. Why is he giving the money to bankers and bondholders instead of doctors and nurses?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our investments to support Canadians through the pandemic, our investments to support them right now with the GST credit that's going to help families with hundreds of dollars at a moment they need them, support low-income families pay for rent, support low-income families with help for dental. These are the things that are going to make a difference right now in the way we move forward. While the Conservatives talk about cuts to EI, cuts to pensions, and taking money away from Canadians by ending the climate action incentives that has most Canadians far better off with the investments we're making to fight climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, it kind of reminds me, he's carbon tax paying higher taxes will make people better off. Well, we found out from the parliamentary budget officer that wasn't true. And then he said that he would take on all the debt so that Canadians wouldn't have to. Remember that? Well, not only are they stuck with a higher national debt with more interest payments, but now their personal debts are going up. According to Equifax, the average Canadian household has more credit card debt than at any time in Canadian history, and the Prime Minister's inflationary policies are driving up interest rates on those costs. So if he really took on all that debt so that Canadians wouldn't have to, who's going to pay those Canadians' credit card bills?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Leader of the Opposition were truly concerned about the cost of living for Canadians. He would be supporting our measure to support families with the cost of dental care for their kids. They'd help with our support on low-income renters as well. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm also astonished to hear that the Leader of the Opposition has been silent on the matter of the use of the notwithstanding clause preemptively to suspend people's fundamental rights and freedoms. I call on the Leader of the Opposition to stand up for workers' rights, to defend people's rights and freedoms, and condemn the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause to suspend workers' rights.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No one has done more to attack workers' rights than the Prime Minister, who eats up their paychecks with 40-year highs in inflation. To $54 million for the Arrive scam app, an app we didn't need, that didn't work, that sent 10,000 people wrongly into quarantine, and that could have been designed for $250,000 in a weekend, but took $54 million instead. Some of the companies the Prime Minister said got the money said they never received it. It's time for the truth. Will the Prime Minister support our motion to call in the auditors?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know we're all astonished to hear the Leader of the Opposition miss an opportunity to stand up for the rights and freedoms of workers. That is something that we expect him to continue to do alongside all of us in the House in condemning the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause. But on top of that, he's also talking about cuts to EI. When he criticizes us for being there and ensuring that EI and CPP is there for workers into the future, he calls that tax increases. We're going to be there to support people paying EI. We're going to be there to support people with their pensions. We're going to be there for dental and rental. He is not.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, our hospitals have reached a breaking point. This is the message from the group of emergency service heads of Quebec this morning. They wrote that because of a lack of resources, emergency rooms are no longer able to treat people whose clinical condition is unstable or even fatal. At the same time, the Toronto Star revealed that the Prime Minister is plotting to break up the common front of Quebec and the provinces, which are calling for an increase in health transfers. He wants to divide them, to force them to give up $27 billion. Does he not realise that this is really the worst time to be scheming to deprive our hospitals of $28 billion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians deserve a functioning healthcare system with doctors and nurses who will treat them. A system that offers mental health, mental care for those who need it. However, we see that our current systems are facing huge difficulties, and that is the reason for which we will be here with more money. It's not only more money, it's what we want to see are better results for Canadians and Quebecers, and that is the reason why we would like to work with provinces to deliver best results possible for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who is seeking to divide with the known intention of isolating Quebec. He wants to negotiate an agreement on his own terms with weaker split provinces, and then he wants to go to the Premier of Quebec last. Present him with the fait accompli and tell him, well, that's the deal, you sign or be damned. Mr. Speaker, I see you hesitating. You're asking yourself, is he talking about the Prime Minister with the health transfers, or is he talking about his father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, during the Night of the Long Knives? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let us put aside partisanship just for 1 minute. We can all agree that Canadians deserve the best healthcare possible. They deserve to have best access to family physicians, to mental health services. And we are here to work with provinces. But for this, we need tangible results. We can't simply just put more money in a system that doesn't work. We can't throw money at it. We have to improve the system. And that is why we are ready to work with Quebec and every single province and every single territory. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, at the weekend, the Minister for the Environment begged the oil companies to take their record profits and invest them in renewable energy. Instead of begging, perhaps the Minister should first stop taking billions of public money from them. According to a report, apart from Japan, Canada is the G20 country that finances and funds oil companies the most, and the Liberals have promised to end fossil fuel subsidies by 2023. As far as I know, that's 2 months away. Do the Liberals have a contingency plan to end subsidies, or was it just lip service? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we have always said, we will put an end to inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by the end of 2023. That is something that we promised for 2025, but we brought it forward because we understand that this is very important. We will do so whilst investing in a greener transition, in decarbonisation of our industries, to create good jobs for our workers in a wide variety of industries, because we know that Canadians want better green technologies for the future.
For Elmwood Trends, Kuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that people are struggling right now with the cost of housing and the cost of groceries. We know that they're struggling with the cost of heating their homes and that those prices continue to go up. We've tried in this place to work with Conservatives to take the GST off of home heating. It's a long-standing NEP position, but they would rather put their fundraising against the climate ahead of reducing costs for Canadians in this difficult time. So will the Liberals do the right thing and work with us to take GST off of home heating now in the fall before people have to keep paying higher and higher prices?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we brought in a price on pollution that applies in provinces across this country, not all of them, but many of them, we know that we return more money to average families to help with the cost of paying their bills than the price on pollution costs them. That's why we are going to continue to step up with affordability measures for families, whether it is the climate action incentive that lands in their bank accounts 4 times a year, or whether it's the GST credit return that's coming to them in the coming days, or whether it's support for rental and dental. We will continue to be there for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Prime Minister needs to stop misleading the House. The 7 years of inflationary spending have pushed a record number of Canadians from grocery stores to food banks. Now data shows that 88% of Canadians say it is more difficult to buy food to feed their own households. A staggering 54% of Canadians are cutting back on grocery shopping altogether. Canadians can't keep up, and now they are barely hanging on. Will the costly coalition stop their inflationary spending and cancel their plan to triple taxes on groceries?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, people across the world have been going through difficult economic times, and it is no exception here in Canada. Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. the responsible thing to do, Mr. Speaker, is to provide targeted supports to Canadians who need it the most at a time when they need it the most. And that means providing dental supports to 500,000 kids, to make sure that we have a $500 check for rental supports, and to make sure that we're able to double the GST. What's irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, is misleading Canadians, mischaracterizing the source of inflation, telling Canadians they're on their own. That's the Conservative plan. We have the backs of Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
What's irresponsible is that they gave wage subsidies to wealthy corporations that were able to pay their own dividends. What's irresponsible was paying $54 million on an Arrive scam app that should have cost $250,000. Now, let's get this straight. Liberals are the arsonists of this inflationary fire. More Canadians today and more newcomers want to leave Canada because they just can't afford it anymore. Canadians can't afford this costly coalition any longer. Will they stop their inflationary spending and stop raising taxes on hardworking Canadians? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are experts at revisionist history, and let us go back to 2020 when this government was faced with the worst pandemic in 100 years. This government made historic investments in our communities, in our provinces, in our businesses and Canadians. And what did the former Bank of Canada, Stephen Poloz, say about those investments, Mr. Speaker, after his analysis of that spending? In fact, what the stimulus did was to keep the economy from going into a deep hole in which we would have experienced persistent deflation. The Conservatives don't like it, Mr. Speaker, but those are the facts.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Once upon a time, many Canadians trusted the Liberals that interest rates would stay low. Many purchased homes based on this promise. This Prime Minister then added more debt than all other Prime Ministers combined. Even Liberals like Mike Carney have said that inflation is principally a domestic story. For many Canadians, inflation is not a story. It is a nightmare. And some mortgage payments have risen by over $2,000 a month. Will these Liberals end in this inflationary nightmare and commit to cancelling their plan to raise taxes?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, time and time again, the Conservatives have demonstrated that they don't care about supporting low-income Canadians and Canadians who are facing the high cost of living. When it comes to initiatives such as lowering taxes for the middle class or the Canada Child Benefit, or when it comes to childcare, Mr. Speaker, who for families across the country are saving up to 50% in fees, that's thousands of dollars in their pocket every year. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have voted against it time and again. We know where we stand, and we stand with Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, those benefits will never reach the average Canadian. These Liberals can help Canadians today by getting their spending and taxes under control. People on fixed incomes like seniors, veterans, and those on disability are really suffering. Many have written to me saying that they can barely afford food to eat. 20% of them are skipping meals to save money, and people are resorting to food banks. Will this Prime Minister commit to giving Canadians a break and cancel his plan to raise taxes?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know about the Conservative members, but I speak to real Canadians every single day. And today in Ontario, 86% of childcare centres have signed on to the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement. And I've heard from families who are saving thousands of dollars. In fact, last week, a woman in Toronto contacted me to say $4,000 is what her family is getting back, dating back to April 1st. $4,000, Mr. Speaker, that's a lot of money in people's pockets that's going to help them with the high cost of living. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to be there delivering real measures for real Canadians every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charles-Bourleux-Saint-Charles, Mr. Speaker. Equifax is saying that the non-mortgage debt rate is over $21,000. The company also reports that more than half of Canadians worry about not being able to pay their monthly bills. In the last 2 years, this Prime Minister has spent over $200 billion on expenses that had nothing to do with the pandemic. $200 billion. That's the equivalent of federal taxes for 27 million middle-class Canadians. This way, once again, can he commit to stop his inflationary spending and stop raising taxes on Canadians? They've had enough. The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. We have to ask who wrote my colleague's question, because Well, he's just copying the message from web giants. It's as if the web giants are asking his questions. If he was truly interested in what's happening in Canada, he would be worried for our democracy, for regional media, for national media, for independent news. But instead of that, he's just repeating the message from Facebook and other web giants instead of defending Canadians. The Honourable Member for Charles-Bourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, how can my colleague explain that since taking office in 2015, the Prime Minister has increased the country's debt to over $1 trillion? Desjardins says that Canadian taxpayers will have to pay $49.5 billion this year alone in interest on that debt. How did we get there? With inexplicable spending by the Prime Minister, for example, for giving two multi-million-dollar loans to the Irving family, giving $50 million to MasterCard, giving $12 million to Loblaws for refrigerator purchases. These are just a few of many examples. Will the Prime Minister finally commit to stop the spending spree that only increases the debt and burden on Canadians? The Honourable Minister. I'll give you some more examples, Mr. Speaker. What is happening with regards to culture? What is happening with regards to our artists and creators? And instead of helping culture and voting for Bill C-11, they're blocking it in the Senate. They're blocking it in the Senate. So once again, instead of defending our culture, our TV, our music, and our TV shows, what are they doing? They are just spreading what web giants want them to spread. For once, instead of repeating messages, let's have a spine and finally defend Canadians. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. With 5 days to go before COP27, we learned that Canada continues to pour public money into the fossil fuel industry. It is the second worst country in the G20, according to Oil Change International. Worse than Russia, imagine that. This government has invested $8.5 billion a year between 2019 and 2021, so how are the other countries supposed to react to COP27 when they hear Canada making nice speeches when it is the second worst dunce in the G20? And Mr. Speaker, what do you call someone who says one thing and does the opposite? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has committed to eliminating public funding of fossil fuels by the end of 2023, and we will reduce this by the end of 2023 to confirm we must face climate change. We must implement a plan to fight climate change and to grow an economy that will be prosperous, and of course, we will work together in this fight. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Since 2009, Canada has promised to stop subsidising fossil fuels. 13 years later, nothing has changed, and that is a reason for which we've had enough of promises without action. This government promised to stop subsidising fossil fuels by 2023. But 2023, hey, it's 2 months away, 61 days to go. If it intends to fulfil its promise, then it must be quite far advanced. It must have a great plan. At the COP27, will the Minister be able to announce that fossil fuel subsidies are over and that this is not just an empty promise? Will it finally be a reality?
Secretary to the Environment Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to agree with the honourable member that we need to go further and faster on fossil fuel subsidies on our journey to net zero by 2050. And, Mr. Speaker, we're doing exactly that. We're capping emissions from the fossil fuel sector. We're implementing a clean fuel standard. We're investing in carbon capture, Mr. Speaker, and we will be eliminating inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2023, 2 years in advance of the deadline, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Métis-Matin, Metapédia. Mr. Speaker, it's going to be heavy at COP27. Canada will be making speeches on a green transition when it has just announced in Washington that it wants to accelerate its oil and gas projects. The government will make speeches about protecting nature when it has just authorised 100,000 kilometres of oil drilling in a protected marine environment. It is going to make speeches about state responsibility when it just approved Baie du Nord. Mr. Speaker, do you remember when Stephen Harper boycotted the UN to open up a Tim Hortons? At this point, you have to wonder why this government isn't doing the same. They may as well. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, well, thank you to my colleague for that interesting question. As I said yesterday already, when she asked this question, we have implemented a plan to fight climate change that is perhaps the most detailed in the world. It is bold, it is aggressive, it will reduce greenhouse gas emissions in order to ensure a prosperous and clean future for our children and our grandchildren. And we want to work together with our partners from the Bloc Québécois and with the NDP and, of course, the Conservatives.
Number for Calgary, Mindapur.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers are in. $2,400 per Canadian spent last year. That's $171,000 a minute. Yet 47% of Canadians feel they're in a worse economic position this year than last year. And 30% of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, feel that we are already in a recession. Canadians can't afford this costly coalition. So will this Liberal NDP coalition commit to no inflationary spending?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, let's just look at the record. When the Conservatives were in office, they did nothing to help the most vulnerable Canadians. It is this government that has introduced the Canada Child Benefit, doubling the GST, a $500 top-up on housing supports, cutting childcare fees in half, providing dental care to 500,000 kids. Mr. Speaker, it's the responsible thing. It's targeted. That's our job as a government. We are doing our job.
Member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Speaker, we're opposed to all wasteful spending. That includes $6,000 for a hotel room, $12,000 for groceries in a single month, $54 million for a single application. Yet 53% of Canadians are worried we're going to enter a recession next year. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? Inflationary spending. So will this Liberal NDP coalition commit to stopping inflationary spending?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Conservatives don't like to admit it, but we're actually coming out of a global pandemic, one of the most difficult periods of time that Canadians have gone through in almost a century. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about extraordinary spending, it's because we supported 9 million Canadians on the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. It's because we supported thousands of businesses through the CEBA, and it's because we supported millions of people through the Canada Emergency Wage supports, Mr. Speaker. That's what we did. That was necessary. It was important. And we made sure we were there for Canadians in their time of need. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. What was not necessary for the government was to take $200 billion of this $500 billion to spend on programs that had absolutely nothing to do with the COVID pandemic, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality of the matter. They hide, they divert in order to avoid telling the truth to Canadians. $500 billion, 40% of which was not for COVID. At the same time, $1.5 million Canadians had to go to food banks over 1 month. 20% of Canadians stated that they had to skip meals because they simply couldn't buy food. When will they stop wasteful spending? The Honourable Minister. When we look at the facts, during the pandemic, the worst pandemic we've seen in over 100 years, this House, this government, made the decision to support Canadians, to support our provinces, our territories, our constituencies, and businesses. Stephen Poloz, former Bank of Canada governor, said this allowed the economy to avoid a precipice where we would have known a persistent deflation, a contraction of the economy. The Conservatives don't want to admit it. Those are facts.
The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. The future Prime Minister said that the inflation is mostly caused by domestic issues here in Canada. And what we're saying, that they sent checks to prisoners. They sent CERB checks to public servants and also thousands to We Charity members. $54 million for ArriveCan, a $6,000 suite for the PM. And when will they stop their wasteful spending? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the new economic action plan for them is cutting EI benefits, cutting the pension plan, cutting childcare benefits, cutting climate change action, and that's what they're proposing. Chop, chop, chop. Every of these measures will take money from Canadians' pockets. It's irresponsible. That's their typical conservative austerity, and that's not our plan. Is to invest in Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, people in Canada are struggling with their mental health, and accessing help is almost impossible. Yesterday, a report found almost all Canadian workers have experienced mental distress, and for many, it's only getting worse. Years ago, this government said it would amend the Canada Labour Code to protect workers, but the Liberals have failed to follow through, just like they haven't delivered on promised new funding for mental health supports. When will the government finally do what's right by delivering on their promises to protect the mental health of workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to say that very soon we will be talking about a mental health policy that will also include the right to disconnect. The world of work has changed so much over the past few years, but particularly during the age of COVID. And we recognize that workers do have a right to disconnect from their employer and enjoy a work-life balance. I look forward to working with members in this House to make sure to make that a reality for workers in this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Last Saturday, I joined hundreds of protesters in London demanding justice for Mahsa Amini. One local activist stated, "We are not going to back down. This is the point of no return." The government needs to step up and support the brave women and men fighting for women's rights in Iran. But to date, there isn't a single Iranian official targeted by Magnitsky sanctions to hold those committing human rights violations accountable. When will this government start taking concrete actions and use specific sanctions to support Iranians?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague. Obviously, what is happening in Iran is completely unacceptable. That's why we're taking strong measures against the Iranian regime, which includes sanctions against the Iranian regime. Again, yesterday I announced strong sanctions, which also include isolating Iran at the UN Human Rights Council, particularly for women's rights. Now, what we are going to do is announce more sanctions. We'll work on the implementation of sanctions. We've announced more funding to do so, and I look forward to working with her on this. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the pandemic, our government waived interest on Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans for 2 years. We did this because we knew young people were amongst the hardest hit by job losses. As we look toward the future, we know that student loan repayment continues to be a top concern for many Canadians, especially those with low or modest incomes. That's why the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion is taking action to make loan repayment more flexible and affordable. Can the Minister please share with this House more details about the change being implemented today?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the member from my hometown of Cloverdale Langley City, for his tireless work on behalf of his constituents and all Canadians. We believe that no one should be deterred from pursuing an education because of unaffordable interest costs, and that's why effective today, Mr. Speaker, graduates will not have to start repaying their federal loans until they earn at least $40,000 per year, and maximum payments will also be lowered from 20% to 10% of household income. This will support an estimated 180,000 borrowers each year.
For Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, 51% of Canadians are struggling to afford food, and those who can't cut back any further are being driven to their local food banks. But the government doesn't care. They're too busy blowing money on $7,000 a night hotel rooms or $54 million on a Arrive scam. To pay for their scandals and secret backroom deals with the NDP, they want to raise taxes, further driving up the cost of basic necessities like food. Canadians can't afford this costly coalition. Will the Liberals end their inflationary spending?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister for... The Honourable Minister.
For the question, Mr. Speaker, there's no point of bringing politics into that. Every member of this House wants to make life more affordable for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's what we did, and I remind my colleague, like I said earlier this week, back in May, Mr. Speaker, I wrote to the Competition Bureau to ask them to do all the tools they have at their disposal to make sure there was no unlawful practice in the grocery market in Canada. More recently, Mr. Speaker, I asked them to launch an investigation, and I called the CEOs of a number of these food chains to make their part to help Canadians. Everyone needs to make their part to help Canadians in this time.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, they say they want to reduce inflation, but everything they're doing is going in the wrong direction. The Liberals are piling up more debt, and taxpayers can't keep up. When the PM travels abroad, he stays in a $6,000 a night hotel. The ArriveCan scam cost $54 million and handed millions to Liberal insiders. The cost of the administrative state has exploded. The debt last year was $90 billion. The Liberals have racked up more debt than all Canadian governments combined. When will this Liberal government stop, reverse course, and bring down prices for Canadians and stop their inflationary spending?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've been asking the Conservatives to put a plan on the table for affordability, and we have it. It's hot off the presses. It's the new Conservative Economic Action Plan, Mr. Speaker. Cut employment insurance benefits, cut Canadian pension plan, cut child care benefits, cut climate action checks, and each one of these planks in their plan, Mr. Speaker, pulls more money out of the pockets of Canadians to give to the wealthiest. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what kind of plan they have, but our plan focuses on those Canadians who need it the most, when they need it the most. That's responsible government. That's our plan.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians can't afford this costly Liberal NDP coalition. Now, these Liberals have showered Liberal friends like Frank Baylis with $237 million in COVID contracts. They gave $28 million to Liberal donor Pierre Gay for Roxon Road, and they shoveled over $54 million to a couple of guys sitting down in their basement that created the ArriveCan app that should have been built for under $250,000. So why is it that Liberal insiders under this Prime Minister always get rich, while regular Canadians have to pay more for heating, eating, and fuel?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, I tell you what we can't afford. We can't afford not to do something on climate change. I want to put some faces on not acting on climate change now. I want to talk about Norm, who saw his wife washed out to sea. I want to talk about Amy and her daughter, who were literally ran from their house without shoes on their feet. I want to talk about Smokey, who was pulled from the ocean by his brother. I want to talk about Brian Button, who has had to have sit-down conversations with over 100 homeowners to tell them that their homes are destroyed and condemned, and there's more on that list. I want to talk about the people in Burgeo and Burnt Islands and Blanc, Foxwoods, Marguerite.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that minister actually cared about those Canadians, he'd make life more affordable by cutting off the carbon tax. You know what? Right now, we just continue to prove that this Liberal NDP coalition is out of touch with Canadians, and Canadians are out of patience with this government. Canadians are suffering from the Liberal-induced inflationary crisis, while their Liberal friends are rolling in cash. Now, if the NDP and Liberals truly cared about average Canadians, they wouldn't have voted to triple the carbon tax. So what does this Liberal NDP coalition have to say to Canadians who are skipping meals and using food banks, well, because of this government's...
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to continue my narrative because I was talking about Canadians' lives. That's what was impacted by us not acting on climate change and not acting on climate change now. I've seen people go through the rubble looking for their parents' urns of ashes. I've seen people looking for memorabilia.
Okay, the Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about Canadians' lives. I'm talking about the lives of people who have lost their homes, their belongings, their memorabilia, everything that they've lost because we have to do something on climate change. We have to do something now. We've seen the hurricanes in the Atlantic. We've seen forest fires. We've seen drought. The cost of inaction is only going to get worse. I hope nobody has to stand up in this House and talk about a life lost in their riding because of inaction on climate change. Everybody needs to act on this, and we need to act on now.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Rouleau Commission has learned that even before the truck convoy came to Ottawa, the government was planning to insult the occupants in an effort to scorn them. Text messages between Liberal employees reveal that this was strategic. They wanted to give interviews about the extreme elements of the convoy to make them look bad, and they even thought it would bring out the crazies. They said. 2 days later, the Prime Minister insulted the convoy, and the police confirmed that this fueled the crisis. Does the government realize how dangerous and deeply irresponsible its strategy was? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we invoked the Emergencies Act because this was an unprecedented situation. It was dangerous for workers, for families, for youth, and that is why we worked together with police services. It was a necessary decision, and now we're going to collaborate with the Commission because transparency is an important component of this exercise. Now, thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, do you know what the worst part is? When they saw the convoy of trucks driving towards Ottawa, they didn't plan anything to stop them from besieging the city. They didn't plan to get them out either. They developed a calm strategy to escalate the crisis because they thought they were scoring political points. Not only did they let the protesters take hold of the city of Ottawa, but then their strategy created more than 3 weeks of tension, Mr. Speaker. How can the minister justify his strategy to the people who were held captive in their own city? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this illegal blockade, the government managed the resources and the RCMP to help the police force here in Ottawa and help other operations across the country. It was an unprecedented situation, and the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act was one that was necessary to help Canadians who were impacted by this unprecedented situation. Thank you.
Royal. Mr. Speaker, under this government's soft on crime agenda, violent crime has risen by 32%. But now there's more devastating news for victims and survivors. Last Friday, in a 5-4 split decision, the Supreme Court struck down the legal requirement that all sex offenders be listed in the National Sex Offender Registry. Now, this is the part where the minister stands up and says he's studying the decision. But what Canadians and victims want to hear is a clear commitment from this government that all sex offenders will be listed in the National Sex Offender Registry. Will the minister make that commitment?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question on this important issue. Safety is a priority for our government, Mr. Speaker, and certainly our hearts go out to victims of sexual assault and sexual violence. The registry was passed by a government, and unfortunately, the Supreme Court of Canada found 2 provisions in that registry to be unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, we are going to look at that decision. We're going to look at the options responsibly and move forward from there. But victims will always be, and the safety of Canadians will always be, our priorities in this matter.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, since this Prime Minister took office and implemented his soft on crime policy, violent crime in Canada has risen 32%. Wow. 60% of Canadians say they've seen an increase in crime in their community. Families are afraid to take their children downtown. Businesses who are barely hanging on are seeing a decrease in customers because Canadians are choosing to stay home and feel safe. So will this Prime Minister do his job and punish violent criminals and protect innocent Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear, and I hope all members will share the sentiment that we have to do better when it comes to protecting our communities. That's why I'm proud of the work that this government is doing in launching a national handgun freeze. I'm proud of the fact that we have launched a national ban on assault-style rifles. I'm proud of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we've launched a $250 million fund to prevent gun crime from occurring in the first place. What have the Conservatives done? They have filibustered at every single stage, blocking important resources for law enforcement and smart, sensible policy. They should come on side and do right by all of the victims victims and the survivors with whom we meet with far too often, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Sunday during Halloween festivities in Vancouver, 5 people were stabbed. The drug trafficking epidemic continues to get worse in British Columbia. Property crime is skyrocketing, and small businesses are losing money because people don't feel safe going to visit those businesses. Across BC, Mr. Speaker, there is a pervading sense of lawlessness that is hurting the social fabric of our communities. So my question to the minister today is very simple. When will this government finally deal with prolific offenders and end their soft-on-crime approach?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I know that this is a priority not just to British Columbians, but indeed to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently at a meeting of Justice and Public Security Ministers for the provinces, the territories, and the federal government, we have committed to looking at the the question of prolific offenders and what to do. Mr. Speaker, we're working with our provincial partners in order to find a solution. In all cases, Mr. Speaker, keeping Canadians safe is our first priority.
The honourable member for Marc Aurel Fortin. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government has made a commitment to reach reasonable collective agreements for taxpayers that also offers fair scenarios for employees with provisions that reflect today's labour market. The President of the Treasury Board, can she inform the House about the new agreement that has just been reached? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question and also for his contribution to his community. Good news, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to share that after 1 year of negotiations, the Canadian government reached an agreement in principle with the Association of Canadian Financial Officer Controllers, and both parties negotiated in good faith. We reached a fair deal for employees and for taxpayers. I'd like to thank both parties for this winning conclusion. Thank you.
Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, in Dawson City, Yukon, the cost of furnace oil has gone up almost 61% since last year thanks to liberal inflation and carbon tax. Families will now have to pay over $7,600 to heat their homes. Yukoners shouldn't have to decide between staying warm or buying groceries, all while Liberals have not met a single environmental target. They have a tax plan, everybody. We know that, not an environmental plan. Why won't the Liberals give Yukoners a break and cut the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly affordability is extremely important. We've taken significant steps, including allocating $250 million for home heating oil replacements with greener alternatives, doubling the GST tax credit. It's also the case, no matter what the Conservatives attempt to mislead, that 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back in the rebate from the carbon tax than what they pay. But, Mr. Speaker, it also bears stating that Conservatives also misled Canadians during the recent general election when they campaigned on putting in place a carbon tax. Given that position, the position that they're taking today, each Conservative member in this chamber is in fact breaking a promise they made to the constituents that sent them here. Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians believe
the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, massive Liberal deficits have caused a 40-year high inflation, resulting in major increases in the cost of living. I have many seniors in my riding, like Kathy, who at 68 years of age has had to go back to work in order to pay for utilities, food, and make her mortgage payments. As well, a disabled constituent reached out to me by email this weekend, indicating she's down to 1 meal per day and, in her words, is contemplating applying for assisted death instead of starving to death. What is the government doing for 65 to 74-year-olds, and will the Liberals stop punishing them and cancel all tax increases on gas, groceries, and home heating?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
If I won't take any lessons from the party opposite, whose plan for seniors was to raise the age of retirement to 67, or the attack on their pensions, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we restored that age back to 65. Mr. Speaker, we enhanced the CPP. Mr. Speaker, we increased the guaranteed income supplement that has, Mr. Speaker, lifted thousands of seniors out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, we also increased the OAS by 10%. We're delivering on doubling the GST credit, Mr. Speaker, and with the payments that are going to be going out this Friday, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to deliver for all Canadians, including seniors and those living with disabilities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisette Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, because of this government's endless spending, inflation keeps going up, and Quebec families are having to deal with higher and higher bills. When the government should have been prudent in recent years, it has continued to spend lavishly. One example, the costly Arrive Can app, on which $54 million was spent, and which could have been created in one weekend for $250,000. Imagine the difference between this. Will this government do the right thing and allow the Auditor General to get to the bottom of this waste? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is talking about Quebec families. Quebec families and what they need. What they need is support from the government, whether it's help for their children, for daycare, or for workers, all these things that the Canadian government has done. And I'm wondering, which of these things would they cut? They have this chop, chop, chop strategy. Where would they cut?
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Recently, the Minister of International Development and I were in Ukraine to show Canada's steadfast support, but also to learn what more Canada can do to help. We were there one day after Russian missile strikes targeting civilians across the country. During our visit, the Minister and I each received the shirt that I'm wearing here today. Everyone we met with, Speaker, told us that after Russia's missile strikes, Ukrainians are more determined than ever to win this war decisively. And many also asked whether we would be there until the end, until Ukraine wins this war. Could the Minister share with Canadians the importance of this message, and will Canada stand with the Ukrainian people until they win?
Good question.
Minister.
During our visit to Lviv, Ukraine, we had the opportunity to meet with youth from the Ukrainian Leadership Academy, and one thing is clear. Young people have contributed to Ukraine's resistance in the face of Putin's illegal war. These courageous students launched their own campaign called Heroes Among Us. They're telling the stories of those ordinary people standing determined in the defense of Ukraine. It's inspiring to see the resilience and determination, and Canada will stand firm in our support for all Ukrainians. Slava Ukraini.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The outdated diesel power plant in Sanirayak resulted in the community without power for 4 days at temperatures dipped to minus 17 degrees. Not only do the power plants harm the environment, they are unreliable and outdated. This government continues to neglect the needs of communities, and they must invest in projects such as the Kivalliq Hydrolink. When will this government help Nunavut transition to reliable power solutions so people don't go without basic necessities?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that very important question. Concerning the first part of the question with the power outage, I will speak to my team at the end of this meeting and make sure we get the details and see what our role is. We have a very good relationship with the government of Nunavut, and we're very proud to support the Kivalliq community, the government of Nunavut, on the Kivalliq fiber optic line that we are working on in partnership with all of the partners. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been shocked by allegations of political interference into an RCMP investigation. They want to know that the organizations that are protecting them aren't serving a political agenda. But the archaic language of the RCMP Act is a recipe for disaster. It needs to be fixed. Today, I called on new measures to clarify what directions the Minister of Public Safety can issue to the RCMP and for them to be issued in writing. We need to see more accountability. Will the Liberals support my proposal to help restore public trust in our institutions?
Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first I welcome the opportunity to work with my honourable colleague on his private member's bill, which he put forward this morning. In the meantime, I do want to update this chamber that my mandate calls for strengthened standards when it comes to use of force, strengthening the role of the Management Advisory Board, and finally Bill C-20, which will ensure that there is an opportunity for Canadians who have concerns with regards to the quality of service that they're getting from the RCMP and the CBSA for the first time, is legislation that I hope that we will pass with great haste so that we can raise the bar on transparency, on accountability, and ensure the confidence of Canadians in their law enforcement institutions. Thank you.
That's all the time we have for. Before we go on to I notice a couple of points of order. I just want to remind the honourable members that props are not allowed in the chamber, and referring to them is even more frowned upon. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of it. It was very subtle, but I'm not going to point anyone out. They know who they are. Please do not do that again. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House remembers that almost 10 years ago, the worst rail tragedy in the history of Canada cost the lives of 39 people, and therefore the construction of the bypass rail should be concluded, and the government must approve the project as soon as possible. Thank you. All those opposed to the member moving the motion, please say nay.
D'accord.
All right. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Would all those who are opposed to the motion please say nay? Carried.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni is rising on a point of order.
There have been consultations, and I hope that if you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion. I move that given that one, the mental health of Canadians has been negatively impacted by the pandemic, two, economic conditions are exacerbating financial barriers to mental health supports, and three, that our public healthcare system is under immense strain, the House call upon the government to put into place a Canada mental health transfer without delay.
Hear, hear. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. That's all. Orders of the day.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides.
Business of supply.
Opposition motion on the ArriveCan application performance audit, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Resuming debate. Before we resume debate, I want everybody to say shh. Very good. Now we'll resume debate. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, who has 5 minutes left in her speech. Oh, no. Sorry. 1 second. We'll just get everything straightened out here. Good, now that the chair has been briefed on what happened. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's somewhat disappointing in the sense that the Conservatives continue to not come to the realization that what's happening around the world is, in fact, quite serious in regards to inflation. You have the United States, you have England, many European countries that have a higher inflation rate than here in Canada. Having said that, Liberal MPs are concerned, Mr. Speaker, about the cost of groceries, about the cost of some of those important consumer products. That's why we are bringing forward progressive legislation to help Canadians at a time in which they need it. My question to the member is, why does the Conservative Party actually, when it comes time to do something to support Canadians, vote against our progressive, supportive legislation for Canadians, Mr. Speaker?
Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to let you know I was prepared to do my speech all over again if necessary, but I'm glad that we worked out where we were at in this process. I would just answer that member by saying that after all the mismanagement and examples of Liberal insiders getting rich, why should anyone trust this government to do what they say they are going to do. When Canadians are struggling to make ends meet and can't pay their bills, it is an outrage to ask them to foot the bill for this government's wasteful spending, and I refuse to do it. Thank you.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech today. I'd like to ask her why she thinks it is that this NDP Liberal costly coalition becomes so irritated every time we ask them for metrics, for proof behind what it is that they do. And in this case, the metrics used to determine the number of COVID-infected individuals entering Canada that validated this $54 million spent on the ArriveCAN app.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think what I would have to say is it is very concerning that this government refuses to be transparent and has reacted the way it has when we have made what would be typical requests around a significant government procurement program or any other data that we need to ensure that the way they are spending Canadian taxpayers' dollars is done wisely. I think it shows that we are worried about transparency and that they are worried about being held accountable for how they are spending Canadians' money.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, is quite concerned with the costs of the ArriveCAN app. I wonder if she's also concerned with the $21 billion with a B that is expected to cost for the Trans Mountain Pipeline, an expansion of a leaky pipeline in the midst of a climate emergency, and the $17 billion more in a loan guarantee from just a few weeks ago. Can the member comment on this?
Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for that question. You know, what I would simply point out to that member is that Canada has the most ethical energy sector in the world. If we are concerned about lowering global emissions, not just our countries and supporting our allies abroad, particularly in Europe, then we should be helping our oil and gas sector to flourish rather than slowly suffocating it and always criticizing it. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And here we are today talking about accountability. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could comment on the lack of accountability we've seen when it comes to a hotel room that was somewhere between $6,000 and $7,200, $6,000 and $7,200. Here we have a discussion on $54 million spent, and that's a big sum of money. We have smaller sums. Can she please comment on the lack of accountability when the Prime Minister won't even tell us who was in that room?
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for the question. I think what I would simply say in the very short time that I have is that Conservatives will not back down from demanding answers and accountability for Canadians. We will always seek to get the truth for Canadians when it comes to the overspending and mismanagement of this government.
Debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise to speak on this great Opposition Day motion that we have, and I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for moving this motion that we are debating here today. Many different things have happened over the last 2 or 3 years, Mr. Speaker, and that's brought us to where we are at here today with a very particular focus that we have on the ArriveCAN app. As it says, we need to show respect for taxpayer dollars, which is more fundamentally based on respect for the rights of our fellow Canadians. An essential part of Parliament's role is to hold the government accountable for its spending, along with its policy decisions, regardless of the party that's in power. And that is exactly what the motion calls for, nothing more. Hopefully, all members from all parties in this House can agree with that idea, including Liberals who sit on the government side. We will have to wait and see the result of the vote because the issue in question has to do with the controversial ArriveScam app. But what this motion does is call for the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit. And that is something different from this House expressing our approval or disapproval towards a specific government policy. It's not even a committee study. Instead, this would be an independent review that takes the issue away from partisan debates between the government and the opposition. This would address the need for some necessary accountability, though, because we cannot pretend that nothing really happened with the ArriveCan app over the last 2 years. And if the government's truly confident that they have made the right decisions along the way, then they should have no problem supporting this particular motion. In the end, it would prove their case with no problems, and I hope that point has been clearly understood. So here we are today, 1 month after the government eventually decided to drop the mandatory use of the ArriveCan app, but that does not alone mean that all issues have been resolved. We do not have the whole story, and many of the questions that Canadians have are left unanswered. Why did the federal government mandate it in the first place? Why were Canadian citizens required to download and use an app to enter their own country? Why was there a lack of accommodation or flexibility? Why did it take so long for the government to finally drop the mandate? Why did it cost $54 million to create, when it has since been shown that it could have been made for as low as $250,000 and was originally projected for only $80,000? Who exactly benefited or profited from paying out all these millions of dollars? This is what all members need to know on behalf of their constituents all across this country. While we're having this debate, Mr. Speaker, we also cannot forget all the impacts this mandated app has had on all Canadians. The government's tried to claim that this was somehow about vaccination, to turn the issue against those who did not receive COVID vaccines. But the reality is that we saw how this mandate affected different people regardless of their medical status. And ArriveCan took it a step beyond the other problems involved with vaccine mandates for work and for travel. It created yet another barrier for new groups of people in our society, which relates to the technology used. But if the government wants to defend their decision by making it all about vaccines, then they are at least revealing part of the unfortunate truth by saying so. They have essentially admitted that their intention was to punish the unvaccinated, which came with a suggestion to the wider public that doing so would stop transmission. This might have worked to scapegoat and divide people during and after a snap election, but the mandate didn't do what they said it would do. And of course, it's true that the app was clearly part of a broader policy which undermined and violated Canadians' right to medical privacy. What was the result? Although the Prime Minister might not understand this fact, regular people have many reasons to travel besides taking luxurious vacations. These mandates devastated careers and relationships for people. Some of them were unvaccinated, while others did not disclose that they were vaccinated for privacy reasons, because that was the issue at stake. And this government chose to keep it in place, while it became more apparent over time that their excuse for it was flawed. But again, the ArriveCan requirement took all this to a new level. It made the situation more comical, more complicated, and nonsensical. There were people who could show their papers, but their personal circumstances did not allow for them to use ArriveCan. Some do not have the right technology. Some of them just simply weren't able to use it, or maybe they didn't have ready access to it for practical reasons. In a lot of cases, we're talking about seniors or minorities who found that their government added an arbitrary barrier under the vaccine mandate. These are our fellow Canadians who live in my riding and in every other riding, including those belonging to Liberal members, and I'm sure that they have heard similar stories from constituents as I have. As an example, I had someone reach out to my phone from one of the many Hutterite colonies who don't use technology, don't have access to computers, and their options for other access are limited. This individual is vaccinated and could cross the border into the United States, but upon returning to Canada was forced to quarantine simply because he was not using the ArriveCan app and didn't have the means to even have the app in the first place. It didn't make any sense to him, and Mr. Speaker, I agreed with him. There are also a number of seniors in a similar situation who are forced to quarantine, even though they could otherwise prove their vaccination status under the rules. This had consequences that were more than a mere inconvenience. People were confined to their homes. In the case of the constituent I mentioned, their community's lifestyle is based on agriculture and food production, and this would have disrupted his ability to contribute to this important type of work that they need to get done. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this member of this community was down in the States getting parts that they needed for their agricultural machinery, their agricultural implements, to be able to perform what the government at the time had actually deemed to be an essential service, but yet they still told him he had to go home for 14 days anyway. Farmers know that you can't afford to lose valuable time for up to 2 weeks. And Mr. Speaker, their work, as we all know, is isolated by nature. One person driving a machine, ranchers out checking their cattle, out checking their herds. There's zero risk to the communities around them. And this is another example yet of how the Liberals have zero understanding of what life is like out in rural Canada. But then it somehow got worse, Mr. Speaker. Not only was the app intrusive, but it had glitches. If you complied and used ArriveCan, you still weren't safe. There were people who were able and willing to use the app, but were still wrongly identified for quarantine time anyway. At one time, the Canada Border Services Agency said that these incorrect notifications went out to over 10,000 people. This is a disaster that was as embarrassing as it was confusing, and it went right along with the government's failure to provide Canadians with passports and with notoriously bad flight disruptions at our airports. But the Liberals dragged it on nonetheless. Despite the calls to end it from border communities, from tourism groups, border guard unions, and the public. And by the time they dropped this restriction, the travel season was all but over. My riding is along the border that we share with the United States, and tourism is an important part of our local economy. It also happens to be a rural area, which adds its own limitations to the situation. And from that perspective, I can assure everyone here that there is real damage done to these communities because of these misguided policies. What makes it worse is that we knew from common sense that the extra burden and impracticality for tourism, for agriculture, and our other local industries wasn't necessary. There were all kinds of Canadians who paid a price for the Prime Minister and the Liberal government to save face or score political points. Fortunately, they couldn't ignore the mounting pressure any longer, and they dropped their requirements at the border, which was the right thing to do. But there are still some challenges remaining to our citizens and to our border communities. One such example, Mr. Speaker, is that the hours of operation still have not returned to normal. And in one such example, Mr. Speaker, I had a constituent who had a 2-hour trip to get his cattle to the vet in the U.S. and back, turned into a 14-hour trip because he wasn't allowed to come back over the border. And we have regulations in this country that limit how long animals can be in a trailer, and this simple decision put him at risk of having to spend even more time on the road, away from home, risking the health of his animals as he was traveling. Canadians can once again fully exercise the spirit of their charter rights to remain in, enter, or leave Canada. We also no longer restrict international travelers from coming here, but the United States still has a vaccine mandate at their border for our citizens. And that's their decision to make. Our government obviously can't make it for them. But does the Prime Minister care to advocate and stand up for the same Canadians who he has demonized and marginalized over the past 2 years? The Liberals have not acknowledged what they did wrong. There has not yet been an expression of regret or apology. But one way for them to show some goodwill would be to support this motion. There are a lot of strong opinions on these issues both inside and outside of Parliament. But if we at least agree to this, we could start to focus on getting more of the facts involved with the divisive policy. That is something that the Auditor General could provide. We can get a better idea of what happened and learn to do better in the future. Canadians can see some unity and leadership across party lines in this place. Hopefully, this would set a good example and help to heal the divisions that we have in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I heard this member talk about the requirements for being vaccinated, and I was thinking back to when I was speaking earlier, and I was quoting the leader of the opposition, the former leader of the opposition, the member from Durham, when back in November of 2021, he said that the best way to protect our economy, the best way to protect our country was to get vaccinated. And he was calling on everybody to get vaccinated. I'm wondering if the member agrees with that. Was the best way to protect our economy and to protect our country to encourage people to get vaccinated?
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, the vaccine was obviously a helpful tool during the pandemic, but it was not a means to mandate things and to drive a wedge in the country. That is what this government has done. And when we see programs like the ArriveCan app, which are wasting $54 million, which is just a drop in the bucket of some of the other scandals that this government has had, they've managed to use these issues as a way to divide Canadians and to further line the pockets of Liberal friends.
That's a problem. That's why we have this motion on the table here today, to get the Auditor General to look at the performance of the app. It's a simple motion. I hope you'll be supporting it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the opening line of this motion says, given that the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. And I'm just wanting to drill into that a little bit. I've done some research, and in the OECD, which is made up of 38 countries, the average inflation rate is 10.2%. The inflation rate in Canada at the same time is 7.6%. Now, of those 38 countries, a very healthy majority of those are conservative governments, including the UK, which has had a conservative government for the last 12 years, and their inflation rate is 8.8%. Hungary, 13.7%, a very right-wing government. Poland, 15.8%, another right-wing government. So my question to him is this, where does he get his data or rationale for the statement the cost of government is driving up cost of living when just about every right-wing government in the world has inflation exceeding what we're doing in this country?
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, when we look at how much money that the government has borrowed, how much money the government has printed to be able to buy up government debt, that's creating inflation. This is creating the issue of Canadians being able to buy more goods because the value of our dollar is worth less. And this was a decision that the government of Canada in itself made on its own. And that's just one of many issues going on. But the more the government continues to borrow and spend above its means, the more that Canadians are going to have to pay for that. Regardless of the program that the government puts in place, Canadians are still going to be paying for it, either directly or indirectly. And one of the worst, the silent tax or the invisible tax is inflation. We see the way it's gone. You know, for example, mortgages, Mr. Speaker, back in May, the average mortgage in Canada was $800 more in a span of only 6 months. I can't even imagine what it is now.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You forgot my riding name. Anyway, I'd like to thank my colleague from Cypress Hills Grasslands for his speech. He talked about seniors, and as the critic for seniors, I paid close attention to that part of his speech. Obviously, the ArriveCan app for seniors was problematic in Quebec. It was perhaps affected them disproportionately, but I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about truly helping seniors with inflation. The carbon tax is not what seniors where I'm from are asking for help with. They want an increase in benefits like the old age security. And they want it available for people between 65 and 75 as well. I'm very sorry for forgetting your riding name. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Member for her question, and you know, seniors in different areas of the country have different issues that are impacting them. You know, for example, in Saskatchewan, if there was no carbon tax, then their pensions, their OAS, their GIS would go further. So there's lots of other initiatives too that would help seniors. But as far as the motion goes, I had seniors writing to my office throughout the pandemic that were forced. They were vaccinated. They met all the requirements, but they were still forced to go quarantine for 14 days, which meant they had issues getting their prescriptions, getting to medical appointments. I had one guy, for example, who needed surgery on his eye, but his driver, who was his wife, who happened to be an American citizen and a citizen of Canada, or a permanent resident of Canada, lost her ability to drive him to that appointment. So they had nothing to do. So they were a big issue there.
Continuing debate, to reprise the débat, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to all my honourable and dear colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to start off the bat and state I'll be sharing my time with the esteemed member of Parliament from King's Hat, I believe from the beautiful province of Nova Scotia. King's Hants, I should say. To not esteemed. I will use the word esteemed, much like my colleagues just did, to describe the honourable member from King's Hants. Mr. Speaker, to appreciate the need and benefits of ArriveCan, it's important to understand the context of where we started. At the onset of the pandemic, monitoring health measures at the border was a paper-based process. In early 2020, the government implemented strong border measures to slow the introduction and transmission of COVID-19 into Canada through orders in council. We went from a few thousand travelers requiring additional health measures at the border per year and really per day to millions of travelers being tested. The existing system was not operationally sustainable for the magnitude of what is COVID-19. And I would like to add, Mr. Speaker, the measures that we introduced, the measures that the province has introduced, were, yes, meant to protect Canadians, meant to protect their health and safety, which is the number one and most important priority for any government in Canada, but it was also meant to allow to build capacity within our healthcare system. So we need to think about asking people to wear masks, asking people to physically distance, asking people to stay home, asking owners of restaurants who invested their lives, their sweat into building their businesses, asking them to shut down. These were not done haphazard. They were done with the intentions of making sure that Canadians were kept safe and sound during the pandemic. It was the right thing to do. And with that, it was the right thing to do to introduce the ArriveCan app. To implement the emergency orders, we collected contact information from travelers. This was initially done by paper form. Information was shared with provinces and territories to identify travelers quarantining in their jurisdictions. It was also exchanged with local law enforcement to inform them their day-to-day operations and was used to contact travelers to verify their compliance with quarantine requirements. Before ArriveCan was launched, it was a cumbersome process at the border. Further exacerbating the process was the need to collect forms using biohazard protocols, as this was a period when there was suspicion the virus could live, for example, on paper. In the early days, shipping paper forms across the country, digitizing and inputting information into existing systems could take upwards of 14 days. It is within this context that ArriveCan was created in the spring of 2020 as a joint initiative between the Public Health Agency of Canada and the Canada Border Services Agency. Without ArriveCan, border services officers would have needed to ask each traveler health questions and review their documents. By using the app, travelers saved approximately 5 minutes each time they crossed the border. The app was downloaded more than 18 million times, again 18 million times, while allowing more than 60 million travelers to expedite their border crossing. Now that vaccine mandates and other health requirements have been removed, the advanced CBSA declaration feature of the app can be used voluntarily to make customs and immigration declarations in advance. This continues to save travelers time at participating airports. Mr. Speaker, I do hope to see this form of the advanced CBSA declaration in an app purpose be used for all travelers entering Canada, specifically Canadian citizens, to expedite their process through airports such as Pearson Airport, which I use on a regular basis and which I know many of my colleagues who I see there on Sunday evenings or Monday mornings use as well. The budget allocated for ArriveCan is $54 million by March 31st, 2023. Mr. Speaker, you can find the budget breakdown on the CBSA website. As the science evolved, so did our technology, Mr. Speaker. Initially, ArriveCan was simply a digitized version of the paper traveler contact information form that travelers were completing upon arrival to Canada, collecting information remotely prior to a traveler's arrival, minimize the number of questions that the Border Services officer had to ask each traveler, thus speeding up processing times, while also limiting the exposure of officers to each traveler. Yes, public safety of individuals working for CBSA and various partner agencies. In a public health crisis, time and information are critical. With the paper forms, we had actionable information on day 5 to 8 of a traveler's quarantine. With ArriveCan, we accelerated that to useful data within 48 hours. The decision to make ArriveCan submission mandatory for all air travelers in November 2020 and all land travelers in February 2021 further facilitated PHAC's ability to administer border measures with the goal of mitigating the importation and spread of COVID-19, again, to protect the public health and safety of Canadians. As border measures evolved quickly to respond to the Omicron variant, so did ArriveCan. Travel history data was used to identify recent arrivals from countries of concern. PHAC was subsequently able to contact those travelers individually by email and phone, ask them to test and place them in necessary quarantine. This response would have been impossible without the ArriveCan app. Like other points in history, they need to take timely action to drive innovation. The COVID-19 pandemic necessitated the development of a more efficient process to manage large volumes of health data. The purpose and value of ArriveCan to manage public health measures at the border, Mr. Speaker, cannot be understated. Again, to protect the safety and public health of Canadians. ArriveCan is a tool that evolved with the pandemic, adopting changes with each new order in council. It improved the quality of the scientific data PHAC collected, which supported decision-making based on science and allowed the crucial exchange of information with provinces and territories. Without ArriveCan, Canada's ability to administer the border measures put in place to protect public health would have been significantly reduced. We need a more streamlined digital approach to manage, track, and protect our borders during the largest healthcare crisis that we have faced in nearly a century, that we are likely to see in our lifetime, and that was the ArriveCan app. Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand that ArriveCan is not just an information sharing app. It's a secure, transactional app and web tool that use the internationally recognized smart healthcare standard to verify, yes, proof of vaccination. ArriveCan improved data quality and enhanced our ability to verify compliance rates under the Quarantine Act. This budget includes far more than the creation and launch of the app itself. The cost to develop and launch the original version of the app in April 2020 was approximately $80,000. To ensure COVID-19 response remained effective, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada made regular adjustments to border measures informed by scientific evidence, available data, and international travel partners. To support these adjustments, it required 70 updates and upgrades to ArriveCan. Each of these had to be developed and tested prior to launch to ensure the app was up to date and secure. To that end, the total budget for ArriveCan also includes all the necessary work to operate, maintain, and upgrade the app over the last 2 years. It also covers the work done by Service Canada employees at the call center, which answered over 645,000 calls and helped travelers during the pandemic. Again, Mr. Speaker, the app, much like many of the measures that are brought in, really all the measures that are brought in during the period of COVID-19 and ongoing, were meant to protect the public health and safety of Canadians. Given the urgency of the pandemic, the app needed to be developed as quickly as possible, Mr. Speaker. CBSA had to use several professional service contracts for the development and maintenance of ArriveCan based on their expertise. All contracts and payments were made in accordance to the Government of Canada's policies and directives. This included safeguards to ensure the private information of Canadians using the app is protected. Fundamental, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as Canada continues to recover from the pandemic, the CBSA will continue to work hard to make technology available at the border to help speed up and travel and enhance the safety and security of Canadians. I hope to see the ArriveCan app and the iteration thereof used in CBSA pre-clearance forms for travelers coming through airports in Canada, particularly a Canadian citizen, to speed up their process in clearing customs and immigration via CBSA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I got a two-part question for the member on the opposite side. First part is about the fairness of the app. There's so many Canadians, especially in my riding, seniors that don't have internet, don't have email, don't have access to the app. More importantly, I have the Amish community that don't use phones, don't have internet, don't drive, don't vote, and they're now facing $250,000 in fines as a community. Does the member think that's fair, or does he think it's discriminatory against those Canadians? And the second part, he talked about the efficiency and why it costs $54 million in the effectiveness. Well, we got the Ottawa bureau chief of the Globe and Mail just yesterday or the day before, when he's going through customs, huge lineups, and he's stating, when he's asking about the ArriveCan app and these huge lineups, the border agent's officer is laughing and saying the app is irrelevant, so don't bother using it. Does the member have anything to say about that?
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound for his concerns with regards to the usage of the ArriveCan app. And we want to make sure all Canadians' experience using the ArriveCan app is efficient and quick and smooth. Obviously, there are travelers that need assistance, and there's available assistance that was available for travelers requiring that particular assistance they needed. I have elderly parents. They traveled during the time when COVID-19 was obviously and is here, but traveled during the time period that the app was in use, and we did assist them with that, and it was very efficient and smooth for them, including my 87-year-old father who has an app on his smartphone that he utilized. So it was a good experience.
Question commentaire, questions and comments.
The
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it nice to see the Liberal colleagues trying to defend ArriveCAN today. I don't know if they travelled during the period it was in use. To see, especially older people trying to manage with this complicated application, seeing CBSA agents trying to deal with it, what a waste of time. But I agree that there needed to be measures in place. I don't question that. But my question is the following for my colleague, Mr. Speaker. Those who developed the ArriveCAN app for $54 million, is that the same gang of people who had the contracts for the Roxham Road in the Liberal Party's entourage? Is there a connection between those two groups, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
River Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to attempt to answer the question from the Honourable Member from Drummond, who asked, I believe my interpretation may not have been working. I'm not sure if it's just myself or other colleagues, but I didn't get the interpretation, but I think I understood the question. No, it's Mr. Speaker. With regards to the app and the costs of the app, which many members have asked about, if you do look at the full cost and operation of the app over the 2 years, the many upgrades, the service call center, the adjustments that were made, and the number of professionals involved, the data storage the storage of the data, and so forth, it was obviously a measure that was introduced, which you can't just look in a microcosm of just the app itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge for his remarks. There have been a bunch of very concerning irregularities around the ArriveCAN app. I think most Canadians were pretty shocked at the overall dollar amount for development and maintenance, $54 million. When the CBSA produced a list of contractors involved, there were companies on there who claimed that they didn't do any work on the app and were quite surprised. I just wonder, to my friend across the way, if these irregularities in his mind don't warrant an audit to get to the bottom of how much money this cost, who got the money, and what the procurement process looked like and whether it was appropriate. Does he not agree that's appropriate?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my colleague and friend from Skeena Bulkley Valley, which is the area where I grew up in, and look, transparency and accountability of whichever level of government and how it's spending its money for taxpayers, including the taxpayers in my riding in Vaughan Woodbridge, is imperative. I know that all the processes and procedures were followed by the Government of Canada in this procurement process towards the app. If you'd like to go to the CBSA website, there is a breakdown of how the contracts were the monies that were spent with regards to the ArriveCAN app. And for that matter, with all regards to all the measures that were put in place during COVID-19, which was an extraordinary period of time in our country and the world's history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this afternoon, it's a pleasure to see all of you, my colleagues here in the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a few moments to reflect on the past 2 years, because they were 2 very difficult years for all Canadians and, of course, all countries around the world. Of course, because of COVID-19, which we battled and won the fight against COVID-19. And I'd like to remind all of my colleagues, all Canadians, of the level of uncertainty on March 12, 2020. I remember the day very clearly because I had returned to my riding. And I remember the Prime Minister was before a podium and declared COVID-19 is here in Canada. And of course, it was a new virus.
A whole lot about the virus, Mr. Speaker, and when we look at the last 2 years, the uncertainty that it presented, but also the work that we did collectively, from an international sense, the way in which this government worked to help provide and procure vaccines that would be available for Canadians, that would make sure that Canadians were protected against the novel virus, and the fact that we're able to gather again in this chamber 2 years later I think is quite remarkable, and it has been a challenging time. Et je pense c'est nécessaire de...
And I think it's necessary to compare our response to that of other countries, like the United States, our neighbor to the south. I think of the many people who died because COVID-19 10 times.
Think about that. There was roughly, I believe the number to be 60,000 Canadians died as a result of COVID-19. And indeed, of course, we still have COVID-19 here in this country. We're in a much better place, but it still exists. But when we talk about the way in which the government responded, I'll take our response 10 times over. Think about that. It's not just a statistic, Mr. Speaker. It's people's lives. There would have been 600,000 deaths in this country had we followed the way in which the United States did. And so when we look at the way in which the government helped support individuals and businesses who were being asked to take on health measures and health protocols to stop the spread of COVID-19, there was tremendous spending over the past 2 years. And of course, when we talk about inflation, because the text of the motion today talks about some of the affordability challenges that Canadians are seeing, I'll reiterate, Mr. Speaker, what I've said before in this House. It's a nuanced issue. Part of it is as a result of the dislocated supply chains that we've seen that are still working their way back from COVID-19 and the disruption we've seen. Some of it has been because of major weather events that we've seen around the world, including right here in Canada. And I'll name 3 of them, Mr. Speaker. You're from Nova Scotia. You watched, of course, we all watched with concern of Hurricane Fiona and the way that that impacted our communities in Atlantic Canada, particularly in Cape Breton, Prince Edward Island, and Western Newfoundland. We can think about the droughts that we're seeing in the prairie provinces last year during harvest season, and the atmospheric rivers that impacted British Columbia. Those are 3 examples just in our own country where there was massive disruption and impact on critical infrastructure that, of course, then impacted the supply chain. That's part of the reason why we're seeing some of the inflation. The war in Ukraine, we've talked about this at great length. The war continues. It is causing supply chain issues in the fact that there's been a difficulty in being able to move critical grains to international markets. Let me go on record, Mr. Speaker, and say that I have deep concern about Russia's newest proclaimments that they're not going to recognize that international accord to continue to move grain from the ports of Odessa and the Black Sea. That has had an impact on energy security, and it's also driving prices higher. We also need to think about the demographic situation. In Western countries, our demographics, on average, are getting older. And I don't know if it's been tabled yet today, but I do believe at some point this week, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Immigration is going to be tabling a levels report. I hope and aspire that this government will be ambitious in drawing new Canadians to our communities, because it is extremely important for the replenishment of our communities and for us to have the necessary workforce. On workforce, Mr. Speaker, there was almost 1 million unfilled jobs in the last quarter of 2021. There are market shortages in terms of labor, and that's driving prices higher for wages, which is then having a continuing nuanced effect. And the last, of course, would have been the pent-up demand that individuals had. Mr. Speaker, think about it. Maybe some of us in this House, Canadians at home, you might want to travel during the winter months, have the opportunity to go away. That wasn't available. And so there was a lot of disposable income that was pent up that is also driving some of this inflationary pressure that we're seeing right now. But we need to be clear, Mr. Speaker, the next 18 to 24 months are going to be difficult. The Minister of Finance has alluded to that herself. Certainly the projections, whether they be from the Bank of Canada or some of our private financial institutions, are talking about the prospect of a recession. And let me just speak on interest rates. I think it's important that we as members of Parliament respect the independency of the Bank of Canada. Certainly the member from Carleton did not do that during his leadership campaign, but it is important that we do so. I do want to highlight the fact that I think the Bank of Canada interest rates are going to play an important role, but we are still going to see some stickiness in terms of interest, or in terms of inflation, in part because of the things I just mentioned, whether it be the war in Ukraine, whether it be some of the decoupling of the supply chains from places like China and Russia. Those are going to keep prices a little bit higher, and I do think we need to be mindful of that and set that expectation for Canadians in the days ahead. Donc, je m'attends
So I do not expect that the fall economic statement presented by the finance minister on Thursday, well, I hope that the fiscal measures will be prudent. It will probably be light because it's necessary for the government to maintain fiscal firepower to address affordability for all Canadians.
Respected the fact, Mr. Speaker, that this government has walked a line in the sense of responding, trying to be proportional to the challenges that we're seeing. It is not necessarily best fiscal policy for the government to spend a lot of money when the Bank of Canada on its monetary side is trying to bring down interest rates. So credit to the Minister of Finance, and we'll see what happens on Thursday, but I expect that hopefully that will be the case. I want to just miss 2 minutes. I should have allocated my time a little bit differently, Mr. Speaker, but let me just say 3 things that I think is going to be extremely important for us as parliamentarians to encourage and this government to take up in the days ahead in relation to what we're seeing. So first is regulatory reform, and I talk about this often, Mr. Speaker, but there is things that we need to be able to do that don't cost money, that can help drive economic growth and improve public service delivery. Whether or not it's policy changes, whether or not it's a legislative change. As the chair of the Agriculture Committee, I hear often about little things that this government can do and what we can do as parliamentarians to help drive that innovation and that investment that doesn't require government spending. That is going to have to be an important part in the days ahead. I spoke a lot about Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at the way that they deliver digital government. It's been tremendous. I think it's called the DIA app. They have the ability to access their government records online on an app. It's transforming the way in which they're providing government services. I think that we need to have that same conversation in Canada about how we can drive that forward, how we can find efficiencies in the public sector, and how we can drive innovation to better public service delivery for Canadians and look at efficiencies on the fiscal side of the ledger. Final thing I'll say, Mr. Speaker, in about the 45 seconds that I have left, is on interprovincial trade. Now, I've heard the radio commercials in my own province about premiers asking for more healthcare funding. Look, that's a conversation that we know will happen between the Minister of Health, the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, and the premiers. But at the same time, premiers need to be a part of the solution in finding the money to actually support long-term sustainable healthcare. One way is to actually reduce and eliminate interprovincial trade barriers. It is actually easier right now for wine producers in our region of the Annapolis Valley to send their products to France than it is to Ontario. We're in the 21st century, Mr. Speaker. Why is that still the case? A Senate report suggests 2 to 4% of GDP can be achieved if we actually focus on that. Premiers need to be part of the solution. If we're going to bring money to the table, they got to do that along with their own health care. I'm going to finish there. I look forward to questions from my colleagues, Mr. Speaker.
Now, before we go to questions and comments, I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages a memorandum of understanding signed by the House leaders of all recognized parties in the House of Commons to create an ad hoc committee of parliamentarians to examine documents from the Public Health Agency of Canada relating to the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to see MPs working in collaboration on important issues that require a responsible approach to transparency and accountability. I want to thank my fellow House leaders for the colleagues for their work and support in this important process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe that's tabled. Anything else? Back to questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talked about just about everything but ArriveCan. We're here today to talk about why the government wasted $54 million on this application. And in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, I have to tell you that Canadians were refused entry into Canada, not because they weren't vaccinated, but because they didn't have ArriveCan filled out, and they were told they're going to be charged $6,200 each. And this was after the World Health Organization had already said that we should be eliminating these border measures and eliminating the mandates. And so this is a violation of their charter rights. Would the member admit that the Liberals have violated charter rights of Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, no, I won't admit, nor do I think that this government has violated any charter rights. And I know that the member opposite is the Shadow Minister of Civil Liberties, I believe it is, that has been appointed by the member of Carleton. Let me say this, and she did make a reference to the World Health Organization. It was the work that we did internationally along with the provinces and territories to actually respond to the pandemic, to be able to make sure that there was vaccines in place, to be able to make sure that there were measures there. I already mentioned there were 60,000 Canadians that died as a result of COVID-19. This was a serious virus. We responded in the manner that had to be done. I would not take the approach of the United States, which was 10 times full of the amount of deaths that happened. We stand by our record. We stand by the way in which we responded to a very nuanced situation, and the fact that we can stand here 2 years later confidently with Canadians protected, the majority of whom have been vaccinated. Thank you.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bravo, you remembered. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'm rather surprised to hear my colleague boasting about what the Liberals have done for the economy, because we see that for Roxham Road, for example, there are some very dubious contracts that were issued because while money is being given to that kind of companies, he talked about the fiscal update that will be made by the minister, and Canadians are going to have to tighten their belts. So it's kind of a double standard for companies and for Canadians. So there's the matter of health transfers that we want to be in the fiscal update, aid for seniors, and the whole matter of EI. So I think that we are facing difficult times, and now it's not the time to make cuts to those sectors. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Of course, her question has many components, but with regard to the health transfers, I agree with her proposal to help provinces and to work with them, with the province and territories. But it's also very important for Premier Legault and all First Ministers in Canada to work to reduce interprovincial trade barriers, because that would help our entire country. And that would mean we could put in place sustainable funding, because simply transferring dollars for health is not a sustainable plan. So that would be problematic. Thank you.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my concerns with today's motion is the first line that asserts, quote, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. This runs counter to a recent paper from the University of Calgary, who found that in Canada, since the second quarter of 2021, 3/4 of inflation has been driven not by government spending, but by supply-side challenges. For example, disruptions in food crops internationally. Can the member for Kings Hants comment further on this?
In a whole 30 seconds, can the member of Kings Hants?
Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and that's what I was getting at in my speech, which is, and that's why I used the portion of my speech not even necessarily to address the provisions in the text, because I find it a little bit ludicrous that has been brought forward, but let me speak to the member's question, which is, when we look at inflation, it is nuanced. It is not necessarily as a result of government spending. It's because of a lot of external factors that are happening around the world, the war in Ukraine, climate change, and demographics. That is a really important observation the member has made, and I agree with him.
Prise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time today, Mr. Speaker, with the Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable.
Merci.
Merci. Mr. Speaker, it is always such an honour to rise in the House of Commons to represent my constituents of Peterborough-Kawartha. And today we have put forth an opposition motion. And for those people who are watching at home or starting to get interested in politics, opposition motions are so important because every day the Liberals get to decide what's important, and we know that they are not choosing what is really important to Canadians. And so as an opposition motion, the Conservatives can use our voice to speak for Canadians. So I'll read our opposition motion that we have put forth today. We will have a vote after this, and we're asking the Liberals, NDP and Bloc to support us on this motion to pass. That given that, 1, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living, 2, the parliamentary budget officer states that 40% of new spending is not related to COVID-19, 3, Canadians are now paying higher prices and higher interest rates as a result, 4, it is more important than ever for the government to respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate wasteful spending. The House call on the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the Arrive Can app, and to prioritize this investigation. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important motion because today in the House what we've heard, and I heard members from the Liberal side of the House say, this motion is too broad and it deals too much with the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, when the government in charge, who is the Liberals, who are responsible for spending Canadian taxpayers' money, is wasting their money, when we are in a cost of living crisis, it absolutely is pertinent to this motion. The Arrive Can app cost $54 million, and we don't know where that money was spent because it was only supposed to cost $250,000. Canadian taxpayers deserve to know. So this motion is extremely important as we look at the complex issue of the cost of living crisis. If you have people who can't afford to buy bread, if you have people who can't afford to buy eggs, and the government is wasting money, and that's really what this comes down to. It comes down to a mismanagement of funds, possibly corruption, but we don't know, so that's why we're calling on this government, because if we don't have accountability, how do we get to the bottom? If we don't ask the right questions, we can't get the right answers. And Canadians do not have trust anymore, Mr. Speaker. We need trust restored so that we can help the people. 1.5 million Canadians used a food bank in March. That is the highest number ever recorded in Canadian history. In 1 month, 1.5 million people accessed a food bank. 1 in 3 of those were children. This past weekend, I went to the grocery store and I had to go get some essentials. And like everyone else, I noticed, the outrageous cost of food. And the teller, the cashier, said to me, she has at least 3 people a day telling her that they're going to have to use a food bank. We live in a G7 country. Now, Mr. Speaker, I like to think that everyone in this House cares. I do. I actually really think that everyone is here because they want to serve, and that's why they took this job. But some days it's hard to believe that. It's hard because the wasteful spending and the unacknowledgement of an app, just admit it didn't work. Just admit that it was a waste and we need to fix it. Let the Auditor General do it, learn from it, move on. Restore trust, Mr. Speaker. The app in itself, for those of you who know, I was former shadow minister or critic to tourism. I took so many calls about this app. I have one constituent who was featured on Global National. Her name is Katie. Now, Katie works in the States, but she is a Canadian citizen. Katie went across the border, and I'm going to grab some of these stats to show you what happened to Katie. Her story was featured on Global National with the Arrive Can app. She was one of the 10,000 people who were impacted by the glitch of the app, but no communication was ever given to Katie. None. Another just epic fail on the accountability of the Liberals. she was told that she was going to have fines up to $1 million. Now, she wasn't just getting an email, Mr. Speaker, she was getting literally accosted, threatening messages every single day. The mental damage on Katie's life is, I don't know how you measure that in an amount. She was threatened that she would be imprisoned up to 3 years. She was threatened that she would have to be admitted into a federal quarantine facility. And the worst part, Mr. Speaker, she was threatened that she would never be allowed back into her own country. There is so much wrong with this app. Then, in August, instead of admitting that this app was causing so much damage, because the Conservatives kept telling, and we felt like parrots in here. We just kept saying, this is not working. It's not doing whatever it is you think it's supposed to do. The backlogs at Borders, the backlogs at Pearson, we established this reputation where people had zero travel confidence to come to Canada because of the ArriveCan app. I traveled from Germany, Mr. Speaker, in March, I believe it was, and the anger from the people on the airline of how poorly run Canada was embarrassing. And they said, this ArriveCan app is disgusting. We cannot even begin to calculate the lost revenue that this faulty app created. We actually don't even have, I don't know what tools we would use to calculate this. The tourism industry before COVID was a $105 billion industry. It's only up to 80 at this point, right? So we have lost so much money because of this app. And you know, I have the member opposite who loves to heckle me right here from Kingston, and he's come in to distract me. And I'll say it, and I've said it before. If you don't want to listen to me, leave.
A point of order from the honourable member for Kingston Islands.
I sincerely apologize to the member if she thought I was heckling her, but I was actually talking to my colleague, and obviously I was talking too loud, and I'll try to keep it down, but I certainly wasn't directing anything at her.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. And I'm also going to remind the member not to speak directly to members as they're in the House. So the honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
I appreciate that. His record in the past has not been so kind, so I appreciate it. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that the magnitude of the fault of this app extends so big. When we think about a little convenience store that benefits from somebody crossing the border to come visit their parents, that benefits from tourism, how do we calculate that? And they didn't get to cross the border because the Liberals doubled down in August and they made it only digital. So seniors or somebody who didn't have a smartphone, somebody who didn't want to download the app, couldn't use it. If that's not discriminatory, I don't know what it is. I don't know how many seniors came into my constituency office and said, Michelle, I don't know how to use this, please help me. And then when we would do it, it would work. And you'll hear the Liberals say that it worked fine, and I'm sure it worked fine sometimes. But that's not good enough when you have a whole industry at stake. That's not good enough when you are supposed to be helping Canadians restore travel confidence. That's not good enough when people are wrongfully fined and quarantined, 10,000 people. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 1 minute. Thank you so much. So I would call to the House that I think that this is absolutely an important motion that we should all be open to, because why are we elected? To serve our constituents, to serve Canadians. Why are we elected? To be accountable. And if there is a $54 million app that this government doesn't know how it was paid for, then we owe it to Canadians to find out why. So, again, Mr. Speaker, please let us get the Auditor General to conduct an audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCan app, and to prioritize this investigation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been trying to just clarify something with respect to this motion, because I've been getting different and conflicting answers from Conservatives and NDP today. But the very first clause in this, the first whereas clause, says the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. And what we heard the member from the leader of the opposition say today is that he was referring to the fact that there are more public servants, more public sector jobs now than there were before the pandemic, and essentially criticizing those public sector jobs. Now, the NDP seems to claim that it has to do with subsidizing oil. That's what the member from Courtenay Alberni said. So I'm wondering if this member can clarify for me on clause 1 of this motion where it says the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. Is that indeed talking about the fact that there are more public sector jobs now than there were prior to the pandemic?
The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you to my colleague across the way for the question. I think what we need to focus on too is when we look at food bank users and that stat that I referred to in my speech, the 1.5 million in 1 month, so highest ever recorded, it was also in conjunction at the same time with the highest employment rate. So people are working and they still can't afford food. And this government continues to waste money over and over again on programs that don't work, that don't get to the people who need it, that are constantly met with red tape. So unless we do these audits and we hold them to account, why are we letting them just waste taxpayers' money?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague during her speech, and she said that we've lost so much money with that money, $54 million. I agree. For an app that lasted perhaps 2.5 or 3 years, it's too much money. That money could have been spent elsewhere. Last week, the Bloc Québécois tabled a motion that talked about spending of $70 million year after year after year after year. And we were criticized because our priorities being put in the right place. So I don't have a question. I just wanted to make that comment, and I'd like to hear hers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you to my colleague. And to his point, $54 million may seem small when you talk about $1 trillion debt. Like, the comprehension level of the money that is owed in this country is not really conceivable to the average Canadian. And it didn't even work. And we can't even calculate the amount of money that was lost because of its ineffectiveness. And so if we are not challenging this government, if they are not stepping up, they should be offering to do this audit. We shouldn't have to call on them to do this audit. That is the right thing to do. So if they are mismanaging Canadian taxpayers' money, they ought to be ready to take a stand on that.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, and I want to make sure I get the name of the writing correctly. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. One of the things that's been on my mind is, whether any other countries around the world have something like the ArriveCAN app. So I checked, at least among our peers in the G20, not a single one has an app like this. Not Germany, South Korea, India, the UK, South Africa, Japan. I won't name them all, but there's 20 of them, except for Canada. We have this app that costs $54 million, an app that Canadians didn't need and can't afford. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could comment on the fact that we spent $54 million on something that was apparently not necessary in the eyes of our G20 peers.
The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you to my honourable member for the great question. And the question is exactly what we need to be asking. Why? Why does this Liberal government continue to say, we're going to do this and we're going to make things better? And every time, consecutively, since this Prime Minister has taken office, things have gotten worse. So it's a great question.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me today to rise to speak to the motion from the Leader of the Official Opposition and the member for Carleton on this important issue of government waste, liberal waste, as a result of which, instead of helping fight the inflationary crisis that we and Canadians as a whole are currently confronting, the government continues to spend more and make everyone's life tougher. I'd like to share a few parts of the motion. First of all, the member for Carleton is of the view that the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. Inflation has gone up by over 11% in the past year, which is the highest inflation rate in 40 years. And what does that mean? Groceries that cost 30 to 40% more. And as a result of that, at the cash, parents are forced to make tough choices. They have to say, yeah, the parents really like this, but not this week. We're going to have to cut back on our spending. We'll only be able to afford that once a month instead of once a week. That's the result. The price of gas goes up and down. It's almost $2 a liter now. And for workers in regions like mine, people may have to drive 50, 60 kilometers a day on their commute to work. And that means that there's money coming straight out of their pockets to pay for gas that otherwise would have gone towards feeding their family. So that's another example of the problem, Mr. Speaker. And here we learn that this government is going ahead with an additional tax. They've tripled the carbon tax. That will be even more harmful for all consumers all across Canada. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, or PBO, said that this government's inflationary spending has amounted to $500 billion. I never thought I'd have to use that here, but $500 billion or $500 billion. That's because of government spending over the past 2 years. And the PBO said that the claims of the government to the effect that that money was being used to help people with COVID, to cut checks to families and businesses. Yes, and we supported that, Mr. Speaker, but what we didn't support was $200 billion of that amount. 40% of the spending had absolutely nothing to do with COVID. The government created new programs and new spending, causing further inflation. And so as a result, the family I was referring to earlier is going to have an even harder time making ends meet. So 200 out of the 500 billion were unrelated to COVID. And this is a deficit that will stick around for years. The government claimed that that interest rates would remain low, but now Canadians are having to pay back the debt at record interest rates when you look back the last several years. So contrary to what the Prime Minister said when he was first elected in 2015, the deficit is not going to pay itself off. The debt is not going to pay itself off. And the third point is that Canadians are now paying higher prices and higher interest rates as a result. Yes, they are. And the government has to pay more interest too. So more taxpayer dollars are going to be used to service the debt because this government has racked up spending. It's incredible. They shouldn't have. Some of that spending could rightly be described as waste. And the service on the debt is going to cost everyone more dearly. That's a fact. And it says it's more important than ever for the government to respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate wasteful spending. So that's what the motion calls for the government to respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate wasteful spending. Who could oppose that? Who could be against that statement that the government should respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate wasteful spending? So this motion is an attempt to shed light on this government's wasteful spending. And if my colleagues support this motion, the House will call on the Auditor General of Canada to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all respects of the ArriveCan app, and to prioritize this investigation. This app cost $54 million, and it could have only cost $200,000. And some of the experts suggest that companies were hired for $1 million, And those CEOs basically told the media that they had never even worked on the app, on the ArriveCan. And I'll wrap up there, Mr. Speaker, and I would invite all my colleagues to support this motion. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's actually very difficult to follow the Conservative thinking on the ArriveCan. At one point, depending on who you talk to, who happened to hold the leadership of their party, at one time the Conservatives were saying, shut the borders. Sometimes they say open the borders. Sometimes they're back on the shut the border theme again. But I would think that they would recognize that it was important to have the ArriveCan app or something of a similar nature. Does the Conservative Party really believe that they could have implemented something in that would address issues of security, cyber threats, these valuable data banks for $250,000? Are they really that naive, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I had a piece of paper because I got vaccinated, which I could have shown the customs officer. That would have cost the price of a sheet of paper, and I could have crossed the border with that. But no, you had to use ArriveCan or you couldn't cross the border. So this was an app. Now, the government of Quebec provided an app that would have enabled me to prove that I was vaccinated. But no, you needed the federal app because the federal government insisted on having its own app and hiring its own cronies to develop the app. That's why the Auditor General is needed to shed full light on the ArriveCan app. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable for his speech. My goodness, I never expected to have the opportunity to ask him a question here in the House, but today is the day. So for my colleague, my question is, well, he talked a lot about the cost of ArriveCan, but ArriveCan was used during the pandemic, and we're all in favor of studying this, but it's a one-off. And what always fascinates me is that just last week the Conservatives voted against our motion, which would have enabled the government to save on an annual basis, not just as a one-off, $306 million annually. So it's a double standard, I think, Mr. Speaker. What does my colleague have to say about that? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague. I'm honored to have the opportunity to answer her question, and I hope one day I or one of my colleagues will have the opportunity to answer the Bloc's questions every day. Because if we take office, that will put an end to wasteful spending and useless programs. We'd be delighted to answer all your questions at that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
And comments, I would say the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable member for his great intervention today. He spoke a lot about debt and a lot about the debt that this country is incurring. Of course, this motion has to do with spending and how the government uses their money and what they're spending it on. And we know that, for example, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, they have that debt clock, which circulates through how much debt, and we're incurring about $6 million a day. Adding to our debt. So I'm wondering if the member can just speak to a little bit more about us incurring such debt at the pace that we are, how that is affecting our economy and affecting the capacity of this government to be able to operate.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, there are lots of examples I could give to illustrate what happens when you rack debt upon debt. It takes away the government's ability to deliver real services to Canadians, and it takes away from future generations' ability to rely on government, because the debt will grow and grow and grow. And who's going to have to pay for it? Ultimately, it's our children and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say just one thing. $6,000 a day, according to the Canadian Taxpayer Federation, in addition to what the Prime Minister paid for 2 nights in a hotel, so $7,000 there, So $14,000 for just 2 days, it's even worse than that. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you very much. Oh, that's too much. You're too kind. I have a question. If we put partisanship aside when debating this motion, I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say when it comes to public health measures. It's up to the government to justify those measures. Does the member see any merit to ArriveCAN? Any benefit from a public health perspective, from the perspective of fighting COVID-19? Because apparently we're the only G20 country to have such an app. I didn't check that fact myself, but does the member acknowledge that there were any benefits to the app? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to acknowledge any benefits when there were already tools put in place by the provinces. There were already documents people could have used at the border to prove that they were vaccinated. So I think everything was already there. There was no need to create a new level or a new app, a new level of spending, and a new administrative apparatus to reach the same goals. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Resuming debate.
The
honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleagues. And Mr. Speaker, speaking of colleagues, I'd like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, one of government's roles is to protect the people through border controls, among other things. And in the case of the pandemic, as we experienced it, it's a matter of protecting the public from the increased presence of a virus crossing the border. And this increased presence of the virus could put additional pressure on our healthcare system, which was a system that was already in rough shape after 30 years of chronic federal underfunding. So we have to avoid putting pressure on healthcare systems by protecting the public from what travelers from Canada and from foreign travelers as well could potentially bring in. That was the purpose of ArriveCAN, in part, to make sure that travelers were not only vaccinated, but also that they had a negative test before coming back into Canada. Today, this is a strangely worded motion, and allow me to read it for you. That, given that, 1, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. 2, the parliamentary budget officer states that 40% of new spending is not related to COVID-19. 3, Canadians are now paying higher prices and higher interest rates as a result. And 4, it is more important than ever for the government to respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate wasteful spending. The House call on the Auditor General of Canada to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCAN app, and to prioritize this investigation. Unquote. The preamble sets out a number of problems that the public experienced in connection with inflation, but it also points out something that the PBO found, which was that $200 billion spent in the name of the pandemic were not actually related to the pandemic. And the current inflation that we're experiencing is not just a result of government spending. There are other factors. And so the preamble oversimplifies the complex reality of inflation. The motion goes on. It's rather creative. But when you put the preamble and the motion together, you get the impression that the Conservative Party is calling on the Auditor General to analyze everything having to do with pandemic management, which would be a monumental task. But fortunately, at the end of the motion, it specifies that the Auditor General is really only to look into the ArriveCAN app. But it's a strangely worded motion. In spite of that, the Bloc and I are inclined to vote in favor of the motion because it's important to know whether there was any overspending in the creation of this ArriveCAN tool. We have serious questions about the Conservative Party's priorities, though. $54 million is a lot of money, but it should be a one-hit wonder. But year after year, $67 million are paid out on symbols of the monarchy, and they voted against severing ties with the monarchy, contrary to the wishes of all Canadians, the majority of Canadians. So ultimately, what ArriveCAN was supposed to be was a tool for border control and security. Border officers were to use this tool to quickly identify which travelers needed to quarantine and which ones didn't have to, and which should be sent back because they didn't meet the requirements to enter Canada. When you look more deeply into it, ArriveCAN was also a way for Canada to save money, because before this app was created, hotels had been booked to house travelers required to quarantine, and they had to pay out of their pocket. The prices were high, so the government had to find, train, and pay staff, extra staff, to enforce quarantines both in hotels and in people's homes. And don't forget, there were benefits for people required to quarantine. And briefly, those benefits were available to Canadians coming back from overseas travel and required to quarantine. So in short, ArriveCAN was to be a control and security tool, but also a way for the government to save some money through a certain amount of automation and more effective screening and follow-up at the borders. So the idea was, some people may jump a little bit when I say that it was supposed to be a control and security tool for ensuring that travelers coming into Canada were vaccinated. Some people raised an eyebrow at the requirement to be vaccinated. But before the pandemic, it wasn't that unusual for a person to have to prove that they were vaccinated for things like yellow fever or that they had certain medication with them for parasites or malaria or whatever. So some of these things were obligatory and some were just highly recommended. So having proof of vaccination is nothing new, really. And ArriveCAN was a way of making it possible to travel without having to remember to bring along your little vaccination booklet. People are less likely to forget their cell phone than a paper booklet. So from what I heard by email and right here from other members, the app had significant shortcomings, despite that it might have been a good idea to begin with. The first problem was that border officers were never consulted in the creation and implementation of this app, and travelers were the first to experience the full impact of using the app. There were also programming problems. People who had tested negative were receiving messages telling them that they had to quarantine, and this in spite of any checking done by border officials. And there were incredible delays that paralyzed the airports, and these were just some of the difficulties. The application required no less than 70 changes and updates. In other words, the ArriveCAN app was imperfect, hard to use, and almost impossible for some who didn't have a cell phone. And in addition to all that, it was very costly. Newspaper articles show recently that the app cost $54 million so far. At committee, we received 2,000 documents related to ArriveCAN. That doesn't include documents from CBSA, because we've been waiting very impatiently to get their documents. And we need those documents in order to shed full light on this problem, the problem that the app cost $54 million when it was only supposed to cost a few $100,000 initially. And what did all that extra millions of dollars go to? Does the $54 million include the development and purchase of the app, but also the information distributed in airports here and abroad so that travelers would be well aware of the need to use and download ArriveCan? Does it include advertising for the app? Those are just some of the questions I have and that I hope others are asking too. Of course, we studied the issue. We are studying the issue at the Government Operations Committee, but the Auditor General would have more resources to do a much more in-depth study in addition to what we've done in committee. That's in order to shed full light on what was initially well-intentioned but turned into a nightmare for border officials and many travelers. There were incredible cost overruns, and so we believe that a more in-depth study by the Auditor General would be a good thing. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was somewhat surprised when I posed the question to the member of the Conservative Party in regards to the necessity of having the ArriveCan app. And when I posed the question, he came back in essence saying a piece of paper would have sufficed. Just come to the border and provide a piece of paper virtually, and that's all was necessary. I'm wondering if the member can provide a response to the same question that I had asked the previous Conservative Speaker. And that is, does she believe it was necessary to have something of an ArriveCan application, NAV application, at the border? Does she support the need for that app?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the pandemic, as I said in my speech, there were times when travelers needed proof of vaccination to go to certain countries. For yellow fever, for example, that's still the case today. And at that time, there wasn't an application on cell phones. Did the ArriveCan app absolutely need to be there? The answer is no. There would have been other means as well. That would have been possible, available for a long time. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for her presentation. And Mr. Speaker, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines accountability as the quality or state of being accountable, especially an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility or to account for one's actions. And I'm just wondering if the member does not think that the Canadian public is expecting us to be accountable for the money that was spent on the ArriveCan app, and who best to do it other than the Auditor General, but also her thoughts on how lacking or on accountability this present Liberal government has been over the past 7 years.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. We always need to remember that everyone here in this House, everyone who works for this House, are paid by taxpayer money. In that sense, like with a good family budget, it's important to be accountable to the people who've placed their trust in us, whose taxes pay our salaries, and the place we're in and all of the services that go to them. So it makes sense to require transparency and follow-up, and yes, the Auditor General is well positioned to do so.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for her speech. I'd like to hear her elaborate regarding our Conservative colleagues. When there's talk of inflation and risk for the coming months, the matter of the independence of the Bank of Canada is extremely crucial Calling that independence into question is a risk for the economy that's going to go through this difficult period. I'm not the only one saying it. Gérald Filion, an economist who lives in my region, who I wish a very good paternity leave to. So I'd like to hear my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The last thing we should be doing is interfering with impunity in measures of control for inflation and the recession that were put in place so that the government didn't get involved, regardless of the party. So the central bank has a role to play, a role that must be independent. And all members of this House, as well as governments, no matter their stripe, must respect that essential mandate and respect the fact that it is independent. We like that word in Quebec. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on the topic of the opposition motion requiring that payments, contracts, and subcontracts related to the ArriveCan app be audited by the Auditor General. I'll say, as did my colleagues from the bloc, that with the wording of the motion, it's not a direct link between the money spent on ArriveCan and inflation. That's a bit much. Maybe it's the Conservatives' verbal inflation that tripled. Regardless, the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of the motion because we support its end. There needs to be a close examination of the spending related to the implementation and management of ArriveCan. My committee, the Standing Committee on International Trade, undertook a study of the ArriveCan app. We heard from a number of witnesses, like the Border Agents Union, which explained what a disastrous situation it was. In this context, with a labor shortage, the CBSA Agents Union said there was already difficulty with regular tasks and that imposing a new task, having a digital document more, was problematic. Ottawa has done nothing to address the labor shortage at the border. It was foolhardy to impose ArriveCan as a mandatory app. Last summer, my colleague from Pierre Boucher-Verchard, I filled in for him at the Transport Committee and called for an investigation into delays at the airports. And the Minister of Transport would have been required to come up here. We saw it last summer. Managing trips, well, it was disastrous from A to Z. There was problems with passports and airports. After 2.5 years of a pandemic, the government didn't suspect that anybody would want to travel. Things were very difficult. We heard from children who waited for 24 hours. That could be twice the time of a long flight to go to some places in Asia. 24 hours is a long time. The transportation industry wasn't supported here in the same way as it was done in the U.S. and Europe. Since the beginning of the pandemic, well, there had to be a change of ministers for help to start. There were many irritants. Carriers don't have to reimburse flights if a flight is canceled. So when you spend hard-earned money on a ticket, I think you should at least obtain the service you're paying for. There's a hole in the legislation on that. In the United States and in Europe, it's not complicated. If a carrier refuses to reimburse, there is a fine. And the Traveler's Charter doesn't apply to federal ports and airports. The situation was worsened by the fact that Ottawa refused to reveal a detailed plan for coming out of the pandemic. Each potential step to explain why each thing was happening, because a plan provides predictability. Perhaps we could have avoided some of the chaos. Then there were other models than a mandatory ArriveCAN. In Europe, for example, there was an online statement that had to be filled out before the trip. The debate about ArriveCAN is not a debate about vaccine proof at the border. It's something else. It's always possible to have it put in place if we wanted to debate that. The debate is not about that. We don't need to use this application for the vaccine proof to be required at the border. I heard moving stories from people this summer, from constituents who were quarantined for 14 days because they didn't fill out certain questions on ArriveCAN. It's possible, Mr. Speaker, it is possible that an 85-year-old woman isn't super at ease with technology. Do you think that's possible? ArriveCAN should have been suspended. We're pleased that it's now optional. We know now the Liberals don't like investigations that would shed light on the way they give out contracts. We've seen that a number of times. The development of ArriveCAN should have cost $80,000, but it ended up costing $54 million. That's odd, Mr. Speaker. The CBSA agent union estimated that the money spent on ArriveCAN, well, it says it would have been much better if it had been used on equipment for border stations or to hire people. The government was asking border agents to manage ArriveCAN and put in overtime hours. Why? $80,000 as a target, $54 million as a result. Contracts were given out chaotically, Mr. Speaker. The company that obtained the contract without a call for tenders is GC Strategies. It only has 2 employees. The 2 partners, Christian Firth and Darren Anthony, already had a number of partnerships with the federal government, including the Alert COVID app. They've worked for TD Bank, the City of Ottawa, the LCBO, and many branches of the federal government. They act as intermediaries. The government gave them the requirements, and then GC Strategies found the necessary subcontractors to meet the requirements. And then they led the budgets and controlled the costs. GC Strategies also uses a residential address, and their commission is 15 to 30% based on what they told us at committee. The Canadian government contacted them. They didn't approach the government for this project. GC Strategies charged the government $9 million over 2 years for the work done on ArriveCAN. That was for time, material. The profit margin was 15 to 30%, from $1.3 to $2.7 million. GC Strategies says they always followed the timeline set out by the government and never missed a deadline, despite the 150 updates over 2 years. To answer a question from my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou, who was asking how many contract workers worked for GC Strategies, the company stated that the size of the team varied from 17 to 18 to 25 to 30 people over time. There are many questions that haven't been answered. The government is accountable. It is responsible to Parliament, which is a victor of the Patriots from the 1830s. So an application like ArriveCAN, how did it go from a target of $80,000 for development to a final cost of $54 million? Contracts, payments, subcontracts, all of that has to be looked into by the Auditor General. It's about basic transparency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to recognize, throughout the debate, whether you're a New Democrat, a Bloc, or a Conservative, they seem that those of us in the Liberal Party don't believe in accountability. When in fact, Mr. Speaker, what you will find is that the very subject matter is actually going to one of our standing committees. It's being discussed and debated, and questions will follow through that. We see that CBSA is actually doing an internal review, and there will be a report ultimately that will come out on it. The question I have for the member is, does the member believe that it was necessary for the government to have a NavCan app in the first place? Or is he like one of the Conservative members that said, well, we didn't really need it, a piece of paper would have sufficed in terms of traveling through the international border? We're talking about the safety and health of Canadians in all regions of our country. Would he not agree, at the very least in principle, that there was a need for a program, if not this one of a similar nature? Or does he concur with the Conservatives, a piece of paper would have sufficed?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode. Well, I often recognize the strategy of our Honourable colleague, which is to open up a whole pack of things and then ask a question that has nothing to do with it. So you can't respond to the arguments he put forward. I'll still respond to the first point. On transparency, he says the Liberals, based on what we say, don't seem to believe in accountability. But forgive me, Mr. Speaker, but you have to look at how they act. We know that the Liberals don't like it when we look closely at what they do. And when it was proposed at my committee that we study ArriveCan, they voted against it. That answers that question. So now, was it necessary? There were other models. Why didn't we discuss them with transparency? But the issue here is about looking at why it cost much more than it should have. That's the question.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. Prior to this last election, this exact same government basically was in power and denied the request of this entire side of the floor.
Okay, just I want to make sure that there's going to be translation happening, so make sure translation. Just make sure I'm speaking in English. Attendez-vous en français.
Can you hear me in English?
Again, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Prior to the last election, pretty well this exact same government was in power. We, as the opposition on this side of the floor, called on them to share the scientific background and all of the evidence that verified their decisions in regard to COVID, and they stymied us on that. Today we are calling on them to explain to us why this ArriveCan app was so important, and I've asked them for the metrics of how many people were coming across our borders with COVID and did not get any information on that. What is the member's view on the need for them to come clean on their metrics?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode. It's unacceptable because when you put in place a measure, you have to be able to justify it, to give numbers for it, to lay it out with details, with numbers, with conclusions. We can say this aspect worked well, this one worked less well, but we think there are more pros than cons, or vice versa, and it's adjusted. If we don't have that, we don't have a responsible government before us. And it's the sad reality with this issue, like with many others. And I can tell you that I too have asked a similar question to certain officials when there was a study at my committee, and we didn't get better answers. So it doesn't make any sense. And of course, the Conservatives in the Bloc didn't have the same positions on pandemic measures, but one thing we've always agreed on is that there needed to be a plan that was made public to debate proposals and lift measures. Things needed to be predictable to avoid disasters like last summer. We needed to have before us the outlay, and it needed to be clear.
We have time for a very short question and answer. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. One thing that this whole debacle around ArriveCan has raised is issues around the decision of whether to outsource contracts to the private sector or to have Canada's public service do the work themselves. And there are some really strong concerns about the way in which that part of the procurement process is happening. Does he agree that a much larger view of this problem needs to take place and support the work that we're trying to do to get to the bottom of that process?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot in 30 seconds. Well, 30 seconds. Well, yes, I think we should look at that very attentively because we can see the way that it was issued. We can see that there were many failures. In Quebec, we went through a P3 period under a Liberal government, and many of the results were scandalous. So, yes, we would like to examine that more attentively. Thank you. Before resuming debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York, Taxation.
Health, and the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River on health as well. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Dufferin, Caledon, and I'm going to cut the member off at about 14 minutes.
That's very disappointing, Mr. Speaker. $1.3 trillion. Let that sink in for just a moment. 1.3 trillion. That's where Canada's national debt is now. It is more than double what it was a few years earlier. So all the debt that every Prime Minister in the history of this country has accumulated, this Liberal government more than doubled it. And what has that led to? That has led to the inflationary crisis, the cost of living crisis, and a whole host of other issues. So, I know what my colleagues in the Liberal Party will say. They'll say we spent this money during the pandemic because we wanted to take care of Canadians. There's a small problem in that. It's very clear that 40% of that spending, in fact, had nothing to do with the pandemic. And they can't get out of it. This is clear and unequivocal. So they can't say that they spent all this money just because of that. And the Arrive Can't app is a great illustration of exactly the kind of spending that this government engages in over and over and over again. They throw money at things without a care or a concern for taxpayers, whether the money is well spent or not. They are just going to spend. So, when we look at where we are right now, the Prime Minister said very clearly many times, we took on this debt so Canadians wouldn't have to. And interest rates are going to be low for a very long time, so it's not going to affect the fiscal capacity of this country. Well, guess what? He's wrong. I know that's not a surprise. He's wrong about a lot of things. He's wrong not to think of monetary policy. But when we talk about where Canadians are today, they have massive credit card debt. Actually, right now, Canadians have $171 billion. That's with the capital B, billion dollars of HELOC debt. What's HELOC debt? Why does that matter? Well, HELOC debt is a home equity line of credit, and that is at a variable interest rate. So as interest rates rise, their payments rise, and the ability for Canadian families to make ends meet, that declines. And so what we end up having is all the kinds of challenges that Canadians are experiencing right now, whether it's making ends meet, whether it's heating their home, whether it's dealing with cost of living, whether it's inflation. The Liberal spending binge has caused untoward damage for Canadians. And the other effect of that is this. As interest rates have risen, yes, the Prime Minister said, don't worry, Canada, interest rates are not going to go up. So when we borrow all this money, everything will be fine. There's nothing to see here. Well, guess what? We now spend more money servicing the debt in Canada than we do on the Canada Health Transfer. Let that sink in for a minute. When we hear about the issues that are going on in hospitals across this country, and you hear about it all the time, we're spending more now to pay interest on the debt than we are in the Canada Health Transfer. That's the legacy, the shameful, embarrassing legacy of this government. And then they do things like spend $54 million on the Arrive Can't app. Why do I say the Arrive Can't app? Because it doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. 10,000 Canadians were put into quarantine wrongly. Mr. Speaker, I was one of those 10,000 Canadians. I returned home, I was vaccinated, I got my green stamp on my passport, and guess what? The phone calls started the next day. You are to be in quarantine. So I said, no, I'm not. I'm vaccinated, I've done everything right, I was told I was cleared at the border. The phone calls kept coming. Sometimes 15 phone calls a day to verify that I was at home. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm a big boy, I can take it. I dealt with it. But imagine an older or vulnerable Canadian who's going through that, right? They don't get to just say it's nothing to worry about. They are going to be incredibly traumatized by that experience. So when I talk about the Arrive Can't app, that's a great example. Now, if that were the end of the story, it might have been, terrible, but not terrible. When I finally did get in touch with someone to speak with someone, do you want to know what the advice was? Don't answer the phone. We can't take you off the list. It's impossible. More than double the national debt, wrongly put people into quarantine, and the answer is, don't answer your phone. So the phone just keeps ringing 15, 20 times a day. And I had the real concern that at some point they might say, we have to send a police officer, because that happened as well. Imagine the waste of resources across the country as a result of police officers going to enforce quarantine orders because the Arrive Can't app couldn't do the one thing that it was supposed to do. Now they might say, oh, but don't worry, it's fixed. It's all good, right? The Arrive Can't app is now fine. Well, guess what? On Twitter, just yesterday, someone we all might know here, Robert Fife. Long lineups at Pearson to get through customs. The $54 million Arrive Can app is supposed to expedite processing through customs. But the officer laughed, the customs officer laughed and said the app is irrelevant. So don't waste your time filling it out. So, we have an app that doesn't work. We have an app that puts people into quarantine when they shouldn't be in quarantine. We have people then subjected to dozens of phone calls, virtually harassing them to be in quarantine when they shouldn't. It doesn't work, and it costs $54 million. And what we've heard since then very clearly is this could have been done for $80,000. If that was the end of the story, that would be bad enough, of course. But it's not. The story just keeps going. There are contractors listed on as subcontractors who are listed as having been paid for the app. But guess what? They've said, we didn't get paid. Why are we on this list? I can't explain properly how terrible that is for Canadian taxpayers, Canadians who are suffering through an affordability crisis, to see the cavalier and callous spending of their hard-earned tax dollars by this Liberal government. And they don't apologize, Mr. Speaker. It'd be one thing if they got up and said, you know what, man, we messed up. We're sorry, Canadians, we're sorry. We know this thing was 1,000 times more expensive than it should have been. We've learned our lesson. We're going to fix it. But they don't. They just say to us, what's wrong with you? How dare you criticize this? This app was designed to save Canadians. You didn't want to save Canadians. I mean, the kind of hyperbole they engage in on this is quite frankly shameful. They should be apologizing to Canadians for this absolute debacle. But of course, we know that they won't. So now we get to the gist of this motion, which is, let's have the Auditor General come in and audit this. Let's get to the bottom of it. If they cared about Canadians, if they cared about taxpayer money, if they know they didn't do anything wrong, Mr. Speaker, they would say, fantastic, let's have the Auditor General come in. And you have to remember back, this was a Prime Minister who said, we will be open by default. Oh, the Auditor General, look at this program. Oh, wait, no, we're not going to do that. It's an interesting definition of open by default. It's the kind of behavior that this government has repeatedly engaged in. So I ask myself, and I ask Canadians who are watching today, what do they have to hide? Why are they afraid of an independent officer of Parliament coming in and looking at the books? Now they say, oh, there's a committee, the committee can look at it. Sure, the Auditor General has far greater ability than the committee to analyze this. So I go back to, what are they afraid of? Well, Mr. Speaker, they're afraid of exactly that. They know that they can't filibuster the Auditor General. They know they can't win votes to not have documents released at committee with the Auditor General. They know the Auditor General will get in there and they will find every embarrassing gaffe, every contract and subcontract that should never have been awarded, and it is going to be an absolutely awful day for this government. So, they will stand up and argue all kinds of semantics. We don't need to look at this. Some kind of thing, we will have a committee look at it. Or let's not look at it because it was designed to save Canadians' lives and therefore it should be above scrutiny. None of this makes sense. When you have nothing to hide, you should be open by default. That is the mantra of the Prime Minister who leads this government. So I don't understand, actually, Mr. Speaker, why we're here. Why are we debating this motion? It should have passed on unanimous consent. After the Conservative leader rose to give an impassioned speech about this, a unanimous consent motion, the Auditor General would have been looking at this, and we'd have the answer in no time. But instead, they're going to try to delay. They're going to try and find a way to win this vote in the House of Commons. Maybe they'll be able to do that as part of their coalition. Maybe they'll make some kind of an amendment to the costly coalition agreement so that they can survive scrutiny from the independent officer of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, actions speak louder than words. Their actions in not just saying we are going to have the Auditor General look into this speaks volumes about what they know the Auditor General is going to find, how terribly run this program was, and how embarrassing it's going to be for the government. Why won't they just vote in favor of it? Let's have the Auditor General look into the dirty dealings of this contract.
Hear, hear.
Camille Dissetar, Qatar.
It being 5:14, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith any question to expedite the question.
By Mr. Halan, moves that, given that, may I dispense? There we go. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 2nd, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for at oral questions. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I would like to attempt time travel. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30.
Is it agreed?
Best intervention ever, Chris.
There we go. There, it being 5:30, the House now proceeds to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill S-227, Food Day in Canada Act. And I believe it's the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, he's handsome and he's back. I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to speak to you today on this bill. And I'm going to tell you that the Bloc Québécois supports this bill. It supports the creation of this Food Day in Canada, the first Monday in August. Now, in the preamble, there are a number of interesting things, and I think that we should talk about them. For example, food sovereignty ensures the safety of the food supply chain. Now, that is very important. If we can't feed ourselves, then we can't defend ourselves, and we can't even exist. Whereas strengthening connections from farms to tables of Canadian cuisine contributes to our nation's social, environmental, and economic well-being. Once again, we agree with that. Environmental well-being especially because we can't do this for everything, but the closer we can get food production to the consumer, then the more the environmental impact will be reduced. And supporting local farmers, well, that's music to my ears, Mr. Speaker. Because we need to support the people who feed us and not turning our backs on them. Well, just a few minutes ago, I was meeting with a farmer who said that we don't remember this, but water surpluses changed this season, and they had to redo drainage work to avoid that the next week. But we don't know what's going to happen in future years. Maybe there will be a water shortage. So that's the kind of thing where we have to look after farmers. And the last point, the people of Canada will benefit from a Food Day in Canada to celebrate local food. Well, what more could we ask? So the agri-food sector, when we're talking about food security, food sovereignty, that's often used, and it's a little bit downplayed because, it talks about living independent, but we're talking more about food resilience than food sovereignty. We need to be able to feed Canadians, to feed Quebecers, and to support our farmers sustainably. And that will take a great deal of effort. I'm going to start by talking about temporary foreign workers. We know that farm production now depends on this essential labor supply, and it's also a good way of redistributing wealth the world over. Those people, when they return home, they've made some money, and therefore they're injecting vitality into their communities. So it's a win-win situation, because here that means that we can actually farm, the crops get harvested, but that means we have to take action. We've been saying for years to the government that this system doesn't work, and it still doesn't work. Quebec has called for a patriation of the management of that system to make it more effective, more efficient. We need it to be managed by only one level of government, and I think that's a good idea, and I think the government should consider that option. But until then, we can do things. For example, to speed up processing of the applications. The same worker, for example, has been coming back for 12 years. Why is it still so slow to process the requests? It's extremely inefficient. And I'm talking about farming because we're talking about a food day, but there are more and more sectors that are using temporary foreign workers, for example, in tourism. These operations need to be facilitated. They need to be expedited. We need to look at the labor market in Quebec and in Canada and realize that this shortage is impacting us. We need these people. So it needs to be an efficient system, and because that it's a win-win for everyone. Second point, the next generation of farmers. And I'm looking at my government colleagues across the way now. You don't want me to address them directly, but I'm still looking at them, and I'm telling them, when are you going to look at this democratic measure that was voted during the last Parliament? Because it includes the Senate. Now, you know that the Senate is not my favorite institution, and the senators know that. But it's been approved everywhere, and that bill should be in force. But the minister and the government have raised an uncertainty on these family farm transitions, and this is causing a great deal of uncertainty in Quebec. And I've said this many times in Quebec. We need to, well, people are hesitating to do this because they're not sure what amendments the government's going to make. And then with this new coalition, the government sort of has a majority, so they can do whatever they want. So I would call on the government, please get going and let us know what is happening with that bill on family farm transitions.
So the agricultural renewal is important. We talked about feeding the people. I can't avoid talking about supply management now. Every time I stand up, I have to talk about it. So yes, people look a bit discouraged about this, but yes, I'm going to talk about supply management again. Look, it's a beautiful system. It doesn't cost anything. It doesn't cost anything. They don't need subsidies. It works so smoothly, so well. And all this government has done for some 10 years now is undermine supply management by giving away market share to foreign competitors. It works very well, but if the control is lost, it won't work anymore. If the dairy industry has to give up 20% of the production, and of course there are circumstances like COVID that come along, if 20% of the supply is coming from abroad, then the system won't work anymore. And it certainly appears that the government is intending to slowly do away with supply management, death by 1,000 cuts, if you will. So if the nice talk that we've heard, all the, look, we're going to defend supply management, we're not going to make any more concessions, if that's true, well, it's easy for this government, once again, like they did last time, and I congratulate them on this, they voted in favor of our bill last time round. And if only it weren't for the pointless election in the middle of a pandemic, the bill would probably already be in force. So I say once again, this is an important industry. Now, the motion talks about the environment as well. People want healthier foods, organic foods. That doesn't exclude all the other products and methods, but I think we need to take care of our organic supply chain. And we shouldn't forget about genetically modified foods as well. You know, there was recently a controversy around this. We're not opposed to innovation in the Bloc Québécois, but we are in favor of transparency. People should be allowed to decide for themselves what they eat, Mr. Speaker. What might be a good thing to have, I talked about local production. We're going to continue to promote that, but also reciprocal standards. Why do we allow products in that don't meet the same standards that we require of our own producers? There's something that doesn't make sense here. Why would we not allow consumers to be able to identify what they're purchasing? And I issue you the challenge, when you're buying frozen chicken or what have you, try to identify the standards. It's not easy. So we need adequate labeling. And in order to get that, you need traceability, Mr. Speaker. And there are companies that have proposed some promising innovations. My colleague on the Fisheries Committee is working on that too. And so these are good avenues. I understand from the Speaker that my time is up, but I would encourage you to adopt this as quickly as possible. I'd just like to remind my colleague, I'd like to commend him for raising the issue of supply management, because it's very important to farmers in Nova Scotia.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's such a pleasure to rise and speak to Bill C-227, private member's bill to establish Food Day in Canada. And I can't think of another topic that brings us all together in this House and across our country more than the idea of food, particularly at this time of evening, perhaps. Now, reading through the bill, it's a very simple bill, but it speaks, first of all, to the people who produce our food, to the farmers in our communities whose labor results in the foods that we enjoy. And thinking about that, thinking about Northwest BC, this incredible region that I'm so honored to get to represent in this place, what it brings to mind for me are the conversations and the visits that I've had with food producers over the past months and years. People like Lindsay and Yannick at Robin Creek Dairy in the Bulkley Valley. They're a second-generation dairy farming family, and they're finding a way to make that work for their family. One of the things I noted at their farm was a robot in their barn that cleaned up cow manure. This is quite a spectacular bit of technology, Madam Speaker. You'd have to see it to believe it. But not just them, also Daybreak Farm in Terrace. Karen and her mom have taken over the operation of an egg farm that has been in that community for a long time. They have a plan for the modernization of their farm, and it's important food security for a region that only has the one commercial scale egg producer. They produce about 1 million eggs per year, and they have a plan to expand that significantly. I think of Ken Shaw. Ken's a college professor in Prince Rupert, but also has an urban farm called Rainbow End Farm. Prince Rupert's a tough place for agriculture, but he's making it work in a corner of the city up against the rail tracks, growing vegetables and donating over $1,000 of produce a year to the local food bank. And I think of Farmer Cam. I can't even remember his last name because everyone simply knows him as Farmer Cam. Farmer Cam's Foods is his little farming operation, growing vegetables on the bank of the Skeena River just outside of Terrace. All of these people are part of the vibrant local food sector in the northwest of British Columbia. So many growers, so many farms, so many people who are pouring their heart and their energy into this act of growing the food that we all enjoy. Now, I also think of the people who transform these foods, these products, into incredible meals. I think of Dai Fukasaku in Prince Rupert, a chef that I got to see the other day. Dai has created a renowned menu with local seafood caught in the waters just off of Prince Rupert, some incredible incredible meals that he's preparing and really putting his restaurant on the map. I think of Julio, Chef Julio over in Dodging Geeds on Haida Gwaii. Chef Julio, his restaurant Gather is combining his knowledge of traditional Italian cuisine with the wild foods and unique tastes of Haida Gwaii. And finally, I think of Meg Hobson at Rustica Wood-Fired Bakery just outside of Smithers, whose handcrafted sourdough and other baked products are looked forward to by everyone in that community. And Meg has done an incredible job of not only providing her amazing baking, but also fundraising for local initiatives like the Cycle 16 bicycle trail between Telkwa and Smithers. Now, I think of all of these people, and looking at the bill and reading through it, it also speaks to this idea of farm to table. But in Northwest BC, local food is about more than farm to table. It's about forest to table. It's about sea to table. It's about river to table. And so what this bill brought to mind for me are some of the truly unique foods of the Northwest. Tastes that are found in few other places around the world. Our leader, the member for Burnaby South, was in Skeena Bulkley Valley just 2 days ago, and we had the opportunity to attend a traditional Wet'suwet'en Batlats in Burns Lake. 400 people who came together to honor family members who passed a year ago. And at that feast, one of the foods that was served was nawus. Nawus is made from the soapberry, a tiny berry that grows in northern BC. And when you whip this berry, and the Wet'suwet'en whip it with their hands, it froths up into this incredible, it's hard to describe the texture of this food. And it has an amazing taste. It's quite bitter. I'm not sure if the member for Burnaby South will be eating much more of it in the future, but one never knows. This is one of the foods that is so special and comes from the region that I call home. I'm also reminded of some of the other wild foods. I had a chance to eat sea lion, smoked sea lion, or tibbin, which is harvested by the Nisga'a people, and a really unique food. And I'm thinking of Nicole Morvan, who provided me a jar of canned tibbin the past year, and I had a chance to enjoy that. Or ulakan, the candlefish, these oily fish that are so special to the Nisga'a, the Tsimshian, the Haisla. About a year ago, in February, I had an opportunity to get out on the Nass River with Jerry Robinson and Mansell and Curtis, sitting in the middle of the river in this little boat under a crystal clear blue sky, waiting for these tiny fish to come down and fill this long net that they had put out. It was a special experience. And of course, the ulakan are rendered down for their oil, for their grease, which is such a valuable commodity among First Nations in the Northwest and up and down the BC coast. I could go on and talk about sea urchin or spawn-on kelp. The Tahltan elders have, I think, what might be one of the most unique delicacies in northern British Columbia, which is a part of the moose called bum guts. And that is exactly what it sounds like. It's quite an interesting delicacy that I challenge any members in this place to try next time they're up in Tahltan country. Now, talking about these foods that are so important to Indigenous nations in Northwest BC, the concept, the idea that comes to mind that I hear raised so many times by my neighbors is one of Indigenous food sovereignty, the idea that Indigenous people should have the tools and the agency to protect and to manage and to harvest the foods that they rely on. This is a concept that's embedded in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Article 20 speaks to the right to be secure in the enjoyment of their own means of sustenance. On the topic of food sovereignty, Madam Speaker, I think of Jacob and Jessica at Tea Creek Farm in Kitwanga. This operation is doing such important work, not only growing local food, but also training local Indigenous people in many of the skills around food production. In their first year of full-scale operation, they've trained over 84 local Indigenous people, and they've been awarded for their work. The United Nations Food and Agricultural Association named them 2022's Canada Food Heroes, and they also won a land award from the Real Estate Foundation this past year. Now, Madam Speaker, all of these are very important things to talk about when we talk about local food and when we talk about the things behind this Canada Food Day. I must say that I've often been skeptical of bills that proclaim special days. I know there are many of them that have been brought forward in this place, and certainly they've raised issues that are very important. But when we talk about Indigenous food sovereignty, when we talk about local food production, and when I listen to the messages that I'm hearing from local food producers, from Indigenous leaders, I believe what they want more than anything for us to be doing in this place is passing bills that create real change for them, that support local food production with investments in infrastructure, that support Indigenous food sovereignty with legal changes that give Indigenous nations more control over the resources and the foods that they require. And I hope, Madam Speaker, should this bill pass at least one day per year, and we need much more than that, we will have a chance to move forward those important initiatives. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise in this place and bring the voices from Chatham-Kent Leamington to this chamber. When I started farming professionally some 3.5 decades ago, I did the math, and I am not sure if I would have personally supported such a measure as we're debating today. I would have thought it unnecessary. Madam Speaker, I live on our home farm. I'm a third-generation farmer. And when I began, and probably even more appropriately when my father began farming, everyone was either from the farm, or they had an uncle on the farm, or they had a personal farm connection. Today, it's much different. We often hear of the 80-20 scenario, right, where 80% of a product or service is delivered by just 20% of a population or of those providing that services. Well, with food production, with farming in particular, if you go back to some census data, 2% of our Canadian population are farmers, by census, meaning they produce more than $7,000 worth of farm goods per year. In reality, though, Madam Speaker, 0.5% of our farmers produce 85% of the production grown on our farms. So if you take a look at this chamber, there's 338 of us, perhaps with table officers and others, close to 400 people around on a full day. That's 2 people would be the representative population. So I do celebrate this day and this opportunity to speak because it provides us an opportunity to educate, to talk about local food, but even more importantly, to talk about the whole food chain. I want to credit Senator Black for his leadership in the Senate and bring this forward, and my colleague from Perth Wellington for shepherding it through this chamber. I also want to credit Anita Stewart from Wellington County, who pioneered the first food day. And a quote from the member from Perth Wellington in his speech about a month ago, quoting, "Since that first food day in 2003, it has indeed grown into a wonderful celebration of food our farmers grow and the food that all Canadians enjoy every single day, whether at their kitchen table or at restaurant tables across the country." And so I add my voice to that celebration, that encouragement of local production. I personally live in a part of the world where we've got access to fresh fruits and vegetables locally produced almost 10 or even more than 10 months a year, depending on the vegetable, because of our innovative greenhouse sector. Our roadside markets are plentiful with direct lines from the producer to the consumer, which is great. However, for much of Canada, roadside markets aren't accessible all year round, especially in winter. And Madam Speaker, we all know winter is coming. So Canada's a trading nation. And so we produce so many good foodstuffs, but our coffee production, our orange juice production is not top notch. We don't have access to it. And as Canadians, we can't eat all of the wheat, all the canola, all the pork that we produce. We are a trading nation. And so we rely on food chain systems, both here in Canada for our own domestic production, be it at our kitchen tables or at restaurants, or with our international trade. So I want to have that lead into 3 points today. The first being this day offers us an opportunity to enhance food literacy to our general population. We rely on this agri-food value chain to feed us the year round, and because, as I shared earlier, such a small percentage of our population has a true connection to the farm, food literacy has dropped in Canada. So this gives us an opportunity to describe how complex our food system is, and given that it's so complex and given the times that we are in, food is becoming more expensive. As we all know now, September's food inflation rate year over year increased 11.4%. And that's growing, but relative here in Canada to much of the world, we are still lucky as Canadians. In 2020, 11% of our disposable income was spent on food. In 2021, in calculations by the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, it was 10.7%. And so they declared that day one day earlier, being February the 8th, 2022, where the majority of, or the average Canadians had spent their percentage of disposable income to purchase all the food they needed for the year. I suspect that will be much later in 2023. And that is unfortunate for many low-income Canadians. Why are food costs rising? Well, I can share you that the food inflation rate has certainly outstripped general inflation. And yes, the commodity markets are strong, and a lot of crops that are negotiated in price relative to strong commodity markets have also risen at the farm gate. But the costs to our farmers have outstripped the prices they've received at the field. Fertilizer tariffs, shipping costs, they've skyrocketed. There is an exemption for on-farm gas and fuel, gas and diesel, but there's carbon tax on everything else. Carbon tax on inputs shipped to the farm, carbon tax on the barns being heated, the grain still being dried this year. I would implore this House to pass Bill C-234 when it comes to this place. I've had the opportunity to speak on it in this place earlier. Make no mistake, farmers are conservationists. The fact that they need an exemption so they can compete with the rest of the world and reduce the cost of producing food is not a reflection on their ability as conservationists. And I could spend a whole 10 minutes just talking about the advances that our farm community has made on that. I do want to just touch on another cost driver, and that is labor, which is affecting every sector of our economy. I hear that from our farm community, and I want to celebrate the fact that Canada has a temporary foreign worker program, which is critical to so much of our farming sector, and is also a great benefit to the host nations from many of these valuable workers from where they come. It's actually one of our best foreign aid mechanisms that we have, and many other parts of the world are jealous of this opportunity. And again, I could spend 10 minutes just on that. Another cost driver of obviously borrowing costs to finance assets, to finance the growing cost of crops. It's another thing that our farmers are facing. Farmers are often called the first step in our food value chain. This leads me into the third and final point that I wish to make today. We often hear our food system being described as field to fork. But Madam Speaker, that is a bit of a misnomer. Farmers are not the first step in our food chain. I note that today is called National Food Day. It's not National Farming Day, and I think this is a rightfully named act so. As farmers, we have so many suppliers that supply us with our our crop inputs, our everything from steel, from bearings to financing. We are not the first step, and I want to acknowledge that. In this food value chain that we have in Canada, and actually much of the world, food manufacturers and processors are next, then on to food distribution, either be it the retail or through the food service mechanisms. We hear today two statements being bandied about. We hear record retailer profits, and we hear retailer margins aren't changing much in percentage terms throughout the pandemic. Both of those things have been in the news recently. Madam Speaker, both of these statements can be true at the same time. Because the pandemic has shifted somehow much of the food supply has come to our bodies, more through home cooking, more through the grocery retail chain, the volumes being sold through retail have increased, and actually food service has diminished. And so with increased volumes, even though the margins of our retailers have remained roughly steady within a certain range, between 2% and 4%, the actual profits have actually increased. And so we actually are in a state today in Canada where we have an opportunity to address some of these mechanisms in our food value chain if we get it right. And what I'm talking about, what's being discussed today, is our Grocer Code of Conduct. I had 2 excellent meetings last week with Restaurants Canada and Beverage Canada. They also mentioned laborability as being one of their number 1 issues, and also talked about temporary foreign worker program, but that's not where I wanted to go. Restaurants are telling me the very, very same thing as our farmers are experiencing. We've all gone out, and we've all noticed that the cost of restaurant meals has also climbed, but their margins are also shrinking because of the cost structures that they are experiencing. So a Grocer Code of Conduct actually gives us the opportunity to address some of the behaviors in the food chain where fines, levies, listing fees, etc., all of those mechanisms that the value of our food production is being transferred from food processors and manufacturers to the retailers. Manufacturers are spending administrative costs, keeping an eye on that. Food retailers are spending administrative costs in that mechanism. The United Kingdom, Ireland, and Australia have all gone down the road of a Grocer Code of Conduct and have actually experienced greater profits throughout the transmission chain of food, of the value chain, but most importantly, for consumers. Food costs to consumers have relatively dropped because costs have been stripped out of that system. So that's the big point I want to make. Canada has an opportunity to get that right. I want to just mention the 10,000 independent grocers across this country, very critical to our rural fabric. So, Madam Speaker, I know my time is quickly running out. I want to thank the sponsors of this bill. Just note that we have inflationary pressures driving up costs. We have an opportunity through a Grocer Code of Conduct to actually address these inflationary costs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the pleasure of being here today to support Bill S-227, an act for Food Day in Canada. Food Day in Canada will be the perfect opportunity for Canadians to celebrate the remarkable food and agri-food sector in Canada. From farm to table, we can thank all those who work hard to feed Canadians and the growing world population.
We can't talk about Food Day in Canada without recognizing Dr. Anita Stewart, a trailblazer and true champion for farmers and local food, who passed away in 2020. Anita pioneered the idea to set aside a day each year dedicated to Canadian food and those who produce it. She was inspired to take action when our farmers and ranchers faced the challenges of the BSE crises. So she launched the tradition with the world's longest barbecue for Canadians across the country to show their support. Le mantra
Anita's mantra was that Canada is food and the world is better for it. It is so true. The sector contributes immensely to our economic, social, health, and environmental well-being. It provides 1 in 9 jobs and contributes over $143 billion to our gross domestic product, and it fosters food security at home and abroad.
We certainly saw this as we all navigated the stressors and worries of the COVID-19 pandemic. Farmers, ranchers, and food processors stepped up, making sure our food supply stayed strong and steady in the face of their own challenges, such as labor shortages and transportation interruptions. Madam Speaker, a national day dedicated to Canadian food is also a good time to reflect on ways we can help Canadians who do not get the food and nutrition they need for themselves and their families, and to take action on other issues as well, like food waste and its impact on the environment. Se nourrir est un besoin.
Eating is a basic need for survival and growth. In addition to sustenance, food is a way to show affection to our loved ones and to express our creativity and our diverse cultures. The Canadian food system is strong and growing in exciting ways, but it is not perfect. In Canada and around the world, climate-related disasters and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine have exposed the most vulnerable parts of the international food system and highlighted the areas that need the most improvement.
Many families do not have enough food or are eating unhealthy food because they can't pay for food. Northern and Indigenous communities in Canada, particularly remote ones, are especially vulnerable to supply chain disruptions. We also face the challenge of food waste. Every day, perfectly good food gets wasted and ends up in our landfills. This waste produces methane gas and generates a staggering 8% of all greenhouse gases emitted in the world. The Government of Canada launched the Food Policy for Canada in 2019 with a vision for the future of food in Canada that toutes les personnes vivant au Canada.
Everyone living in Canada can have access to an adequate supply of safe, nutritious, and culturally diverse food. Canada's food system is resilient and innovative, protects our environment, and supports our economy. As part of this policy, the government is investing $60 million in the Local Food Infrastructure Fund, which supports community-based initiatives to improve access to food and to bring social, health, environmental, and economic benefits to communities across the country. The fund helps hundreds of local food organizations across Canada get the tools they need to strengthen their local food systems and increase access to healthy food.
Some are purchasing new refrigerated trucks. Others are planting community gardens and installing solar panels. We've also delivered the $330 million Emergency Food Security Fund to support people experiencing food insecurity due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So far, this funding has supported more than 7,800 projects across Canada, 1,800 of which are directly supporting Indigenous communities. As I touched on a few moments ago, food waste is a big problem in Canada and around the world. Il y a 2 ans, le gouvernement
2 years ago, the government launched the Food Waste Reduction Challenge under the Food Policy for Canada to find new ideas and creative solutions. As part of the challenge, innovators are invited to submit solutions that prevent food waste or divert food waste at any point in the chain, from farm to table. Canada's food supply chain can take action to reduce food waste by improving inventory management and exploring new ways to use food waste, such as in producing feed, biofuels, and also new products.
Madam Speaker, the response has been outstanding. Since we launched the challenge in 2020, we received well over 500 amazing ideas to prevent, divert, and transform food waste. It's no surprise that Canada is a leader in innovation. In every corner of our agriculture and food industry, we have farmers and entrepreneurs who are making a difference and helping shape a healthier future for families and communities here at home and around the world. Globally, Canada participated in the United Nations Food Systems Summit, convened by the UN Secretary General in September 2021. La vision du sommet.
The vision of the summit was to propose bold new initiatives, solutions, and strategies to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, all of which are based on healthier, more sustainable, and more equitable food systems. This vision supports the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which aims to address the challenges of poverty, hunger, food security, malnutrition, population growth, climate change, and natural resource degradation. As we look forward to this beautiful and exciting new tradition of Food Day in Canada, inspired by the vision and hard work of Anita Stewart, Let us continue to buy, cook, and eat Canadian products.
Part in celebrations, enjoy locally made food, and try new recipes using Canadian-grown ingredients. Let's seek out exciting cuisines from Indigenous farmers and chefs and from so many diverse cultures that make up this great country. Let's recognize those behind the scenes, our farmers and our food entrepreneurs, who are working hard and putting forth their best ideas to solve some of the world's most pressing food security and environmental challenges. We'll all raise a fork to Food Day in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very, very pleased to speak today. And at the outset, I want to say that the Bloc is in favour of this bill for a number of reasons. Obviously, designating the first Monday in August as Canadian Food Day is a good idea because we've just moved from wheat to potatoes, so it's a great time to do so. And it's also an opportunity to look at issues that are too often ignored. So we fully support this idea. As a society, we make the mistake of taking the agri-food and agricultural sectors of Quebec and Canada for granted, and it would be a good way to value and celebrate local food. We know that we celebrate our country around the table. That's the same everywhere. And so this is a great opportunity to highlight this dimension of our joy here. The pandemic has opened our eyes to significant shortcomings for our food sovereignty in our production chains, and consequently, we've discovered that we have a major dependence on foreign countries for many aspects of these industries. The Bloc Québécois has made the agriculture and agri-food sectors a priority forever. In Quebec, we are constantly investing in food sovereignty, notably by promoting and protecting our supply management system, which is an indispensable tool for balancing the agri-food market. This system is an example for many countries around the world, and Canada would perhaps do well to refer to Quebec in this regard. And I say that very humbly. So there are several ways, Madam Speaker, to promote food sovereignty in Quebec and Canada with regard to agri-food. First, we should secure our food chains, notably by giving a boost to the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. Facilitate access for temporary foreign workers here. Encourage the next generation of farmers, for example, by implementing Bill C-208 on the taxation of intergenerational transfers of businesses, because it's easier to sell a farm rather than passing it on to the children of the parents. So it's difficult because of the way the tax system is set up. So help producers and processors innovate, especially in climate change resilience, and we need to protect critical resources and agriculture and processing facilities from foreign investment, including through the Investment Canada Act. Encourage farms with a human scale by promoting organic farming, buying local, and in my riding, agri-food is really shining. There are berries, potatoes, cider, wine, delicious cheese, pork, and chicken that's organic. Farms on Île-d'Orléans, the Côte-de-Beaupré, in my riding, from Beauport to Sainte-Catherine. Everyone knows about it. I could talk about this all afternoon. I'll make you hungry. It's supper time. I'll talk about another dimension that's also important, and it's directly related to agri-food, and this is seafood. First, it's staggering to see that Quebec products are not as accessible to Quebecers as they are in the United States or Europe. Did you know that in Quebec and in Canada, we consume barely more than 10% of the seafood that our fishers bring out of the water, and that 90% of the seafood found on the plates of Quebecers and Canadians come from abroad? It's shocking. And if that wasn't shocking enough, you should know, Madam Speaker, that the health and traceability standards imposed on our Quebec and Canadian fishers who export 90% of our resources to Europe and the United States are quite a bit higher than what Canada requires for the 90% of imported products that we consume. So, to summarize, we send great things abroad, and we eat things from abroad that are of lesser quality. I find that odious. So, to summarize simply, the quality of what we eat here is lower than what we export, lower than what we offer to eat on the international market. Quebecers and Canadians deserve better, Madam Speaker.
With my valiant colleagues from FOPO, who supported my motion, we undertook a study on traceability. And many of very concerning orientations and decisions ended up with a report that was tabled in June 2022 in this House on traceability and seafish. The government is going to put in place 13 recommendations urgently and take concrete measures, and this means that it needs to act. If we want to know what we're eating in our plate and where it comes from, then we need better tracing, better labeling to make sure that agriculture and what we eat from the sea are good. Local products should be displayed. If we go to the restaurant and if the chef writes down that it's a St. Lawrence halibut with shrimp from Matan, then everyone will order it. But if they just write halibut and shrimp, well, it's not as interesting. Hence the importance of ensuring that we promote our local products, but also to have access. I find that very basic. We show up at the restaurant, we want to eat local food, and so eating Quebec and Canadian products is recognizing the expertise of our local chefs, and we are also very proud of our products. And there are often very remarkable techniques used by our local food producers. We know that it's fresh, that it comes from here, that it does not pollute the planet, that it helps our economy, it helps our local fishers and farmers. And so local purchasing means a circular economy, and it's good for everyone. It's good, it tastes good, and it's good for society as well. In addition, let's talk about bycatches. I went through something extremely absurd recently with regard to food sovereignty. Fishers have products to catch certain things, but often they might catch, for example, they have a license for lobster, but they might catch other fish. So because they don't have a permit for it, they have to throw these dead fish back. It's absurd. Whereas we were in Gaspé, so we could have eaten fresh fish from the region, but they said, no, we can't have any. This one is from Norway, and this one is from China. I couldn't believe it. And so I just wanted to draw that to your attention, Madam Speaker, this very important aspect where we could make permits more flexible, and that means that fishers could distribute their bycatches, and we could eat more locally. In closing, a number of studies were done at the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, and we're completing a study on the northern right whales, and we can see that the fishers, their expertise is not always taken into account. And yet, They have so many concrete solutions that could be brought forward so that we could better understand the northern right whale. In closing, we all have to eat, and so we should do so responsibly by taking into account our carbon footprint and the economic contribution of our choices. Let's be proud of our local choices, our local food, and let's be proud of our local fishers and farmers, and let's advocate for local products and to strike a balance between supply and demand. No, so we need to occasionally turn to foreign products, but we should give priority to local products so that we can set our own prices, and that is a way to preserve our food sovereignty. Thank you.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues for the generous reception here this evening. But I do count it an honor to stand in support of this bill, Bill S-227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada. With everything going on in our world, one thing that I think we all recognize collectively, or at least should, is the absolute critical importance of food security and energy security that go hand in hand. For any nation to have stability over the long haul, to be a beacon of safety and a haven of hope for many like Canada is, it's because we have tremendous potential for ongoing and lasting energy security and food security. Tonight, my remarks will be more focused on the food security aspect as it relates to this bill, and I think it's wonderful that we set apart a day and some time to reflect and highlight the importance of food and food security and what it brings to our country and to the world for that matter. Food security and the importance of food and proper nutrition is critical for our world. In fact, it's been reported of late, I believe, that any time the overall calorie intake of individuals drops below 1,800 on a national level, it can lead to civil unrest. And we saw echoes of that during the Arab Spring. We saw echoes of that here recently in Sri Lanka, and we're seeing it increasingly so around the world. We must get the food security question right, and we must have the answer for that. And I believe Canada is extremely well positioned to help answer the world's cry for safe, secure, nutritious, and beneficial food and nutrition. We have got to get more Canadian goods to the world. And we've got to do that by making sure that the environment here in Canada is one that accentuates the opportunities for Canada's growers and producers and harvesters. And I would add, Madam Speaker, it's not just the farmers we want to remember. Obviously, they're going to be the overwhelming lion's share of our focus, but it's also the fish harvesters that are on the coast of Canada and throughout our country that help provide protein resources and fresh fish products to the world and here at home. We must make sure that food security and those who produce our food, those who harvest our food, are considered in our policy directions, are considered in the deliberations of this House, and that we make sure that anytime we are looking at enacting new policies or regulations, that we make sure that the voices of those who literally grow our food and keep our land and harvest our food, that those voices are heard and that they are respected, and that we make sure that there's proper consultation with those who are closest to our food production in this country, namely our farmers, our growers, and our fish harvesters. I think this day will provide all of Canada an opportunity to reflect. It will provide all of Canada an opportunity to not only say thanks for the opportunity, for the ability to grow food, thanks to our producers for making it possible for us to eat on a regular basis and to have good, pure, nutritious food grown right here in Canada. Here, here. That day being set aside for Canadians to reflect is helpful, it's good, it's beneficial. But more so than just a day being set aside, I think what we need is a government in Canada that prioritizes those who actually grow and produce our food.
and make sure their concerns are being heard in this, the People's House and the People's Chamber. In my riding, I'm blessed to come from an agricultural riding. I'm very proud of Tobique-Mactaquac and the region I represent. I have a lot of farming country. We're known for our potatoes. We're known for a lot of great things. We have fruit growers, vegetable growers. We have people who grow grain products. We have so many that contribute to Canada's agriculture, but literally our products from our riding go all around the world. And for that, I am so thankful for the farmers and producers in my region of Tobique-Mactaquac that help feed not only the folks where I live in New Brunswick and across Canada, but around the world. Madam Speaker, I'll close with this, and I think it's important that, and I can never adequately do justice to this man and his voice, but I must, and all of you will remember this, it's the legendary Paul Harvey. And I'll tell you what, this man is known for the rest of the story, but Madam Speaker, I cannot speak like he does, nor with the eloquence, but I hope you'll indulge me to just hit briefly a highlight of some of the speech that made him famous. And all of us will remember it even made a Super Bowl ad, and it says, "On the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all days in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, then go down and stay past midnight at a meeting of the school board. So God made a farmer. I need somebody with arms strong enough to wrestle a calf, yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild, somebody to call hogs, tame cantankerous machinery, come home hungry. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to sit up all night with a newborn colt, watch it die, then dry his eyes, and say maybe next year. I need somebody who can shape an axe handle with the persimmon sprout, shoe a horse with a hunk of car tire, who can make a harness out of hay wire, feed sacks and shoe straps, and who planting time and harvest season will finish a 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, then, paying from a tractor back, put in another 72 hours. So God made a farmer. Madam Speaker, thank God for the farmers. By
And we are now going to go to the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington for the right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's indeed an honour to conclude debate at second reading on Bill S-227. Madam Speaker, the story of Food Day in Canada didn't start in this House. It didn't start in the other place where it was first introduced. The story of Food Day in Canada started in the dark days of summer 2003, when the agriculture industry and the beef industry in particular was raked with havoc due to the BSE crisis. But in those dark days in the agriculture industry in 2003, one person stood up and said, let's do something positive. And that one person was Anita Stewart. And she celebrated that first Food Day in Canada back in 2003, and Bill S-227 now honours that legacy, commends the resilience of Canadian farmers, and celebrates everyone who contributes to the world-class agriculture and agri-food system in Canada. I want to thank the members who have spoken in favour of this bill during this debate, including the members for Glengarry Prescott Russell, Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU, Chatham, Kent, Leamington, Tobique-Mactaquac, Berthier-Masquinongé, Skeena-Bulkley Valley, Vimy, and Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Ile-de-Orléans, Charlevoix. I also want to especially thank Senator Rob Black for introducing this bill in the other place, and to the members from Wellington, Halton Hills, and Guelph, who also gave passionate speeches in this place about the history of Food Day in Canada and Wellington County's Anita Stewart and her lifetime of work to promote Canadian food. I know that her sons, Jeff, Mark, Brad, and Paul, would be grateful to see their late mother recognized in such a way. I'm pleased to know that in this House, Bill S-227 has the support of so many members, perhaps even unanimously, and I look forward to seeing this bill passed at second reading. I hope members on the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food will find a way to ensure that this bill passes with all haste when it comes to committee. As I mentioned in this House, Food Day in Canada has been informally recognized in Wellington County and in some rural communities and some large cities across Canada now for nearly 20 years. Now, Madam Speaker, we have the chance and the opportunity to pass Bill S227 in this House and formally recognize Food Day in Canada across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being sick. No? Okay. For la première feuille. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Fast, moved that Bill S227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Si un député d'en part...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
For Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 2nd, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, an order to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to further debate the government's second carbon tax, the Clean Fuel Standard. As I alluded to in my initial question, it would be unconscionable for this government to proceed with introducing a second carbon tax, one with limited efficacy, at a time when Canadians are facing incredible financial hardship. Because this is no game, Madam Speaker. It's very real. I ask the honourable member to pretend for a moment to be a pensioner living in Atlantic Canada, where most people use oil to heat their homes. This new tax will further increase the cost during a long, cold winter. Perhaps my colleague can imagine being part of a family of 4 in downtown Toronto as they dread the weekly trip to the grocery store. Food inflation is at 11.4%. It's the highest in 40 years. Half of Canadians, myself included, have only ever known this to be the highest in our lifetime. People are struggling to put food on the table, and some are going without a meal. Canadians are also worried about being able to make their rent payment or their monthly mortgage payment. So, Madam Speaker, can the honourable member please explain why would the government want to proceed with a second carbon tax that will increase household energy costs by up to 6.5%? That's an additional annual cost of $1,277.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a real privilege to be able to stand in the House tonight to address concerns from my colleague. I remember back to about a year ago when this member in particular, he ran for the Liberal Party, and I knocked on doors with him. And he ran on a commitment to price carbon, and it was welcomed at the doors, as it's welcomed across our country. Because Canadians know that pollution shouldn't be free. Canadians know that things like cap and trade, a price on pollution, and indeed carbon pricing are a necessary foundation in a proper environmental platform. And at the time, this member was also proud of that platform. I'm not sure where he's going with this. But I am indeed really proud of the fact that for 7 years now, our government has been putting forward real solutions and measures to help middle-class Canadians and those who have worked so hard to join it. We've introduced and implemented measures that have helped grow the economy. We've created jobs, and we've created a fair and more level playing field for Canadians across the country. We understand that rising prices, which are seen around the world, are also affecting Canadians across the country. However, high inflation is a global phenomenon. It's not just limited to us here in Canada. It's mostly caused by the war in Ukraine and various other supply chain disruptions. While it's not a made-in-Canada problem, we do have a made-in-Canada solution to help those who need it most. And for example, Madam Speaker, now that Bill C-30 has received royal assent, individuals and families receiving the GST credit will receive an additional $2.5 billion in support. Over 11 million households, Madam Speaker, will receive a doubling of that GST credit in the coming weeks. Actually, I believe it's this Friday. Also with Bill C-31, we're proposing to create the Canada Dental Benefit for children under 12, which will deliver $1,300 over the next 2 years in support so that families can pay for their dentist, so their kids can go and see a dentist. The bill also proposes a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit Program, which already provides up to $2,500 to Canada's most vulnerable and lowest income families who are renting. This will increase it by $500 and put that in the pockets of nearly 2 million renters who are struggling to pay their rent. The member for Spadina-Fort York can certainly recognize the impacts that these measures will have for Canadians in his riding, and many of them are indeed struggling to make ends meet, and these measures will help. Later this week, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance will release the fall economic statement, which will lay out some of the steps that our government will take toward a brighter future for our country. And now when it comes to the clean fuel regulations and pollution pricing, I'd remind my colleague of the importance of continuing to work on the green transition while doing everything we can to make life more affordable in this country. Madam Speaker, I've spent some considerable time in the riding of my colleague, and the fact is his constituents are concerned about the impacts of climate change. His constituents were disappointed when Premier Doug Ford cancelled cap and trade, and his constituents were relieved when the federal government stepped in with supports. I just got off the phone with a constituent, Madam Speaker, who had questions, valid questions, about the price on pollution. And as I explained it to him, this is a backstop program for provinces that don't have a plan to fight climate change. Previous to this, the province of Ontario had a $3 billion program. That was a revenue program for the province called Cap and Trade. And unfortunately, Doug Ford scrapped it. That's illegal, Madam Speaker. Every province and territory is bound by law to have a plan to fight climate change and to price pollution accordingly. The simple truth, Madam Speaker, is that climate action is no longer a theoretical political debate. It is an economic necessity. Our government has a plan that will both save the planet, it will create growth and make life more affordable all at the same time, and will continue to move forward with that plan. And just in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would say that 338, that's every single member in this House, ran on a commitment to price carbon in the last election. There were a couple of versions of this, but it was a unanimous position.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, what my colleague didn't read from his government talking points is direct research that analyzes the impact of the Clean Fuel Standard. And this research by Professor Ross McKittrick actually found that the net international effect of this is likely to be an increase in greenhouse gas emissions. Madam Speaker, so I want to ask my honourable colleague, who appears just as oblivious as the government to the harsh realities facing so many Canadians, if it would be possible to at least delay the implementation of their second carbon tax by 6 months. This is not a political thing. It's the right thing to do for Canadians who are struggling.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy from my colleague down the way is pretty stunning. In the last election, he added his name to a ballot, ran for our party, and like all members in this House, ran on a commitment to fight climate change. Now, to use affordability as a wedge in that fight that we must collectively take on is rather shameful. Our government is continuing to work day in and day out to make life more affordable for Canadians, and we continue to be very, very open to good ideas. However, I'm not hearing any good ideas in this speech tonight. On Thursday, the fall economic statement will provide further details on our plan to continue building an economy that works for everyone. Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and indeed in Spadina-Fort York, can count on us to continue supporting them through this period of global elevated inflation, while also continuing our mutual commitment to protect the environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the opportunity to be in Parliament tonight and speaking with and debating with my friend from Milton tonight. He sometimes wonders where I'm going with particular topics, and I try to stay on topic to a certain extent. But again, this one's a little bit about health. It's about what happened in COVID to do with PPE, in the sense that when we got into COVID, there was a shortage of, we had shipped PPE to other countries, we had destroyed an inventory we had, and then we tried to source PPE from China, which again was problematic. Some of it came that was not of any quality, we couldn't use it, and we had to pay a lot of money to get what we did get. Now, my point is this. We talked a lot about supply chain locally, and there's now industries being developed in Canada where they've not gone and used the plastic type that may have been from foreign ones, but they're recycling material in Canada. And they're taking that material, they even have some carbon fiber in it. So they're sequestering carbon fiber. So we've got innovative companies in Canada who are producing incredible materials that can be used in surgical suites, in hospitals, surgical gowns, all the curtains are used. We have that innovation occurring. Now, they're beginning to get some inroads into medical institutions to use it because it's washable. It's not thrown away in landfills like the one use that we import. This is a type of innovation and industry that's going on in Canada with surgical gowns and surgical equipment. What my suggestion is to this government is they pursue in Canada these type of products that we are innovative and can use in the next situation we've got. They need to store them, stockpile them, but they need to be using them in medical situations now. So that's one suggestion that I have for my colleague. The other one, in my particular riding, Food Greens, the Canadian Food Grain Bank operates with some farmers in my area. These are people who go out, they donate land, they donate the time to get the land ready for a crop, they seed it, they irrigate it, and they harvest it. In the particular event that I was at recently, they got 100 bushels of red spring wheat, number one. That's the best quality of wheat and a fantastic crop. But in speaking with these great farmers, these volunteers, they want to feed the hungry people of the world. And during COVID, this was a growing and growing concern. So we have these volunteers around the country, and in my riding, a number of these operations at Canadian food banks. But as I talked to them, they were very concerned about the costs they were paying for tax on irrigation. So this is a challenge for them because there's no way to recover that cost with the government programs, but it's a great program for feeding hungry in the world. It became so evident during COVID. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about our efforts to help Canadians have better health.
Chronic diseases are critical issues for Canadians and for our healthcare system. That includes diet-related diseases, including obesity, type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases, and they're claiming the lives of more and more Canadians every day. These chronic diseases increase physical vulnerabilities and put Canadians more at risk. As we've just seen these past 2 years during this COVID-19 pandemic, these diseases have far-reaching impacts on quality of life, and not just for those Canadians living with these diseases, but that includes their loved ones as well as healthcare systems. Now, Madam Speaker, at the outset of my friend's speech, he mentioned that he sometimes meanders a little bit like a sinusoidal river or like a creek that I used to paddle down. I tend to agree, but it's kind of a serious thing because adjournment debates, late shows, they're actually meant to achieve something. They're meant to allow me as a parliamentary secretary to come here to talk about an important issue that my friend and colleague raised in the House of Commons and felt that it wasn't adequately responded to. I appreciate that sometimes in the haste of trying to find some notes, trying to answer a question on the fly, my answers might not always be perfectly adequate. And I think, we don't get to practice all of the answers. You get to practice a question. If you know you're up 14 minutes, you can go into the mirror, practice your question. And indeed, you often see members in the opposition practicing their questions beforehand, and that's good. It adds to the level of the debate. But what doesn't add to the level of the debate is the abuse of the late shows. The adjournment debates are meant to do one specific thing. It's meant to provide a little bit more integrity to this whole parliamentary system. And I feel that in this case and in previous cases, members are choosing to abuse the adjournment debate system. I'm happy to come and have a conversation about any subject. However, to use the Late Show, we have to first indicate that there's a specific question that we would like a little bit more information on. I have two jobs, actually. I think about it a lot. The nature of my work is divided into a little bit. I'm a member of Parliament. I represent my neighbours in Milton, Ontario, but I also represent the government. I'm a parliamentary secretary for two ministers on subjects that I care deeply about. That's health and sport. I think they're connected, and I was very grateful when the Prime Minister asked me to serve in this capacity, this dual capacity. And in order to do a good job on the second part of my job, which is represent the government, I can't just come into the House and tell you about all of my great ideas or where I stand or what the great people of Milton want to hear. I also have to do my job as a parliamentary secretary and represent the views and the position of the government. But I can't do that if I'm not given a little bit of a heads up on what the nature of the question will be. So today, the member from Bow River indicated that he wanted to talk to me about front-of-pack labeling for ground beef. Now, in the previous session, not the previous Parliament, in this session, this is the second session, or 44th Parliament now. The first one, our plan to provide more information to consumers on the foods they consume when they have higher levels of fat, salt, and sugar. It's a good plan. Some members raised some important concerns around ground beef, how it's a single ingredient food. It does contain a little bit more fat. Most of the fat gets cooked off when you prepare it. These are good, valid concerns. So we changed the way that we package and label ground beef. But that has nothing to do with the question that you asked. You asked me about plastics in the pharmaceutical industry or how we dealt with that. So I don't really have an answer prepared, Madam Speaker.
And yes, I would like to confirm that the question that was meant to be answered to more amply this evening was the one about packaging. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was my presumption because we had this debate the last time about that specific question. So that was the last question. And in the House, we had that debate here for the Late Show the last time. And I remember discussing it with you afterwards. So if you're still on that question, I've moved on. So
can I just remind the members to speak through the chair? Those conversations didn't happen with me.
So, Madam Speaker, to the member, as he and I discussed this the last time, we discussed this particular question that I asked about front of label last time. So if he's still on that one, that's good for him, but I'd moved on from that one. So
and that is on the journal. So we are following what was in the journal. You're the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So look, I appreciate that the Honourable Member from Bow River has moved on from the question of front-of-pack labeling for ground beef because it's not an issue anymore because we don't front-of-pack label ground beef because we resolved it in the previous session. So you've moved on, he's moved on, the member has moved on, Madam Speaker, to a new issue. But in order to qualify genuinely for an adjournment debate, the member needs to ask a question in the House of Commons and then indicate that that question was not adequately responded to. And in this case, the member is abusing the system, and I would just ask some folks on the Conservative side to be more respectful of the adjournment debates. My time is yours. I'm here to discuss these issues with you. However, provide me with the opportunity to do a little bit of research. Myself, the member from Milton, to do a little bit of research on the issue at hand. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm here today to specifically talk about public health care and the fact that in this country we're seeing public health care really be undermined and falling apart in profound ways. And I'm seeing it in my riding fall apart in ways that I could never have imagined just a few years ago. Before I talk about the specific issue, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the healthcare workers, all of those professionals, all of those doctors, nurses, all the support staff around them that supported us through the pandemic. And we know, and we've heard all of the stats, that we're seeing a high level of burnout. A lot of folks that were planning to work for many more years are retiring early because of the stress and because of those real concerns. So I want to thank them and honor their work. But we also know that healthcare across Canada is in a crisis point. For months in my riding, emergency rooms have been closing in Port Hardy, Port McNeill, and Alert Bay. Madam Speaker, for those of the Canadians that don't know, Alert Bay is a ferry community where they are placed on Malcolm Island, and healthcare, of course, from their hospital is key because they can't just drive somewhere quickly. So that's a major concern. We know that there have been multiple weeks of having some of these hospitals shut down, their emergency rooms shut down all night long. And I can't imagine for my constituents how terrifying it is to know that they don't have an emergency room around the corner if they desperately need it in the middle of the night. In fact, Madam Speaker, in October, Port Hardy's emergency room was closed for 28 nights of the month. 28 nights with no emergency room facilities. The reason is a lack of staffing, not enough doctors, not enough nurses, not enough people to provide those essential services. So we are watching in this country our national public health care system falling apart at the seams. And I'm here to plead for my constituents to come before this place and ask the federal government to step up and start doing their part. Whenever I think of public health care, universal public health care, I think of Tommy Douglas, voted the greatest Canadian because of his fundamental work in the public health care and making sure that that was a reality in Canada. We have heard the stories before this system was in place of people losing absolutely everything because they had to pay for health care to try to save the lives of loved ones. He said, I came to believe that healthcare services ought not to have a price tag on them and that people should be able to get whatever healthcare services they require, irrespective of their individual capacity to pay. So we know that Canadians believe in public health care. We know that any form of privatization promises only a return to everyday Canadians rely on their individual capacity to pay for health care. And I hope that this government is going to stand against that. And I'm tired of hearing that this is a provincial or territorial responsibility. This is a joint one where we're seeing very clearly from the premiers across every province and every territory stand up. They are doing an ad campaign collectively, calling on this government to step up and pay their part. That is something that is tremendously important, because how often do all of those premiers agree so specifically on something? Rural and remote communities across this country have been left behind, and the federal government needs to step up and make sure that there's a meaningful strategy for healthcare for communities like mine who are desperately waiting.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I genuinely want to thank my friend and colleague for the question, for engaging, and for her sincere concern for the healthcare crisis in Canada. And I too wish to thank healthcare workers in my community of Milton, in my province of Ontario, and across Canada. The burden that they've shouldered over the last couple of years has been immense, immeasurable, and unfair. And that burden continues today. The pandemic's not over, and the backlog ensues. People are counting on us as legislators to find solutions to problems. And today in Health Committee, we put the final touches on our committee report on the human resources in healthcare crisis. And I'm looking forward to it being tabled in this House of Commons because I think it creates some really, really good recommendations for our government, as well as the Minister of Health, who I'm very privileged to work with. Obviously, the minister appeared a number of times, as did officials, doctors, nurses, representatives of the healthcare system across the country, and it's a good report. I'm proud of the work, I'm proud of the recommendations, and I'm looking forward to seeing the outcomes from the meeting that's upcoming with the Minister of Health and all of the Ministers of Health from all of the premiers across the country. But the question today is about the human resource healthcare crisis, I believe, and the current shortage of health workers has led to reduced hospital capacity, as we've seen, and in some cases the complete closure of emergency rooms, which can't happen in a Canadian town or city. And that's enhanced, as my honourable colleague pointed out, in rural areas. We know that people who live in rural and remote areas already have a harder time accessing health care, and now they're being hardest hit by health worker shortages. Long-standing systemic challenges, which are exacerbated by the pandemic, those have resulted in health workers managing high patient workloads, resource scarcity, fear for personal safety, and unprecedented levels of burnout, absences, and turnover. We have a healthcare crisis because we have a health workers crisis. From the beginning, our government has worked hard and hand in hand with provinces and territories in the fight against COVID-19. We provided them with an extra $72 billion to support health systems and protect Canadians. That included a $2 billion top-up just recently to the Canada Health Transfer to improve healthcare in Canada, including by reducing backlogs by COVID-19 and growing our health workforce. This will help to support the health and well-being of Canadians and those on the front lines of our healthcare system. To support the mental health and well-being of our health force, Budget 2022 also provided $140 million over 2 years to the Wellness Together Canada portal, which offers free confidential mental health and substance use tools and services for frontline healthcare workers. Now, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, I live in Ontario, and the Premier of Ontario has been, talking about the need to fund incrementally healthcare in Canada. We've been there. We've been there very, very consistently throughout the pandemic and before. They're using some numbers that I don't think are necessarily true with respect to the percentage that the federal government currently contributes to healthcare. I do think that the Canada Health Transfer, the federal portion, needs to go up. However, I think it would be irresponsible for us as a federal government, as the federal government in Canada, to provide that transfer without listing some priorities and ensuring that there are some targeted measures that those provincial and territorial governments will ensure occur. I think Canadians deserve to know that these healthcare dollars are being spent responsibly. And as an Ontarian, when I receive hundreds of dollars in a rebate to my license plate stickers right before a provincial election, that's right after that incremental $2 billion went out to provinces and territories, I'm concerned that provinces and territories who are balancing their books, having budget surpluses, aren't spending that money properly.
The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's very clear. What all the premiers across this country are asking for is an increase to the healthcare transfer. We can talk about the ties that should be put on there in terms of criteria, but we know that these hospitals, their emergency rooms have been closed 28 days, weeks of nights, where if anything happens, these people can't access an emergency room. Rural and remote communities deserve better. We can talk about Quadra Island, another ferry-dependent island in my community. No local paramedics for 11 days. In Campbell River, hospital labs for outpatients closed all weekend, sending people away to get the services they desperately need, and wait times are only increasing. This has huge economic impacts on rural and remote communities as well. How do they attract people when they know that there isn't an emergency room? This government needs to listen to Canadians, listen to the premiers, and start putting more money into those healthcare transfers now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree that we've got to increase the Canada Health Transfer. It's just not a matter of saying, here's unlimited money to spend on whatever you'd like, including budget surpluses and $500 checks to millionaires, as they do in your province, Madam Speaker, of Quebec. I think we need to spend that money responsibly and make sure that it actually solves the problems that my honourable colleague so eloquently pointed at this evening. So I think we all agree that Canada Health Transfer will go up. But let's have a little look at the last couple of years and all of the incremental funding that we've provided. An investment of $115 million over 5 years, with $30 million ongoing, to expand the Foreign Credential Recognition Program to help 11,000 internationally trained healthcare professionals per year get their credentials recognized and find work in their field. The list goes on, Madam Speaker. Our investments in the healthcare sector are vast, and they will continue to grow as the needs of Canadians continue to go up. We've got to tackle this, and it's all about teamwork. Thank you, Madam
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.